SV。
加油
EP 加油
！EP 加油！
加油 EP！
加油 EP！
EP 加油！霍尔 YZK 雇佣最强雇佣兵
EP 加油！
加油 ！EP 加油！
我们来这里是谁吹的？
我喜欢 AKT， 他喜欢 VNC。
EP 加油 ！EP 加油
SV EP 加油 ！SV 加油！
Here from the side of Vasco. MG goes down. Gokin makes it 8. And he gets a second. Can he pick up a third? Yes, he will!
I don't know if he's even spotted, but doesn't matter. Action will get his kill. Looking for a second behind that. Vienna can't. And there's where Gokin needed to come alive, and more of the same.
Shot. Feifei down the ladder, gets himself 1, and again 2. It's C4 spotted,
No
dropped.
way.
Feifei is coming alive for Vasco at the perfect time.
This is just everybody on the side of Vasco having a moment. And he's able to get it done. Action's able to pick up a 3K of his own.
Killing a bunch of damage onto Rambo before going down, and Silva drops some events with the Colt. Gets the kill, then done. This is done. This is done deal. This is fully cooked, straight out from the deep fire. How do you even hit that action? Action. VNC gets one as well. Now Fefe out from Vents, going for more kills. Oh.
Don't even peek him. Don't even peek him. Just run away. Just run away.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gents. Thank you very much for joining us here in Hangzhou, China at the wonderful Canal Sports Park. My name is Neokai. Joined alongside me, I've got Elfish Guy, I've got Brendan Valdez himself, and we have got one last game to bring to the table. This one all comes down to the wire for the lion's share here. Fellas, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling great. I mean, there's so many people here, right? This arena is about to get very electric. When we actually do begin, we're already, even before we've even began, it's just totally full. It's a great vibe. It's a great environment here, and I think the players are going to love it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped. I mean, look, I've been doing CrossFire for almost 10 years now, and I've got to say, I think this year and last year, these are the two biggest crowds that I've seen. It seems like it's really still kind of growing and developing within China and obviously over all of the other regions as well. But I think we've got a great grand final today. Evolution Power, they'll definitely be the home crowd favorites, but Vasco, a lot to be said for them as well. So I'm super pumped. Keen to get stuck into it.
Exactly that. Well, before we kind of get down into the details, we want to thank, of course, our wonderful partners. We'll start with Smilegate Entertainment for hosting this wonderful tournament here at the Canal Sports Park. And also a special mention to our partner at Tencent. Sony, a huge thank you to Sony InZone as well, the official partner of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals, for their incredible support. The Sony InZone gaming headsets and monitors backed by Sony's cutting-edge gaming and audio-visual technology were developed in collaboration with professional players to help you fight for greatness, designed to win.
Absolutely, and also a special thanks to our partner Morphling for giving the tremendous support for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. The Morphling L50 gaming chair introduces groundbreaking dynamic support technology with the air-operated lumbar support that adjusts using a lift lever. It's specially designed for those with lower back discomfort. Morphling, reach your throne.
There we go. Well, of course, without them, none of this would be possible. And you boys have sort of hit the nail on the head. It is starting to pack out in here. Yesterday was a little bit busy. Day before was also pretty busy, but I think it might be a completely different environment today with EP in the final. We have a little bit of a video to bring you, though, so let's throw it on over there.
Welcome to the CFS 2024 Grand Finals, the most prestigious international CrossFire esports event of the year. This year, the final battleground of the year has arrived in Hangzhou, where the best CrossFire teams around the world will gather in this beautiful city to fight for the championship title of 2024. A total of 16 teams across 6 regions have earned their place, each having battled through a year-long journey to reach this moment. These teams include 3 teams from China, 3 teams from Brazil, 3 teams from Yunnan, 1 team from North America, 2 teams from the Philippines, and Vietnam, that hosts the CFS Summer Championship 2024 champion team, will have 4 teams representing their region. Moving on to the structure, the tournament consists of 3 stages: the group stage, the knockout stage, and the playoffs, each with its own format. The group stage will follow a single round-robin format with a best-of-3 series. Teams will start off with the group stage, where 16 teams spread across 4 groups through a group stage draw. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage, while the bottom 2 will be eliminated from the tournament. Next, the 8 advanced teams will go through the knockout stage that follows a single elimination format with a best-of-5 series. A total of 4 matches will be played on this stage, with each winner securing the spot to play in the last stage of the tournament. The playoffs will be played under double elimination format with a best-of-5 series, having 6 matches in total in this final stage, with the last team standing emerging to take the championship title of 2024. The total prize pool for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals totals $1,430,000. with the champion team claiming a grand prize of $500,000. Unlock the future. The ultimate event is upon us. The scene is set. New rivals have emerged, and the battle among the best CrossFire teams in the world is about to take full action. From December 4th to December 15th, join us at the most prestigious international CrossFire esports event of the year, the CFS 2024 Grand Finals.
And as we just heard as well, we'll be fighting for the lion's share of $1,430,000 US, with $500,000 going to first place. That is not a bad little purse to take home.
Yeah, and especially because these two teams, I mean, they have had success in their own regions to a certain extent, but the fact that they're not exactly the favorites to win this tournament from the beginning, and now they're making it all the way to the grand finals, and one of these teams is going to make 500 grand. That's life-changing money for basically anybody on these squads, and, you know, they haven't really had a big title just yet between the two of them. So looking to see who will be able to step up and grab it today.
Exactly that. We got some stats to bring you as well. KD, we see 2 primary uppers, 1 sort of secondary there as well. So no sort of surprises. MG leading the charge in that one. There's a headshot. Lucan looking very, very solid with VNC, and White just behind and over of ADR. It's Silver out in first. Dola in second despite dropping out. And YH in third as well. Any surprises or all about right for you, Jordan?
Yeah, I think Silver being there is actually quite a surprise for me. Certainly as #1 in ADR. I don't know that I necessarily would have had him pegged in that position. I haven't really seen him as that kind of go-to individual for the Vasco lads in previous history, right? I don't think we saw that necessarily at the Summer Championship. I don't think we saw that in the group stage, but he's an individual that really, really stepped up yesterday. I think that could actually be a win condition for Vasco going through today. If we have Action and Silver maybe as the rifling duo, obviously Silver does sort of take that secondary AWM position every now and then as well. Alongside MG having a good day, then yeah, I mean, Vasco can definitely win this game against Evolution Power. There's no question about that.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, as mentioned, is it revenge or is it a repeat as well, as we did have that 3-0 sweep coming forward for EP, but, you know, we can see where things get to, you know, bounce back. And I do sometimes think as well that revenge matches kind of give you an extra 10% because you want to say that was a one-off. We've got maybe a little bit of an edge here as well.
The revenge and the fact they had to play yesterday, so maybe you get that little extra day in front of the crowd, a little bit extra practice. We do have one comment. I think Vasco has incredible resilience. Maybe this time they will bounce back and win the championship. I'd say it's not out of the question. No. I would say that we're probably still favoring EP slightly here. We'll have to get into the predictions in a bit, but you can see some more comments from Cute W. I'm hoping for the intense clashes on the battlefield as long as the games are thrilling. I don't care who wins. I just want to see the sparks fly. I think they will be. Yeah, because you were talking about their last matchup. It was 13-10, 13-10, and then I think it was 10-8 or something.
You're right.
It was
it
super
was
close.
Yep.
On the 3 maps that they lost, so they could have gone Vasco's way as well.
Yeah, and I've got to agree that is probably the mindset to have as well. I just want there to be good crossfire. As simple as that, then it's a win-win regardless. Of course, we got some results between these two teams. Evolution Power, generally speaking, have the advantages here, but we did see, of course, the Summer Championship. Vasco picked up a 2-1, so they're not, you know, it's not out of the question we can talk about wins here.
Yep.
Difference there, it was a best of 3. In the previous best of 5s, both times they've got EP's way.
Also, the other difference was that Evolution Power was playing with a sub at Summer Championships as well. Remember, Emson was in there. So I think that obviously quite a big talking point as well. When you take that result out of the equation, it is fairly Evolution Power heavy in terms of those results, and I think it probably will be on the talent predictions as well. Obviously, all of the Chinese commentators do go the way of Evolution Power. That's not much of a surprise, a smattering of it from Vietnam as well. I'm really interested to see actually what the West League predictions are going to be like.
I know one already. You knew it was going to happen, right? As the tournament's gone on, Sneaky's brain cells have become that like a frog, and they've gone very much out the window.
Maybe they've gotten a bit sneaky, actually. they've just disappeared.
Out the window. Sneaky has been throwing some curveballs at us, and he's gone with the Vasco pick. Now, I can understand the Vasco pick to a degree, but let's be honest, EP are the favourites here. No surprises in Portuguese. Interesting, the Philippines, though, have actually gone for 3 out of 4 there, Vasco. And the argument that I can see where people go for Vasco here is that it's talking about ramping up through the lower bracket and finding form, right? And, you know, because it's been a day off. Yes, EP, I'm sure doing a hell of a lot of prep on that day off, but that could potentially be something that they add up their sleeve as well. We'll have to see, of course. We, in a moment, have got an opening ceremony. I'm expecting big things, right? We had quite a funny one in Vietnam. We had 3 rappers come out, and that was great fun, I gotta say. Last year as well, that was also a pretty insane one. Of course, that was a 10-year anniversary too. But I think this one's going to be particularly special. This is pretty packed already. You can see the lights behind us, and I already know for a damn show it's going to be a pretty good show. So we're going to throw it down to the stage. We've got opening ceremony, then we'll be back to break down everything to do with this game.
struggle feels like an endless fight, but the flame in my heart will burn bright. In this fight we rise, no fear, no retreat, no back way. Sit together, locked and loaded, be the enemy inside. I love the future, we're on the front line, 你说不能成败。I love the future, we're ready to shine， 现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨。 手去追 This is our life Stars are falling, chasing dreams new Even when I stumble, I'll rise too We stand tall, we conquer all through the smoke and shadows. Bow! No looking back, I'll forge my way. We'll claim our fame. I love the future. We're on the front line, 说不论成败。I love the future. We're ready to shine. 现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future. Whatever it takes, 放手去追 This is our life 破起心魔，冲破枷锁进无止境，勇敢探索心中的信念燃烧不息，未来此刻证明。I love the future, we're on the front line， 说不论成败。I love the future, we're ready to shine， 现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future, whatever it takes， 放手去追 This is our life This is our life This is our life This is our life
Let's welcome EP's YZK! And now Vasco's VNC! EP's ZAY! Vasco Silva! EP's Mino! Vasco's Fefe! EP's YH! Vasco's AKT. EP's XQQ. And Vasco's FG. They are Evolution Power Gaming and Vasco Esports. Ni hao to the CrossFire Esports fans all around the world, both here in our arena and watching online, and welcome to the final day of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Today, in front of you and the amazing fans who've joined us here in Hangzhou, we will witness the crowning of the new world champion right here in the center of this incredible stage. And after 10 days of intense competition, we have our two finalists. They are Vasco Esports from Brazil and China's Evolution Power Gaming. These two finalists have just this one last remaining match to win before they can call themselves the world champions here at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. The fight to take everything. It's very, very soon to begin. This mighty battle to be the champion of 2024. So I ask you, who will be the champion? Shay, will it be Vasco? Or will it be EP? Our stage is set. Our teams, they are geared up and ready. It's the ultimate battle. It's Brazil versus China. It's the grand final. It is about to begin. So together, friends, let us unlock the future! Ready to challenge for the World Championship title at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals.
又是大米的三杀，恭喜EP！
This is not working out for Wolfen. Vasco, it's all down to the ends of one player. Not gonna happen.
17年的时候，CFS 留下挺大遗憾的。7年。
今年是我参加 CFS 的第1届，这么多年终于拿了名，感觉到特别不容易啊。
结果没想过能全胜嘛。我其实比较现实，就因为今年奖金有点多，渴望金钱。CFS 给我一次证明自己的机会吧。我很享受有观众的感觉。
Eu acho que pelo fato de 2021 ser a primeira CFS que eu joguei, todo momento foi inesquecível. Eu aproveitava cada segundo da viagem. Foi uma viagem muito boa e foi ali que eu realmente vi que eu quero ser campeão mundial. Sim, acredito que o CFStar muda a vida de um jogador. O CFS sim mudou a minha vida.
Tanto no dia, porque vai ler a classificação, né? E acho que foi o mapa da Ankara ali que decidiu a vaga pra gente e depois os outros dois mapas não valiam mais nada.
多拉也被秒了 ，SQ 也被收下 ，SQ 恭喜 SV 挺进决赛。
Estão na reta final do campeonato. Desejo boa sorte para vocês e que vençam o melhor e o mais preparado. 所有人都觉得你特别厉害，但是我觉得你肯定打不过我。然后身后还有兄弟们，干就完了。Na história da CFS, as equipes chinesas são as maiores vencedoras e eu quero muito ganhar como equipe brasileira, sendo o terceiro time a conquistar o título. 我们一定把冠军留在中国。
Are you not entertained? That was something pretty special, it has to be said. And it also has to be said, those confetti cannons caught us all off guard.
Oh, yeah.
Without a shadow of a doubt, that was pretty sick. But what a show. Now we can start to get into the nitty-gritty. We can start to discuss what is this grand final. We have two teams who many at the start of the tournament wouldn't even have suggested they can make it, never mind to the playoffs, to the finals themselves. And here they find, with the chance at 500,000 USD in their back pocket. It's a pretty overwhelming feeling, I'm assuming, for both of them.
Yeah, I think for Evolution Power, we'd probably categorize them as having been an outside chance. And for Vasco, best case scenario probably would have been dark horse. Like they in a wild world may have been able to make it through to this grand final, but they were never ever going to be the expectation. Evolution Power, they were kind of overshadowed by All Gamers and Q9, the two teams from their region, the two Chinese teams that sort of outpaced them in the regular season and obviously in a lot of international events in the past, right? It's always been All Gamers, but today it is Evolution Power. They're very clearly going to be the fan favorites coming in, and honestly, I think they're the favorites as far as we're concerned as well, with that clean run that they've had so far in the playoffs.
Yeah, I've got to agree as well. Take a look through some of the stats as well. And everybody having their moment in the spotlight. And especially coming off the back of their upper bracket final game, Mino in particular really stepped up. Now, the stats don't look amazing there, but he had back-to-back MVP performances. So they're going to try and look to shut him down. But so far this tournament, yet to drop a game. Barely even dropped any maps.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about some of their main rivals in this one. You talked about, you know, their domestic rivalry, I guess you can call it. Their competition, at least, in All Gamers. They were able to take them down in the quarterfinals. That was the beginning of Evolution Power's big run because we were like, okay, All Gamers take it from here, and then we'll see how far All Gamers can go. They totally flipped the script, and since then, they've taken down Vasco in a 3-0, they've taken down Wolf Empire in a 3-0, and are the favorites coming into today. But Vasco Esports definitely putting on a really nice performance yesterday, taking down their domestic competition in anti-social team, and then also taking down Wolf Empire. So in 2 3-0s as well. So these guys definitely have a lot of momentum behind them. It feels like every single player on this lineup is playing out of their minds. Like when you saw them playing against Wolf yesterday, it was like a new team. They were all really, you know, very excited, just playing excellently, and everybody's having a great day. So hopefully they can kind of bring that into today as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's been a couple of losses dotted in there, and both of which are the Chinese teams. First Q9, 2-0 in the groups, and then to follow that as well, Evolution Power have already beaten them 3-0. So Vasco, this is a story about revenge, but they've got to understand, especially off the back of how good EP played in their semi-final matchup, that they do come in as the underdogs.
Yeah, I mean, how much can you really read into that, though? It was 13-10, 13-10, 10-8, those three maps. So every single one is about as close as you could possibly get. We'll take a look at some of the key players. Honestly, I think you probably could have pulled any names out of the hat, whacked it on this graphic, and you would have been able to have a bit of a chat about it. But in terms of individual standouts, YZK and Silver have definitely been there. A couple of the rifles coming through here for their respective teams. And look, they do tend to pick up the orb every now and then as well. So it's that kind of flex style that we're going to be looking for both of these teams, players even, depending on what the map pool ends up looking like. But yeah, no reservations about either of these two. I think both have performed phenomenally throughout this event. I will say I think YZK has generally been a little bit more consistent, as has probably been the story for Evolution Power in general. I think they've been a little bit more of a consistent approach rather than Vasco, who, as we've talked about, have started slow, but they've slowly started to build towards a peak. And today we're going to find out whether they've already hit that peak and they're going to drop off massively in this grand final, or if there's another level that they're going to hit, and that's going to be enough to get them over the line against Evolution Power.
That is the age-old question, right? Have Vasco already already plateaued, or is there a little bit left in the tank? Have they got an extra 10% to take down this side? I mean, obviously for them, there has been some real standout moments. Obviously, Silver's leading the way in ADR, which is good to see, but you've got also arguably the best sniper at this tournament left, or at least in terms of his consistency all the way throughout. He's basically a 1.3 rating in basically more or less every single game or stage or higher, right? Which is in itself is pretty wild. And then you've got Action, who has been one of the most lights out riflers this tournament too. So it is most definitely doable, right? But a lot of stars have to align. Let's take a look at what we would converse in terms of the maps. Now, we know one for sure, Mexico. That's not being played.
Yeah, Eagle Eye as well. I think you can safely ban that one away. I'm pretty sure that Vasco banned that away twice yesterday. Just not a map that they've had a lot of success on, or if they played it all that much. They like Mexico, but that's going to get banned, as you mentioned. Yeah. So probably just going to have the standard 5, right? I don't think we'll get Eagle Eye or Mexico in there. Maybe Vasco decides, okay, we've really studied Eagle Eye over one day, but it just doesn't seem very likely. The port for Vasco was excellent yesterday. They absolutely stomped Wolf. That was really quick. That was the first map as well. They won like 7 or 8 rounds from the blacklist side, and we're thinking, what is going on with this team? So that might be one where we see some focus from Vasco. Maybe they want to pull it out early again, because that's really been one they've gone to time and time again against many a team and had success.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And, you know, as Brandon was talking about, it's a pretty standard veto in terms of what is going to get banned and then what's going to get picked. It's more about the order at which stuff gets picked. Right. And I think that's where we've seen a couple of changes come through as well. Let's have a gander, okay? A lot of EP fans, of course, in the crowd, as you would expect. We've got the STJ guys as well who have made the trip out, which is cool to see. We saw Wolf Empire as well walk past us not too long ago, so we got the support here in the building.
Here.
I saw on Nights downstairs earlier, so we got the support in the building, which is great to see. But back to the veto discussion. What is the order? It's a good question. With that port, for example, that Brendan spoke about, it was so good yesterday, Vasco. Do you think, actually, should we just start with this?
I think it could be. I think it could be. I mean, when we go back and look at the last series that the two teams played, as we mentioned, that was the first match for both of these two in the playoffs. The pool was Port, Black Widow, and Kara sub-base compound in that order. So ties into that discussion we're having around the map vetoes. We're probably not going to be seeing Mexico or Eagle Eye unless someone's going to pull out a rabbit from their hat, which, you know, we sort of theorized that over a couple of the other matches in the playoffs. We didn't really get it. I suppose if you're going to do it anyway, you probably do want to do it in the grand final. Like, if you've got something that you've got hidden, now's the time to bring it out. My gut feeling is, just because of the nature of this event, the length of the event, the amount of games that all these guys have had to play, I don't think you've got anything left that is going to be hidden at this point. You're going to have to go back to what you've been doing, the tried and true. So I wouldn't be hugely surprised to see if we got actually a very, very similar order, if not exactly the same, coming out from this this series. Because, look, going into that, both teams are going to feel like this is going to be winnable if we play the exact same pool. Evolution Power because they won it, Vasco because they lost it, but only
so
just.
Close,
Even though it was a 0-3, you look at every single one of those maps and you think that was a winnable map for us if we would have just had maybe 1 or 2 more rounds go our way. Could have been a completely different series. Wasn't, obviously, but on the big stage, it might be a different discussion.
The one singular Vasco fan there, bless him. He's got a tough job here to compete in this stadium. I think it's something along the lines of 4,000 people when it fills out, and at the moment it looks absolutely packed all the way. I look around, I don't see many or any spare seats. So yeah, he's got a tough job ahead of him today, that's for damn sure. And our little birdie was telling me yesterday in the hotel that EP have been pracking harder than any team throughout the tournament and before the tournament as well. So they've been apparently averaging something along the lines of 5 to 6 scrims a day on top of their practice. So these guys have been grinding. It's obviously paid off to make it to the final, and now they've got just one more task ahead of them, right? And with this Vasco side, I do worry a little bit about whether you overdo it. Some teams do kind of like, you know, burn themselves out a little bit, but I think the blessing that EP have for them is they have the 6th man, i.e. the crowd behind them.
They have the crowd. They might even have a little bit of extra support from some of the Chinese teams here. They can just kind of reach out and say, hey, scrim with us, get us those extra scrims. You know, I'm not sure what the support system looks like for Vasco. They might have, you know, made some nice link-ups and have some practice, but it's been difficult, you know, to find those scrims as well, I've heard. And I think that's, though, what you need. If you're going into a grand final, if you're trying to get the 500 grand, as YZK was saying, he's a realistic person. He wants the money. Like, he's here. He wants to take the money and go home and change some lives, right? So he's putting in that practice. Everybody is over there. And I would say that that's really the difference when it comes to, you know, form, right? We talk about peaking at the right time. It certainly feels like Vasco is peaking at the right time, which is good for them, but also EP, they haven't really had many peaks and valleys. They've just kind of been good throughout the entire event, and I think that practice is probably why.
Yeah, exactly. One thing that I did find quite interesting as well in that little pre-video, we spoke, or they spoke to Action. He was talking about, you know, I've been here, I've been to a finals before, right? I know what it's like to play on this stage, and arguably it's got bigger. I wanted to touch on that for you. You know, both of you guys, you've been around for a while. You know, you really are reaching Unk status right now. You know what I mean? I could be the new gen, I'll be the Zoomers, you guys being the Boomers. Tell me about how CrossFire has changed, though. I mean, it's been, what, 9, 10 years for you now?
9 years. I did my first CrossFire event in 2015. Which I think the first place prize was $50,000 back then. So
we've
10x that. We've 10x that. It was I think maybe 12 teams, or maybe even. I think it was 12 teams. I was going to say maybe it's 8. I think it was 12 teams at that event. So we've obviously increased the teams, increased the prize money, increased the spectacle of it as well. Look, there was a decent number of people there, but I think it might have been around 1,000 maybe.
Sure.
It was like 1/4 of this stadium. You know, it was like one side. The rest of it was blocked off. But yeah, it's been you know, growing and growing. Obviously the stage, you know, it's way better now than it used to be. Right back then, you know, an LED floor, which look in 2015, an LED floor was like,
pretty revolutionary.
Oh my God, this is the best thing I've ever seen. But you go back and look at some of the footage from that, and you're like, man, it's come a long way since then, obviously. And people have kind of really gotten involved and gotten interested in it. And obviously, we've seen a really, really nice growth in terms of the player base and in terms of the players that are coming to play on this stage. Yeah. One person, though, that has been there since the beginning, you're talking about Unk status, you're talking about someone like Action, who's got, okay, a bit of experience from 2021. All right, mate. Let's talk about Mino, right? Mino,
Season 1.
He has been there since Season 1. He was there in Season 2. He was there in 2015 as well. He has done it all. He's been there since the beginning. And this guy, I mean, he's had such a phenomenal playoffs run. Yeah. We talk about the rise of this Evolution Power roster. I think largely a lot of that comes from him.
Yeah. Well, we got some maps to bring you. Let's bring them in. Well, like we said, we've got some maps to bring you, and all expectations, it shouldn't really be too big of a difference when they played literally just a few days ago. Eagle Eye got banned by Vasco, EP then went for the Mexico ban, and then we got our picks coming through. I don't know if anything will change, but if it was going to change, there's two arguments we made. Either Vasco won his first ban of the works, which they don't, or EP, with all these extra scrims, they might have a bit of a trick up their sleeve. But again, it feels doubtful. You don't want to risk Mexico, not against a Brazilian team. It's so popular in the region. So, Brendan, the real question is, does the pick stay the same in the same sort of order?
I personally want to see Port as soon as possible. I think Vasco have shown a tendency to go back to that map over and over. And what I saw from them against Wolf, like, Wolf weren't playing their best game, but Vasco were obviously playing beyond their own game. So I think getting started on a map like that, having first map pick as well, is very strong. And if you want to start off with momentum for Vasco, this has to be the map.
Yeah, we're pretty happy with that. EP side, what are you feeling, Jordan? Same sort of veto process for them?
Yeah, I think Black Widow is going to be the go-to for them here. It's kind of been their go-to throughout this entire playoffs. They've really been leaning in that direction. They've had good results on it. They beat Vasco. They were able to beat Wolf Empire. Both a couple of close maps in there, but I just don't know why would you change it up at this point. It doesn't really seem like you need to be. And indeed, we are going to get that Black Widow. I should mention they did actually lose to All Gamers on this map, but that's the only fault that they've had on this map in the playoffs. So no reason to change it up.
Yeah, exactly that. Keep things basically on the same level. I mean, in general as well, for EP, they've kind of barely dropped that many maps as a whole, right? They dropped one to Ubek right in the first game of the tournament, and we were like, it's gone on here. Then, of course, they were able to get back in towards that one, but for the most part, they've looked pretty clean all the way throughout. So, of course, Port and Black Widow get these first 2 picks coming in, and if we're being completely honest, they just should be traded one apiece, right? If everything kind of goes to how things are on paper. Then we've got this map number 3 coming in. Here's where maybe you could see a change, but I think you're right. I think Ankara, both teams like it as well. It's a decent map 3, played so often for them. That feels like where it should lean. We don't really get a surprise there, so nothing shocking us at the moment.
Yeah, it's not a big surprise. I think, you know, Chinese teams in general are pretty good on Ankara, so if they really wanted to shy away from that and try to play against their opponent, maybe, but as you guys were mentioning, Vasco do love this map as well, so Ankara, probably sub-base, get compound last.
Yep.
Seems like a very standard ban pick. I mean, we're not really pulling any punches here. We're not doing anything crazy.
There we go.
It's the same, right? And I think that makes a lot of sense.
Well, let's propose this question then. Do you think the result's going to be the same? Do you think that Vasco are going to allow this to be a 3-0? Do you think it's got a bit more life in it now that it's a grand final?
I think we'll probably find out from Port. You know,
right.
like if they come out and they're like, this is our best map, we want to really put it to you guys right from the get-go, and they get like flattened, then I think it might just be a quick 3-0.
Sure.
But that's, you know, they never got flattened against CP. And they've had some momentum, right? So I would expect this to go a little bit back and forth. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Vasco do win Port, and then we get a little bit of back and forth. You were talking about the 1-1 with, you know, a Black Widow going the way of EP. I think that's probably the most likely result. From there, you know, Ankara, both teams are great on it. I think that's going to be the real decider in this best of 5.
How you feeling? I'm feeling good. Did you just see that lady in the crowd? She had a megaphone.
Yeah.
Someone's brought a megaphone.
I respect it.
Look, I guess as far as the veto's concerned, the map pool, yeah, like I'm feeling very thank you. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing really to say about this one. I think it's pretty much in line with expectations. We were very much leaning in that direction to begin with before we even saw the vetoes. There's the megaphone. It's getting the crowd riled up, which is great to see. Obviously, it's going to be a pretty good atmosphere when we get into this first map of Port, but I do think, like you say, Port is going to be a really, really big deciding factor for Vasco.
Yes.
How they start this series. If they do go down once again early on in the piece, you know, it's going to be a real uphill battle for them. So I think it's critical, actually, for Vasco to grab this Port. As to whether or not the result is going to end up being the same, are we going to get a 3-0? I think it's actually really hard to say yes to. I do think Vasco's a good enough team to take a map or even 2 here off of Evolution Power. Results-wise, I still think Evolution Power is my favorite. I still predict them to win now, especially after we haven't seen the map pool, but I don't think it's going to be 3-0. I think it's hard to say that that's going to be the case, given how close all the maps were in that opening game between these 2 teams, and that Vasco have continued to look better and better as these playoffs have gone on.
There we go. We've got some stats for you, of course, for Port. And, I mean, you know, they both play a decent amount. We've kind of learned, though, for the most part, not to really look too deep in towards these stats. Especially because when you look domestically, there's quite a disparity between the top teams and the bottom teams. But it is still going to be quite interesting. These are a bit of some new stats to bring. We've got ADR, first kill, and trade kill coming forward for both sides. ADR, no surprise to see silver. He's top of the entire tournament so far. First kills for Action. That also makes a lot of sense. Got XQ on the other side and trades VNC and Zay, you know, supporting riflers. So nothing really kind of standing out in terms of differences. But I think when we look at a player like XQ, we put a lot of faith in him to kind of bring Evolution Power up to that sort of standard. But the beauty with MG, as much as he's been an incredible player, highest KD at this tournament so far, he's actually not even arguably the main point of Firepower. I think Action really dictates a lot of the pace and tempo of rounds.
It's really the riflers, actually, this tournament, especially that best of 5 against Wolf. It was, you know, Silva going 10-0 on Port, and then, you know, Fefe with some incredible sprays that were like, how does he have this good of spray control? It looks like he's the main carry on this roster, and we're like, okay, it's definitely Fefe. And then it was VNC, and he had like 2 insane 1v3, 1v4 clutches with the AK where he's just tapping on heads back and forth. It really just comes down to which rifler is going to do it on which different time, and then MG's just your anchor. He's going to sit there like a turret. He's almost always going to hit his shot. Extremely reliable. It's a great recipe for success for them.
Yeah, it's the beauty of it as well. You know, for MG, he's unlike other Cypher players, he's not as actually kind of active, right? We look at kind of even his counterparts from his region, Dokkan, right? Incredibly proactive. Eagles, same for him. Really take kind of the game by the scruff of the neck, and MG's happy to sit back, and he still puts up incredible numbers, still puts up very good ratings and is still incredibly important to this team. So I think EP have got to find a way to kind of break him down. But on the flip side, same for the likes of Vasco, right? I mean, XQQ is no joke. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? I think MG is the quintessential closer when it comes to the Orm role, when he's in that sniping position. He's very rarely going to be the guy on the front foot, even BL side, GR side, doesn't really matter. He's like that second or third man in. That's a conversation, though, for a little bit later on, as it's time for us to get underway with this grand final. Here it is, the CFS 2024 Grand Final. Alrighty. Welcome one and all to the finals of the CFS 2024. We have had an incredible tournament to get to this point. And, well, 5 more maps to basically decide how this one's going to go. It's a quick fight, early doors, VNC, first to 4, as XQQ goes for more. Zay all getting involved, and it's a massacre to kickstart things. What a start for EP. Yep. Barely got my sentence out and the round is done. Vasco tried to go quick and they got chewed up. Yeah, Vasco really trying to dictate things to start off this grand final. They want to say to Evolution Power, we are in charge.
There's an ace.
Oh, why's he got all of them? And it doesn't work out that way. It does not work out that way for Vasco. They are neutered somewhat, and that's the perfect start for Evolution Power. It's the start that the fans here would have wanted to have seen. Your secondary Orm player's just got an ace to start off the game.
Just casually, you know.
What a way to start.
Lining him up, knocking him down. I really like how they handled that, actually. Expecting aggression very early on. Everybody was really getting into the mix there from EP, even though YZK got all the kills. So, you know, they had a setup in B main, expecting the aggression. They shut it down easily. And so Vasco got to think twice. I think Vasco got away with a lot against Wolf, right? Yeah. They were extremely aggressive in every first round, almost too obviously. And even like multiple rounds in a row, they were kind of just running over Wolf. EP is not that team. You're not just going to run over this team. Like Wolf in the past wouldn't be that team either, but I think they just kind of had a weak finish to this tournament. But at this point in time, you really got to pick and choose your battles. Like, these guys are the next level. They actually have to be really careful, I think, for Vasco not to slip into yesterday's game. Wolf Empire were terrible. They were mentally checked out. Yeah. This is a side who went in towards that game and lost before it even started, the way it was played. And Vasco, because it was so easy, you need to make sure that you don't kind of fall into those tendencies of being like, we're just better. Because you can't think like that in a game like this. No, definitely not. Vasco with 1 minute left on this clock now. Are going to have to make their move for round 2. Haven't really been up to much. They haven't really pushed anywhere. YH is very, very isolated, though, on that A side at the moment. And if Vasco do decide to go in that direction, he's easily going to be a dead man. Should be traded down every day of the week. It looks like it's going to be a mid to A split coming through here from Vasco. XQQ this time will be the one that's going to be challenged. And the first shot goes whiffing by a couple of players' heads. Second as well. This will be Vasco starting to make their inroads. Quick couple of trades do come back on through. YH, the last man standing. That isolated player over towards A now needs to get it done alone. YH going quick here. He might even want to isolate a fight, and he will. 1 versus 2 is on the cards here. YH walking round those stairs, but just doesn't expect Silver on that timing. Pretty close, but it's Vasco who quite literally had the skin of their teeth see that one over. Here's his ace once again. He had a lot of support, but he was given too many fights. That's a ridiculous ace. When you look at it from his POV, that is absolute perfection. There were just so many guys over there that he was just sniping. He did take a bunch of damage, and they were trying to take him down, but he was not missing. And he got a lot of support very quickly. So shout out to him to be able to line that one up, especially the 5th cold shot. That last round, though, Vasco kind of getting mid for free and A for free, I feel like. You know, they pushed in. They relied heavily on XQQ to actually hit a couple of those first shots. He didn't hit anything. He missed his first. Got surprised in the smoke by Silva for his second. Missed the flick. And so he was down before he could do anything, and then there was only YH, who did do a lot of damage and actually did take a bunch of them down, but he was pretty much all alone. So Vasco got in, they got the plant down, and Fefe and I believe Silva was able to finish that one off. But yeah, still a nice response here from Vasco, just getting in onto the site quickly. Well, I say quickly. Well, once they finally pulled the trigger after waiting for, you know, 1 minute and 45 seconds. But they got in. They got in quickly. They didn't take too many casualties, and they pick up a round.
Once again, slow approach from Vasco after what happened in the first round. They're not going to go quickly anymore, I feel. This time, having a look in the direction of the B site instead. A hasn't really been a problem for them, so if they can crack this B site, then it's going to be a real problem for Evolution Power. They will be struggling on both sides of the map. Mino, early preempt of the push from Vasco, gets the information across for Evolution Power, and the shot's in from Zay! Once again, he's just shut down.
That is so crisp from Zay. They're peeking out one by one. The spacing is abysmal. The trading is so poor, and Zay punishes them. 4 kills back to back, 1 taps all the way. So well played from him. And Vasco are starting to replicate a lot of those mistakes that cost them the first time these two sides played. Overconfidence, lack of spacing. And well, EP haven't changed their tune at all. This has been a dominant playoffs, and it's looking like it might not change anytime soon.
Yeah, they're not going to miss their shots. Very much in the way that Vasco's riflers stepped up yesterday. EP have those riflers. You know, it can be YH, it can be, you got a push actually here from Vasco, though, in the B main. Didn't have any sound on that one, kind of caught me off guard. Mino now trying to take some pot shots, but Fefe now down the middle. He's getting a lot done. Mino this time, though, is just kind of being pushed in, and Fefe is coming on over, doing a number to him. He's going to communicate to his teammates. That's an easy cleanup here for the side of EP. And YZK and YH are way too low to finish this one off, I think.
Yeah. Although though they've got the C4, but it's 1.5 minutes still. This is not really too problematic for Vasco. YH would have to come up with the absolute goods to win this round. I mean, he's so low.
His barrel might poke out there as well.
You're right. He could Pinocchio himself, so we'll have to see what happens here.
Should stop lying. Naughty boy.
Yeah. But, you know, if there ever was a way that a 4v2 was going to be winnable, this kind of would be it for Evolution Power. You've got a round that's very unorthodox in a sense. You don't fight in this area of the map often at all. So some cheeky angles maybe from Evolution Power could net them something here.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
There's a large flank coming through, and he's seen off in the end. I think his barrel would have been spotted out there. So, in the end, done and dusted in that one for Vasco. There wasn't too much of a problem, especially when the kills start to fall into place. It pretty comfortably saw things over the line. This is back when Zay was just tapping away. It was beautiful work. But again, like we said, spacing and trading, very, very poor there.
They're just lining up. They're like, all right, it's my turn. You're dead? Okay, it's my turn. Fefe's already in behind them. They have no idea. He just walked up the middle of the map. They're just coming out. Zay! Excellent. Just going to turn left and tap on the head. And just like that, Fefe's gambit is shut down.
Yeah, Zay just does not seem to be able to put a foot wrong at the moment. That's really shut the round down, though, for Vasco, hasn't it? It looked like it was going to be a belter. All of a sudden, they have to pause up. Wait that timer down a little bit, see if they can explore in through middle. Ooh, that's a good kill. VNC grabbing YH. Mino, of course, here, still watching the B side.
Yeah. This is a real test of Fefe's mid-rounding, actually. You know, he's had a plan where a lot of it feels like it's down to him, right? And the fact that he dies really early on, and he doesn't actually gain a lot of information either, right? Because he may have spotted both, but there's no way he'll know about this movement. MG gonna get caught. That's a really good swing from Mino. It's incredibly aggressive. If he dies, that leaves the B site barren and open, but he pushes and he continues to push. They've got to know they're going A. Mino's not spinning on anybody, and he continues to wrap. Still not a single soul in his sights. YZK now, of course, starting to get a little bit testy. He knows they're coming his way sooner rather than later. Flashbang round that corner will slow them down for a brief moment, but in they come. Nice find, and another as well as YZK looks for it. It's 3 different people who all step up to the plate and all get a piece of the pie. Great round from EP.
Yeah, I mean, it really just comes down to Fefe going down early, and Zay just, I don't even know how he realized. Maybe Fefe made a little bit of noise. I mean, we couldn't really tell at the point, at that point. And then Minnow obviously peeking into MG and winning is kind of insane. So a couple of 1v1s that went heavily in favor of VP, and that led to an easy cleanup, especially on port when you're playing GR. You get that much of an advantage, should be an easy cleanup. And now just once again trying to hold on to B main here with less people. They've got kind of a stack in B main, a stack towards A. There's actually nobody in mid. They've got ZYK on top of A watching the backside of mid and their spawn. So if a push came in through there, they'd be okay. But if a bridge push came in straight into B, that could be dangerous. We'll see if Vasco can find it.
Yeah, Vasco have actually looked quite scrappy. In the rounds that they've won, they're sort of really down to overplaying their cards. I think EP more than really Vasco doing anything specifically great here. And then the rounds they've lost have actually been really uncomfortable. So it's never a good sign. You're not winning rounds that are replicable, and then you're not, when you're losing rounds, they're not exactly like they're close.
Yeah, 0-5 as well for MG at the moment. Obviously, he's been a pivotal player for Vasco for a very long time, particularly at this event. And so far, being unable to find Evolution Power any of those opening kills with the Orm.
So gets out. It's a very smart decision. You might not know it, but I think maybe there was a Spidey sense tingling saying, don't peek that.
3-2 though. I mean, it hasn't exactly been terrible for Vasco just in terms of the raw scoreline.
What do you think, for you, what kind of BL rounds are you looking for Vasco?
I'm looking for 3. I think 3 is manageable if you can get that. 4 would be a pretty good first half as far as I'm concerned. I think 6-3 is kind of the par for this map. If you go 7-2, that's an Evolution Power-sided map.
Yeah, I think that's generally fair. It's funny, though, at this tournament, it's been kind of a 50-50 map. I was taking a look at the stats, and I think it's just because Vasco got so many blacklist rounds on this map so far.
They've thrown the stats out the window, basically. Ooh. Oh, speaking of XQQ, he needs to be a little bit careful. Pop flashed off, and he'll tuck his head. He wants to peek, though. He actually wants to fight up close. The only issue is they're now below him, and his supporting elements are starting to drop. What? Oh, he drops down, and he will be able to at least make something out of this round, but YZK had no chance, unfortunately. None of that 1 versus 3. The push through the smoke from Bridge, not a fan of.
Yeah, I think he just felt XQQ's pressure and wanted to help him out as much as he could. XQQ missing that opening shot. That's the biggest thing about that A-side hold. If you're the sniper there and you miss that first shot, that is what allows the players to cross and get close to you, at which point they have the advantage. You don't. You're using a long-range weapon. So really have to be making sure that you're hitting that first shot with the Orm. Otherwise, things fall apart like that.
Very true.
Things definitely fell apart. I mean, 3-3 so far is excellent for Vasco. They've already, done the Jordan quota, essentially, which is 3 rounds, and that should be fine from here. But they definitely want more. You see Fefe very vigorously talking to his teammates and just really trying to hammer through some of the lineups. It looked like he was mimicking throwing a smoke or a frag or something. So
they're quite like emotive physically when even in game as well. You see it quite a few times. They actually take their hands off the mouse and keyboard and they're really trying to get their point across.
Sometimes you just need that little bit of extra. And YH pretty close here.
Ooh, he's played this already, but I don't think that Vasco have really seen it yet.
He can hear them.
Remember last time that he played this position, they actually went mid to A?
Somebody messed up their lineup there. Their nade lineups were not
off.
Yeah, he only took 15 damage from 2 nades, so, and he didn't really move. At the end of the day, he's just going to say, well, if they're going to try to peek me again with that weird boost in connector, I'll be ready for it. And he's totally fine, especially because YH is here. You talked about solo snipers who struggle up there. And so, for some reason, Vasco have gotten this read, and they are looking to push into B. There's only 2 people on the back of the site for now.
Mino, what can he do to try and stop anyone and get on out? He actually takes a bit of a fight, but he'll re-aggress as well. Actually ends up being a really good call because there's no support. So when Vasco make a bit of a move, they actually pull continuously back. It looks like they want to double pump the execute. Fefe, first to fall, and a second behind it as well as Zay starts to jump up and support. MG also under a lot of trouble. It takes a hell of a lot of damage, and they're peeking out 1 by 1 again. And of course, it's not working. It failed the first time, and it's going to fail every time.
Yeah, there's a good bit of counter util in that round from Evolution Power. As soon as that hit comes through for Vasco, throwing himself a flash.
C4.
C4 dropped, so round's probably over here. VNC, 5 seconds left to go. Nothing he can do, but that flash is what allows Mino to make that re-aggression.
Yeah.
He's actually gotten smoked off, tossed the flash in as Vasco are trying to hit out the warehouse, pushes back in off the back of his own flash, spots that there's really not a whole lot going on there, and then he retakes control of that site quite comfortably. So really, really nicely done from Evolution Power. Clean round, but they're going to need to clean out the rest of this half. Again, to hit that Jordan quota, they need to hit 6. Vasco are doing enough at the moment as far as I'm concerned.
Even though it's like uncomfortable, right? It's
Right,
still
it
like
doesn't matter.
They're just bundling across the line, and that's maybe all that matters. Fair, good start, a quick start. Speaking of quick, Action wants to continue to test over towards this B site. He's out. Smoker and Adel go down. Mino under pressure. Another flash comes over. A lot of frags starts to fall into place, and Mino, I think, in a lot of trouble, honestly. If Action jumped up, he would have been in trouble. That's a hefty amount of nade damage dealt, but still, YCK onto his back, and a missed shot as it whisks by, and it costs him his life, and it costs him that round. Vasco exceed the Jordan quota, and now they're probably feeling pretty happy.
I like that from Vasco. Saw a couple of times in this playoffs run where they would take some space on the B side of Port and not actually push with it. You remember that classic Action round where he lurked out warehouse, and it felt like this was the perfect time for Vasco to go, and they hesitated. Well, they're not hesitating now, and it's working out for them. 4 rounds, maybe even 5 on the blacklist side of Port. If they get 5, I think they win the map.
Wow. Big
Probably.
statement.
I mean, they're doing quite well, and they don't even really have MG, right? Like,
They're not really rolling. Like, they're not really rolling. This is not the best of Vasco, and still they've got 4 already.
Yeah, Evolution Power started off great, but last couple of rounds, there have been iffy moments as well where there's just like holes in the defense, and Action, he's just able to kind of run in there by himself. And the follow-up, as you mentioned, was there. So if one player can take over the entire site and wait for his team to come in and win the round for your team, you're feeling pretty happy. That's not normal on Port to make that happen on Blacklist.
Oh, you guys all right. I think at the moment, EP needs to be very careful. This 5th, this final round of the half is of the utmost importance, and YH going to play here again. He wasn't spotted that previous round, however. They're going to go for a bit of a boost. It's only an information play. You can't shoot from up there. However, XQQ knows that they like to do it, so he's keeping an eye out for it. He comes over again, misses. It was over towards that top stairs angle. He wasn't playing there anymore. He's just playing traditionally towards site, and all of this is just information carrying. The C4 never left the spawn.
Well, XQQ is going to spot Silver out at the bottom of long. Send him a little bit of a welcome message. Push him away. Does look like Vasco are still lurking in the direction of A. They want to go there. Nice nade. Evolution Power have a pretty good understanding of what Vasco are up to at the moment.
The question is, do Vasco understand what they're trying to do here? This feels a little bit discombobulated. You know, I like my mid-rounding, don't get me wrong, but this feels a little bit too mid-roundy. VNC can be sent up into the gauntlet here, and this is not an easy fight for him to be taken, but he passes the first test with flying colors. There might be more behind it. Traded out by the but a second behind it will give them a chance. 3 versus 3.
Mino.
YCK gets caught, and Mino is caught between 2 different angles. He's focusing the wrong way, and Fefe is leading by example.
14 seconds. It's winnable for Mino right here. If he survives, he gets another one.
He might just do it.
It's so winnable for Mino. He's come up huge in this round for Evolution Power.
Just
escapes into B. All he has to do is survive. He's won the round.
Ring around the roses has won the round. Mino tucks his head, and a 5th on the board for EP in one of the most dramatic fashions. And Vasco gotta be absolutely reeling to lose a round like that.
The reason that happens is there's a huge stack on that side of the map for Evolution Power. As Vasco make their entry in through mid, they kill one of the players on the left side. They know typically there's only one player there. They don't expect Mino. So he lurks, he sits tight, he finds the kill at the critical time, drops the C4 twice, and then escapes with his life. Huge play, cheeky little setup for Evolution Power. It gets them the 5th, and it keeps them in this discussion.
Yeah, I mean, this map is still anyone's map from here, but it is such a crucial round for Mino. Once again, showing up huge. As we are going to have a timeout here in a bit. We'll see if that is a real timeout or a tech timeout, just based on, you know, the timing of this. Kind of weird to do it right at the start of the second half. Anyway, we'll find out about that in a moment.
Do you reckon EP maybe?
I just think it's a tech timeout,
You reckon?
probably.
That's even worse. We're going to play this round out, and somebody may have an issue.
It's the way it goes sometimes. Nobody in connector here. Fefe playing kind of a weird spot. XQQ gonna line one up through main. It looks like Action wanted to peek out and click on some heads. Instead, he finds himself face to face with the sniper. XQQ even said in that intro video, he's like, you know, Action, you're pretty good, but yeah, you wait until you play into me. And we got to see that right there on the 1v1.
You know what we're going to see, though, again, is Fefe. He's been so good from this box position. Very good for the multi-frags. Normally, it's a bit of a one and done. This time, it's a none and done. Oh, domination from Evolution Power in the first round on the Blacklist side. So that scoreline's going to break out once again.
Fefe
2 rounds to the lead.
Let's go for it. Fefe timeout. He'll tuck his head, and now they get to converse. And the good thing about where we're standing here in our casters is that we get to look at the player cams for Vasco, and it's actually quite interesting to decipher sort of what's going on and what the vibes are. Fefe was talking pretty quickly. Action got involved as well, and Silver's also getting a word in too, but EP, of course, got their fans here in the arena, and they're making their presence known. Pretty cool place at the Canal Sports Park.
Yeah.
Has to be said, and pretty beautiful area as well. Little running track outside, lovely little pond, and all the rest. They'll go down with a 4. A couple die there with the bomb at the end, but we do have this pause, and it is a Vasco pause, so we get a Fefe timeout into a Vasco timeout.
It is very interesting. I know you guys were questioning it. Start of the half. I mean, I'm kind of on board. I don't really understand why do you need to have a tag timeout after the half that was called even before that round. Like, if it was called after the round had played out, maybe. But they called that like basically right at the start of the half before they'd even played a single round.
They had unlocked the future. They knew they were about to get rolled. And rolled they did. I mean, Evolution Power, they started off great on GR. This is a great first round. The way it plays out is Action gets caught, and then you have a really strong 5-man push onto the A site that basically just they did not see coming. Also, I love how they checked that box where Fefe is. Vasco were getting so much value out of that angle. Like, you have to at least check it or even spam it if you've got M4s, which you should, if you are running into the A site or just on this map in general. So, yeah, I feel like Evolution Power coming prepared. They have a fantastic first rounds here on the half. And we have this confusing timeout from Vasco, which means they're just not going to have another one for the rest of the map.
Hard to hear yourself talking here at the moment, isn't it?
I love it. This is what it is all about. I mean, this is brilliant. Of course, go back to one of the previous rounds as we conclude this timeout. And like you mentioned, Vasco had unlocked the future. They knew this first round was going to go well, but doesn't mean this is anywhere near over. It's a 2-round buffer for EP, but it was a very good BL start for them. That round was a bit of a joy to watch. Super clean, super concise, and if we can see maybe a little bit of consistency out from them, Vasco on their map pick, on their strong pick, could be in trouble.
Yeah, again, every single map we've seen between these two teams in the playoffs was overtime or 10-8. And you have to imagine what suffering another loss like that would mean for Vasco. Is that the crushing mental blow that they're not going to be able to come back from in this grand final? Because honestly, that's kind of the direction I feel like we're headed in right here. I think Evolution Power might just be able to sort of limp this one over the line to an overtime or maybe a close win. But that'll still be a win. That'll still be 1-0.
Yeah. I am curious how Vasco will react if they go down in overtime again. You know, it's like they're cursed against this team or something.
Yeah.
But we're not there yet. Might even just be EP running over them from here if their Blacklist side continues to look that clean. Setting up again in connector. It's all 5 members trying to push in. We've already got XQQs just entering with a sniper, looking for the kill, but MG going to take him down. Just trying to peek into them without any kind of utility. And this can be so dangerous. Finally, Zay's going to pick up one. We do have them trying to attack the top of the A site. Minnow going to pick up one as well. Gives them a decent chance here, but got a guy flanking as well. Silva coming in from behind.
They can get a plan, and if Zay can win his duel right here, it's on! Oh! If he could have lined up too, it really would have been on. Now Minnow, though, tagged down. He's spotted. It's done. Vasco win the round. I think that's a really, really poor round from Evolution Power.
Round.
They are basically relying on Vasco missing shots. Like, that's, the strategy is, we're going to go long, And if MG misses his shots, we'll be able to win.
It's we're better than you.
Mate, you're it's not even we're better than you. It's like you're just bad. That's literally, it's like, are you bad? No? Okay, we lose.
Yeah. That's something that I can understand if they did against like a group stage team who are maybe a little worse for wear, right? Or, you know, a newer team who are debuting here. But to do it against in a grand final and be like, okay, our call here in the mid to late round is let's hope they're bad at this game is wild.
Let us hope that they miss a few shots.
Yeah,
like,
and no flash, no smokes, not even like a HE try and bait out a fight or tag someone up a little bit. And, you know, he struggled to get involved in this game, and you've potentially even just warmed him up a little bit with a couple of shots. He will take those all day. He was before that point 1-8, so he'll take it every day of the week. Very interesting call. Probably the worst round I've actually seen so far in this finals as well in terms of the structure of it. But some nice shots from Vasco, fair play. Credit where it's due.
Yeah, I mean, if that is the depth of the Evolution Power strat book, then
it's worrying.
It's not going to look pretty on this blacklist side. But I have to imagine they've got a little bit more. Maybe that really was just a bit of a test. See if we can get away with something easy. Okay, now we can't. We'll dig a bit deeper.
It was relatively risk-averse as well in terms of the rounds. First shot, brilliant for VNC for 2. Can he get 3? It's so tantalizingly close, but the answer is no. But Feifei swings and Feifei fights. C4 falls, the trade will come through. 2 versus 3 and they bounce round, and Feifei wants to seal the deal. 1 versus 2, and YZK is limping in this one. He can't even get the bomb.
Yeah, but he's escaped. He's out. He could be anywhere. MG has heard him. Not sure. Not sure about that one. Either way, timeout coming through now. So both teams having had their timeout called early in the second half. Bit of a chance to chat now for Evolution Power. What's the go? It's 6-6. If you take the nameplates off, Evolution Power should lose the map from here. They are on the BL side.
Yeah, and I mean, in this timeout, Minnow not really saying a whole lot. Maybe the coach getting into it with the team. But yeah, I wouldn't have even minded a timeout after the previous round. And you can see the coach getting into it now.
Has to be mentioned as well, with how badly those previous 2 rounds have just gone as well, for EP, with how flustered they're looking, it's a good pause in the sense of I actually just think they need to calm down. EP do their best work when they play things a little bit slower. They try and meticulously get map control, but you just don't want to pug up against Vasco. It sort of breeds into their style a little bit, this super puggy style. Wow.
I think that's the caster.
The Chinese casters, yeah, he's riling them up. Do you know what? Fair play. I'm sure if this was in Brazil, I'm sure that the Brazilian and Portuguese casters would be saying exactly the same sort of thing. So, fair play. We need to get one in the West, and I can say 3BL and get the people going.
Maybe an invitational in Egypt.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. I remember they did have one at one point a couple of years ago.
Okay. Did you go?
No.
Nah.
But there was one. You know, we got one in Vietnam, obviously. I think, yeah, it's only fair. Maybe one in the Philippines.
Yeah, Manila.
Yeah, Manila.
I'd go to Manila.
I'd go Manila.
I'd go Manila.
I've heard good things.
Yeah.
I've heard good things.
I'd go Manila, Vietnam, Egypt, and then we can have the grand finals in China. That seems fair. Everyone gets a turn.
Just turn up to Sneaky's gaff.
Yeah, Sneaky would show us a good time.
Well,
this is
Fairface hoping for a good time. He's really hoping for a good time. And he'll get the first. He actually gets 2 for his troubles, which, honestly, I think he's pretty happy with. Flashlands smack bang in the middle of MG's face. He's under a bit of pressure now as well, but they're not actually fully committed to that A hit. And that could even potentially cost them XQQ's 1 point of HP.
They kind of look lost. I don't know what's happening. They're like, where do we go? I don't know where to go. And they're just getting rolled over in mid. This looks a little bit more like Vasco versus Wolf than Vasco versus EP in the beginning of the map. So EP's timeout, seemingly doing not much. Nice setup there from the side of Fefe. He now has 16 kills in the 13 rounds. I mean, he was doing a great job yesterday with the sprays. Obviously, he's feeling very confident, but he's also leading the team right now in more ways than one. And so that's got to feel pretty good. Round's not over. EP looking to try to push into B at this point in time. Will be a 2-on-1 just because we got both VNC and Silva on the A site.
MG, what have you got? Not an easy fight, but you kind of back MG in the sense that he's ducking his head with that orb, but he will actually have to get out of there. And I think the right way to play this is to retake. Just retake as a 3.
It is, but also you're now given that plan over to Evolution Power. And we know Mino and YZK are the type of guys that can double down, grab a couple of quick kills, and all of a sudden it might be a 2v1 on that retake. So this is a very winnable round for Evolution Power, where it otherwise probably shouldn't have been based on that start. Vasco, as they do tend to, we're going to wait that timer down on the retake, but that has me concerned. Time of the essence now for Vasco as they move their way forward, and that's what I'm talking about. One clean from Mino, leaves it on to YZK, and a big clutch again for Evolution Power, keeps them in front.
That's it. That's what we love to see. And that is a gut punch to Vasco, who thought like we all thought they'd a freebie round. We were saying, what are EP doing?
Yeah.
We don't question the Kings, Valdez. I think we've learned our lesson.
I mean, you know, at least they were able to trade back some in the middle of the map and make it 2v3, and then they had that very nice entry forcing MG out. And by very nice entry, I mean just, you know, just slowly walking in and forcing him by trying to click on hits. XQQ, he's going to get another pick. That's, I think, his second time on this map, on this side already, that he's getting early picks. And that's going to take down, I think it's Fefe. Yeah, Fefe's gone. So their main fragger. And now a fast push, but Vasco is stacked over here. They're ready for it. VNC, he holds the spray. He picks up 2. Silva here as well. Going to try his best. Only gets the 1. That makes this into a 2-on-2.
Bombs go forward here as well, actually. So they've got a, not the easiest of recovery missions because it's in the open. It looks like they're going to go back towards mid. They're struggling to get up there. They eventually will, but the good thing is they've got time. The bad thing is just that that bomb is in a really lackluster spot, and MG knows, he knows, but he gets caught, and it leaves it all down now to one man. Action's got to get active. He's struggled in this map. He's not really done a hell of a lot. Now is his time to shine. The 1 versus 2. Bomb still needs to be recovered, but they've really got a chance now.
Yeah, Evolution Power are going to take it a little bit slower here. They know that they've got time. They know that if they just wait, maybe Action starts to get a little bit nervous, move around a little bit. He's not. He's sitting behind that box. C4's going to be picked up here by XQQ, or he is lined up on the angle.
Oh, yeah, they know. They know. They're going to get him. Oh, they knew. They knew all too well. It was basically like, it's the last possible spot. Near enough to that C4 that we haven't seen a fight from.
Yep. But
too close for comfort, though.
Two big clutches in a row, though, for Evolution Power. It might just be the mental crack now for Vasco.
Agreed. Making things hard for themselves. That is for damn sure.
Yeah, I mean, this was a close map, and then a couple of back-breaking Blacklist rounds, and all of a sudden, it feels like EP might run away with it. Now, it's still Port. It should be Vasco's comfortable map. They still picked it. If they kind of gather themselves, they don't have a timeout to do it, but if they gather themselves and they say, we're still GR side, you get 3 rounds for the 1 of EP, maybe you force an overtime. Obviously, the way it's looking right now, EP are dominating based on the last couple of rounds, but it wasn't looking like that a couple of rounds before that, so let's see if Vasco have more in the tank or if we're just going to have EP pick up the first map.
Has to be mentioned with Vasco as well, they're missing 2 key stars, both Action and MG 4 and 10 right now.
I don't think it's just 2 key stars. I think it's literally everyone except Fefe. Fefe is top fragging right now for Vasco. That is not the way you want that scoreboard to be looking.
No, not at all, not at all. And it's showing, it's showing. Some of these fights are uncomfortable, but it's just the ideas that are coming through, and not even so much the cause necessary, but just the feeling of this team is so on edge right now. From a side who, you know, when they snowballed against Wolf Empire, it was one of the most dominant displays we've seen all tournament. And then we flip the script, we get under a little bit of pressure, and it feels like there's this mental block that they just cannot seem to overcome. Under a minute now, and EP look to head towards B. It's going to be Action over there. Flash will come over. I think he may have even spotted a pixel there, but it doesn't really do a lot, so they're going to now pounce out on towards the side. Action. One tap, we called his name, and, well, a hero shall arise. The question is, can he get any more? The answer's very quickly, no, but trades will still go in Vasco's favor. A 3 versus 4 now, and they actually, rather than committing to the plan, they commit to the fight, and that'll cost them HP. X2Q, YTK both taking damage.
I don't know if I like this, though, from Vasco. I think these numbers disadvantage situations have actually looked okay for Evolution Power. They're going to try and do something cheeky. They're going to double up, and look at it. It's working out perfectly. Evolution Power might be on for yet another clutch. It's 2v1. VNC. Does he even know?
He doesn't know.
XQQ round the corner, takes some damage. Info given. Mino doesn't swing with XQQ, but the punish, it's not there. VNC, he's got no time. Man, you've got to go. And XQQ hits the shot. It's 9 for Evolution Power.
Wow. Again, Vasco. How many round man advantage situations have we seen them in that they've lost now as well? It's beyond the point of heartbreak. It's just questions. What is going wrong for this side? How do they keep...
They can't win a late round. I think in that situation, if you're Vasco now, you're recognizing how this is going. You kind of just have to say, we need to retake this side like straight away. We've got to go through this smoke. Because
the reason why is the 2 late round players are both doing absolutely nothing as well. You got your main late round kind of activator out of MG, who's yet to really even step up in towards this game. And Action as well, who's the guy who kickstarts these retakes, is also barely showing up to the play as well. So this is a horrible spot they're in, and we're on the brink of talking about them dropping portable maps.
It's not a confident play.
Yeah, you remember Port yesterday picked into Wolf first. Vasco very confident on this map, but you know you got to start on Blacklist side. And it made sense because they were coming off of a 3-0 from the anti-social win. They were able to really roll a lot of rounds against Wolf, who were just very down on themselves at that point. EP are not that team, and EP proved that, okay, you can have a good start to the map, that's fine, but we're going to come in and we're going to show you that we're a much better team than what you've played against so far. I think that's very obvious. You know, in terms of consistency, we talked about how Vasco were very consistent yesterday. Not consistent today. It's a new day. Silva going to rise to the challenge. Fefe out here on long. They have no idea.
Yeah, he's just said, screw it. I mean, we're going to lose this map. Might as well do something. And Mino will be an easy kill here for Fefe. More so than just that, he gets 2. It should win the round for Vasco, but they need plenty more where that's come from.
All right, well, Zay and YH, best of luck in this sort of a situation. 2 versus 4. I don't know what they've really got in the locker for this one, if I'm being honest.
I mean, they won a 2v3.
Yeah, it's very true.
Blacklist. It's obviously going to be more difficult here, but
he's been successful, so why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's see if that anecdote continues. Action spotted out, but fortunately not too much done. VNC does well on the cross. YH, no chance in hell. And it's a very good round for Vasco. However, if this is them coming alive, is it too little too late?
Yeah, you remember Antisocial versus Vasco, game 1. Goken had 10 first kills. And we were like, if he had a team behind him, imagine what could be possible. Now, I feel kind of similar for Fefe. This is still a very close map, but he's the only one doing anything. And he has great ADR, a whole boatload of kills. He's having a great map. But I do wonder for, you know, I worry for his mental as this comes along if he's the only one doing anything and he's the IGL and nobody's really able to back him up. It doesn't feel good for the rest of the series unless, you know, somebody immediately is able to step up and make the difference, because EP are just rolling as a 5 right now.
I'll give VNC his credit, though. He's not doing too bad. Just behind him, but the only unfortunate thing is that, again, VNC in the roles that he plays as a bit more of a supporting element, again, he's not as much in the thick of it. So it's a less impactful role than what we see out of players like Action and MG. I mean, MG's got something like 26 ADR so far. This is not good.
That ain't it. That ain't it out of your star players. Not over yet, though. 9-7. Vasco on their own map pick. They've got to find a way to lift. They can push this into OT. It's still going to be winnable. Another probe towards the B side of the map for Evolution Power.
Trying to push in a main. At this point, there is one flash thrown forward, but that's probably not going to deter them, maybe for a couple seconds. They still have a minute here. XQQ trying to push up through mid potentially by himself, and the entry is good. YH gets in. takes down VNC already. And now Action has to go huge, but it's not happening. XQQ got that kill already. As you see, Action is going to go down as well. This plant will happen. And EP are looking to win this map.
I think they might. I think they might. Fefe, all that's left. Down he falls. Map 1. Vasco's pick goes the way of EP. Well, to call that an underperformance from Vasco would be an understatement, if we're being completely blank here. It was not their map, not the port that they wanted, and not the port that we saw yesterday, most importantly. Worrying signs, I think, is the main thing. 2 stars, both those show up, and on the other side, so many moments that shouldn't have gone wrong did.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the end of the day, it was still kind of a close map. You know, you don't have your 2 main guys, as you were saying, really stepping up to the plate. Action called out by many as one of the best riflers here, at least on Vasco, definitely the best rifler. And then you've got MG, like 4 or 5 kills in this map, not the greatest performance. Whereas as a team, EP were just performing. Everybody was doing a great job. We saw a lot of clutches from their side, able to win 2v3, 1v2 at times. So just felt like EP showed up to play a little bit better here at the start of this best of 5, but unfortunately, that might be the doomsday start here for Vasco, because we talked about probably going to start 1 for 1, probably going to go into Ankara and have that be kind of the decider in one way or another, as both of those teams are good on that map. But you pick port, you lose it to EP, YZK playing out of his mind, and yeah, I mean, we talked about the players on the side of Vasco. But even the players on the side of Evolution Power, like outside of YZK, everybody's kind of just pulling their weight, you know? XQQ, somebody who's really been a big carry player for the team, only 57 ADR. You know, they're not having insane, outstanding performances, but just a couple of clutches one way that go to Evolution Power, and they just kind of sneak the map away.
One thing that did go very, very well for Evolution Power, though, late rounds, post-plants, excellent. How many did we see where the numbers advantage favors Vasco, and they still let them slip? Ridiculous.
Yeah, they felt super threatening, I think, in those late rounds, certainly more so than Vasco. It even felt like anytime you're in a 2v3, if it's a post-plant, it's actually going to be winnable for these guys. YZK, obviously, standout performance from him. No real surprise that he's going to walk away with a set MVP there. I mean, that late round, that sort of clutch factor, that X factor, I suppose, is one thing, obviously, for Evolution Power. There's nothing you can really do about that. You know, you can't train for that. That's just like an in-the-moment kind of a fundamental thing that either you've got it or you don't. Maybe you're not crumbling under the pressure. Maybe you're hitting your shots, whatever it may be. The thing that's a little bit more worrying for me going forward now is where's MG, where's Action? If those 2 guys go completely missing over the course of this series, it's going to be a quick one. It's going to be a 3-0. You can't have your 2 best players from the group stage, from the playoffs, going all the way into this grand final and then disappearing. Sure, Silva has slowly started to step up as we've gone through this tournament. He looked fantastic yesterday. He was contributing today, but if we looked at the numbers there in the previous graphic for MG and Action, it was like 0.5 or like 50 ADR and like 30 ADR or something like that. It's like, what's going on there? Like, these 2 guys are supposed to be 110 ADR. In the wins that we see from from Vasco, actions up there, maybe sometimes at 120 ADR for a map. That's when, he was 20-2 or something in one of the games that we were watching.
Yeah.
Where's that action?
9 KD wasn't it at one point, right?
Yeah, 18-2. It was 18-2,
right? If we're being honest as well, MG has easily been a top 3 sniper at this tournament, and especially consistently all the way throughout. And then in the most important moment, the most important match, he's fallen off. And Action's easily been a top 3 rifle at this tournament. Arguably top 2, it might not even be 2, right? So that's how good the level he's been putting up, right? And then in the most important match of this tournament, for them to not show up in the first map is not a good sign. However, the good sign is it's not the end of the world. Black Widow, of course, coming up next. But for EP, this has been a great map. It's been a great map all tournament. It's been one in which they've obviously utilized as a bit of a punish no matter who they play against. And the worry for me is, even though Vasco knew it was coming, probably prepped for it coming, I don't know, especially with the current form we've seen out of them, if they're going to even make a difference.
It's current form, and it's also, they haven't really had to deal with losing outside of the last time they played against Evolution Power. So mentally, it's going to be difficult, I think, to say, okay, well, we were playing so well. Now we lost to this team again. Can we beat this team? You begin to doubt yourselves. We saw Antisocial and Wolf being pretty tilted yesterday. I think Vasco, they've got Fefe to kind of calm everybody down, but I don't think they're immune to tilt either. And if you go into a map 2 that's going to go one-sided to the side of EP, as we would expect on Black Widow, I really worry for them. We didn't expect a 3-0, but it might slowly begin to develop here.
How hilarious is that? 3 players that we've all called upon for Vasco are the top 3 players for them on this map, and they have to show up. We cannot stress it enough. If Vasco want a chance, they cannot rely on your Fefes, on your VNCs. I'll give them credit, right? They're great players and they have a lot to give, but they are not your stars, right? On the flip side, Mino, great to see him continue stepping up. These are the maps that he's actually been putting up these monster ratings on. So if he leads by example, it actually could be a really, really spicy affair.
Yeah, I mean, Mino is a great story. Obviously, we had our reservations coming into this one about Evolution Power. In particular, the Chinese fans did. If you recall, everyone was kind of calling for Mino's head.
Yeah.
There was an interview that was done. And he said, I know I've been playing pretty passively. I know I haven't really been sort of taking the game and running with it. I'm going to try and play a little bit more aggressively. I'm going to try and have a little bit more hand in these games, and I think that kind of mental shift has really worked out for Mino. The playstyle change, we've seen what it's done going into these playoffs. He has had some absolutely monster maps. Big clutch out in a couple of those rounds there on Port as well, and so if I'm Mino, don't change anything anymore. Just keep on rolling, because it is looking like it might be Evolution Power to walk away with this grand final victory, led by the front from Mino.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on, right? I think Worrying Times, good thing for Vasco, 10-15 minute break, bit of a time to calm down and compose themselves. However, that is not Brazilian style, so I don't know if they will, right? And I think you've already touched on this. I am a little bit worried about Tilt. I'm a little bit concerned about it. Same thing happened to Antisocial. Tilted, couldn't get their mindset right. I mean, Imperial are a very bad case of it as well. That happened to them, but they didn't even make it as far as, conversations about playoffs. So the issue is now that I don't know whether, if Vasco lose, whether they can kind of get themselves out of that rut and say, all right, new map, new time to shine. That was just an off chance. I can kind of reset. I don't know how well they are, and especially with the kind of mounting pressure of, we've already lost this map against EP a couple of days ago. We're already a map down. If they go 2 up, we're in trouble. All these thoughts start to compound.
Yeah, I do wonder how it is going to go on Black Widow. If I try to think of ways that Vasco can maybe try to sneak this map away, you've got a lot of players that are not scared to pick up an Alm. Generally, it's Silva nowadays, but even Fefe's done it. Even VNC's done it. Action, to my chagrin, has done it from time to time. So maybe they can try to get someone going. I just think that YZK and the way he's playing right now is kind of insane, right? He picks up the 2 KD on the first map. He's obviously playing very well.
Ace as well.
Has an ace in round 1 of the entire map. And you got to go up against him if you're Silva. You just had kind of a weak map, most likely. So we already talked about MG, right? He's gone missing. He needs to turn it around. Now, CrossFire is a game where you can turn it around in the span of 1 map, so we'll have to wait and see if they can do it.
Well, let's get things underway. Black Widow is up next. It's EP's pick. Let's get into it. Welcome, welcome. Map number 2 up on the docket here. And we have got Black Widow. It is Evolution Power's pick. And off the back of a pretty good port, I think they'll be feeling pretty good about this one. Of course, it started with an ace for YZK in that previous. And it's a nade that chunks Silver down to 45.
Yeah, CFS 2024 Grand Finals, map number 2. Vasco in desperate need of picking this one up, but this has been the go-to map for Evolution Power throughout the entire tournament. So the odds are definitely stacked against Vasco at this point. Evolution Power, positive approach in this first round as well. Push their way out of B, taking outside B control. It's a 3-2 split. A couple of players just watching A, but Evolution Power are not sort of messing around in this one. They're not letting Vasco have the run of things for free. And YH, clean shot to start things off. Minnow, though, drops. Look at how low Silver and Feifei are. This is not over just yet. Evolution Power so quick on that rotate because of the position that they had outside of B. They can get across fast, and they can shut down this push from Vasco.
Silver's lucky. That nade could have banked on towards him. It just goes a little bit short. And YCK doesn't want to go early. He's got to wait for that team to group up. And they might even be waiting for a long play. I don't know whether Zay's thinking about going all the way around, but that C4 gets planted. He might go join up with a short push. Cross, Silver, over towards boxes. And Ada going to go deep, but he's already fallen back.
This is Vasco's chance to do what was done to them a couple of times on port and start this map on the right foot. It'd be a massive mental edge if they could get this one over the line, but now it's on to MG, and we've talked about him a lot. Can he step up? The answer is no. It seems like it is the regularly scheduled programming. Evolution Power continuing to find the wins.
Gets tunnel vision in there, doesn't he, really, MG? He's hoping for that window play, and quite smartly, you just don't move.
Yeah. Thing about a strategy like that, you know, one guy could really kind of make you feel bad about doing it again, because rotations on this map, if you got somebody in mid, we saw Zay just push in so quickly from behind them and immediately begin to punish that push down short. You know, they had a guy going slowly down long. It just kind of fell apart before it even really began, as VNC is going to hit the headshot here on a Minnow. Not really sure how he managed that, but maybe just seeing some bullets fly, able to line it up. That's Minnow down, out on long. Funnily enough, though, Vasco do not retain a long control. They're just going to back out of that after the kill.
Bit of a preemptive fight, more or less. I think VNC might have just been a pretty standard pre-fire, but it worked. You'll take him. Better than nothing. Deep Smoke going to come through, so XQQ going to play for pushes behind it, but he's making too much of a move. Nade towards top stairs. And now they can reclaim that water space. XQQ is about to be smoked off, so they're just going to leave the rifle alone here down towards water. YCK, not even rifle actually, he's secondary arming. So it's both your snipers, both playing out through B main, but you have a kind of a third player in support as well. And that is YH, who's dancing between the two angles. He's got the right idea. They're starting to maneuver past him. He spotted them out. He'll try and get action on the cross. He might even just opt for the nade, but I think if he kept the rifle out, he probably would have been gifted over a freebie there. Either way, they're dancing back. I think they think they're going back over towards the A side. It feels like they're probably going to be right. Feifei peeking towards mid. The pop flash going to come through, and up close, YH gets his kill. Tries to turn around, but the flash is just too bright, and that will once again be the A side taken.
Yeah, this time looking much better for Vasco on their entry on short. Obviously getting that first pick was pretty crucial. Less members able to control the middle of the map, and they got pushed off a lot of their, you know, default angles. They weren't really able to see the push coming in. Nice little shot here from YZK. Trying to make it interesting now. 2v3, nade, and that big cold shot. Silva on the left behind. He's gonna miss, but it doesn't matter. He's got the backup action, able to pick up a kill, and Vasco are on the board.
See, better get this kind of show on the road early for them, right? Still quite a tentative start to this Black Widow. Absolutely anybody's game, but that's at least the right way to go about it. First taken. Bit of a spam as well. Once again, just that pre-fire out towards long, but doesn't really gain all that much.
Vasco, no stranger to waiting out here. We saw EP even do this to all gamers. A lot of teams from Black Widow Blacklist can just sit back and try to wait for someone to push in. and get some kind of information. It's a map where you've got so many long angles. AKs are going to be doing good work. Alms are going to be doing good work. There are still a couple of M4s here in the hands of Vasco. I think from Blacklist, you know, spamming your way in, a couple boxes on the sites can get some jobs done. Fefe, are we looking to push right down the middle? We got 4 people. They're going to have to push through smoke into 2 people to spam the spray. It's good enough for 1. And now YZK is able to line up a second, and immediately that pressure just gets shut down.
The nade does a bit of chip damage as well towards MG. Hang on. Action. Does he know? No, he definitely does not. YH just got him behind, and he might actually have to see this round off single-handedly. Tapping away for a second. And it's MG left all alone. He is in an awful spot. It's a 1 versus 4, sure, but he's quite literally in the middle of the map. And he's surrounded on all sides. He has found a little bit of a gap, but a missed shot will cost him his life. And as EP who take back the lead.
Rock on a hard place there for MG. And once again, a 0-3 start for MG to the map. Action looking a little bit more potent here on map 2, but we still need to see MG activating right now for Vasco. Otherwise, this could be a pretty quick grand final. Nade Stack into the box room, not going to connect onto too much, although XQQ was there. He missed his shot, backs off. There's a bit of early map control for Vasco, which will be nice.
Back in towards mid. Not a lot to work with in this early part. It's pretty tense over the smokes down, so I think Vasco is just not repeating the same mistakes in that last one about allowing a gap, and then with that big flank from YH, it was so influential. Make sure that doesn't happen again. It's time back out towards long. That's where the C4's posed, and MG's already out towards barracks. So far, not a lot of presence shown.
Yeah, not too surprising for Vasco to do this once again, just hanging around in barracks. They are looking to set up a play towards short. A very default passive setup here from Evolution Power. Bit of spam into Zay, who's going to back off, and actually does go down, but YZK, he's here. He's got Minnow to help as well. They got to look long, though. VNC, that's going to be an entry for him. They do get in. MG picks up 1 as well. And now this A site is open for the side of Vasco. They have 3 versus 1. XQQ would love to open up with the pickoff first before he begins to move towards the site. No plant just yet.
All right, XQQ moving his way forward. Flash down, that doesn't really affect him all too much. C4 also got down as well. VNC, he could be their first point of contact. It'll be MG instead. He doesn't realize what the guy behind him, though. He knew that one had jumped across towards long, but the rest, no clue. Yeah, Vasco, nice round from them. Answering back, keeping this close in the early part of this game. So there's at least still something to offer up with.
2-2. Doesn't really tell us a lot just yet. Evolution Power will be happy with the proceedings, knowing that they've got that buffer in the back pocket, having won map 1. A little bit more safety. Vasco, a little bit more pressure on their shoulders, that's for sure. Nice setup again here from Evolution Power. You've got YH progressed really far on A long. He doesn't really need a whole lot of assistance until he sees something over there. So the rest of the squad from Evolution Power can move over to mid, pick up there, look over towards B. And inevitably, if Vasco do decide to hit this B site, this might end up being a 4-stack from Evolution Power.
Let's see. Could be a chunky grenade here as well. Lined up beautifully, and 3 players get damaged. There's a late lurk coming through as well, but it's an opening shot from XQQ. Looks for seconds and delivers. The third might just be on the card as well. Pop flash over to slow them down and an A behind it just to keep them guessing. This is already feeling like a failed push from Vasco. XQQ. Any more for any more, not to be. That late lurk is starting to come through, though. Keep an eye on YH. If they don't get out sooner rather than later, he'll close that round. YH has played that to perfection, and all XQQ had to do was just force them to pump the brakes.
There aren't a lot of teams that can make, you know, sitting in storage and just you know, taking firefights from the windows actually work. And in that case, you could also tell that, you know, they took way too long. YH was able to get the rotation in. There was a couple of kills that started off from XQQ. Obviously, they made it much easier to hold off that pressure.
Oh.
This time around, okay, they didn't expect him that quickly, as they say, okay, it didn't work the first time. Let's just go faster. That might work.
It's like Einstein's definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. But there might be a different result. So
Yeah,
Einstein, you were wrong, mate.
Yeah, Feifei just charged in through mid. It was like a battle on multiple fronts here. Vasco are going to go back and forth. They're worried potentially still about that late lurk. YH, he will catch Silver. Almost goes down for his trouble, but brings back to 2-on-2, and that may well be winnable. YZK looking to step up once again. He's 6-2. He's had a lot of impact, and MG has gone hunting for YH, who is no longer there. C4 planted for the box room. MG has a nade as well. If it comes down to YH, that will be quite useful. YH drops though, and now it's on to YZK, and he knows he has to move quickly here. Tapping away, pre-firing, will catch the head of MG. He's got to find action though, and time is of the essence. He hasn't quite got it done. Another round for Vasco.
Action was low as well.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you hit that cold shot, who knows what could have happened, but not to be. What a close game we're getting here, though. There is, I mean, neither side are taking any sort of control here in terms of consistency or how the momentum's feeling. It is really on a knife's edge. And the fact that it's back and forth as well is keeping us on our toes.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to see them and just kind of run it back just better this time. Obviously, some of those entry frags were crucial for Vasco this time around. So 3 versus 3-3 right now on the scoreboard. And, you know, this is their choice. They want to go to Blacklist for a Black Widow, pretty common. They want to get it started. And XQQ once again. He's not, you know, playing back at the little window or anything like that. He's actually playing pretty forward. He's behind the box or in the door. He's definitely looking to be proactive with some of these early kills, and he's been consistent a couple of rounds in a row, even though they lost that last one. So I do like the positioning for him, as Vasco are brewing. They're cooking up another mid-hit here.
YZK's waiting for it. He'll be flashed off the line. XQQ looking to pick that up. It's the double strike from Evolution Power, and it works out perfectly. You just got too many angles to watch there if you're Vasco. The other couple of guys have managed to make their way out on the B, but they don't have the C4, so it's all for naught at the moment. They will have to fight their way back into mid, collect that C4. Interesting setup, though, for Evolution Power. They've got 2 players down towards BL spawn, which may well work out because MG's headed in this direction, and I don't know that he's going to be expecting a player watching this.
All right. MG just not looking the right way.
Bound to happen, wasn't it?
Yeah, Silva, he knows he has to go. Oh, that's going to be unfortunate timing for him. He knows Zay is there. I mean, he saw him, knew it before. He saw him the second time. Now, you got him trying to go through the little window. It's not going to work out. And you can see that is another huge round here for Evolution Power. When the map is this close, every single little round, it's just huge. And I'm a little bit surprised that Feifei's continuing to call these plays right down the middle. You don't really have to go for it. I think he's trying to catch them off guard, but twice in a row now, Evolution Power have been very ready for it. Yeah. I think you could just kind of go for the basics. You know, their A hits have been pretty good.
It's true. It feels like we're not seeing that many defaults. Out for Feifei, that is a wild call by Mino. And it actually might be really costly here for them. That they could bank round. Feifei has to dip away, but Silva doesn't. The flank's here. Silva's got to hit this shot. And YH as well, keeping the attention drawn. That allows XQQ to pop, but he can't get a second behind it. He's still alive. MG still also trying to give them a chance. And a shutdown. YH and XQQ go huge in an incredibly scrappy round. And once again, you have to question. These calls from Feifei are incredibly basic.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when the rounds get scrappy, as you're talking about, it feels like Evolution Power are winning like 90% of them, right? Yeah. They're just performing better under a lot of the crazy pressure when it's getting down and dirty. They're hitting those shots. The flanks from YH as well have just been crucial this entire map. Like, almost every single round, he is getting value from there. And XQQ, once again, you know, this newer guy to the scene, he's coming onto the big stage, unperturbed. He's coming in, he's handling the pressure, and He's really stepping up. Did a great job to hold down the A site there.
Yeah, another decent forward hold from Evolution Power on the B side of the map. They've always got some kind of information somewhere. So Vasco are not doing this easily. I really hope they don't go towards B.
Fellas, have we not learned our lesson?
It's going to be a tough one to crack. Honestly, a mid to B here might not be a bad shout, but even then, you don't have box room control.
Oh.
Fei, he's thread the needle, but can he get out? YZK going to be looking for it. YH, of course, spotted out there as well. Action! He wins a duel against Zay. It's just all over the map. Evolution Power losing their duels, and Vasco will more than likely take the fourth as a result.
Yeah, because A was also open sort of simultaneously. The second that first fight came through, attention drawn away. They're below each other. Oh, and it's really, really laboured from Silva, but I don't think it's going to make too big of a difference. You'd hope. The touchdown,
Nice.
HE in the panic connects brilliantly. But still, a 1 versus 3. No chance in hell for YH here. And I think he himself also calling a little bit of a fair timeout. Honestly. It feels, why
fair.
not?
You know, he wants to hold on to his 2.5 KD as well. That feels
True,
pretty good.
true.
You know, stats do matter. Every time you press tab, you're like, do I feel good or do I feel bad? 2 players on the side of Vasco don't seem to care. It's going to blow up with the bomb. And at this point, I think you still feel happy if you are Evolution Power. You know, 5 rounds to their side. Pretty nice half for them. Although I do want to see what this Blacklist side looks like for them and if they can have the same amount of success.
I agree. Well, 5-4. Feels relatively good so far, but it's only 1 round the difference, and Vasco do, of course, have their moments too. Well, as you can hear, I hope you can hear, the crowd getting behind EP. It is obviously a lot of bated breath in this start to the second half.
I don't know if we're hearing counter cheers or what's going on, but
I think it was EP Jai-Ho, I think.
It might just be.
It's not Jai-Ho, mate.
What is it?
Double.
Jai-Yo?
Yeah.
Jai-Yo? I don't speak Chinese.
Some kind of song.
We're all learning here.
We're all, I don't speak Chinese. That's what I'm
The Chinese just love that song so much.
Yeah.
You are the reason that I say.
Yeah.
Oh, XQQ.
Kind of a banger.
All right, he's just not looking the right way. This is why peeking through mid can be so dangerous. He's looking the wrong way for 1 second. He might just go down. YZK spotted here as well.
Oh.
Easy lineup for MG.
C4 down.
I feel like a lot of times they have been just giving MG free ones, you know? And he only has 5 kills, so.
Early days, maybe, this series. Zay and YH, super duper low. Not really much in this one, it seems like. It's been an absolute shutout from Vasco in the first round of the half.
All right, Fefe timeout again.
True. All right, what's the strat here? We haven't had a timeout yet.
Interesting that we have it as well. I wonder what sort of position they put themselves in when they do call for that timeout, right? When are we going to start to...
I guess both teams just feeling like they're still kind of in this contest.
Yeah, maybe. Well, it's 5-4. This game tied up. And a pretty interesting position that we put ourselves in right now as well. Where, again, the entirety throughout this Black Widow, neither side has really actually ever been in control, I'd say. It's so back and forth. I mean, sometimes we actually get to see it with which way the rounds have gone. I actually would love to see it now. It really does feel super back and forth. And, of course, without that consistency, both sides obviously feeling just a little bit on edge here. I mean, if Vasco were able to take this map away, it would absolutely open up the series once again, because then it makes Ankara absolutely the perfect, because we always say Ankara is the litmus test, don't we? That's kind of our go-to sort of sentiment. That is the map that decides how good you are as a team, because it's so simple and basic in terms of its approach, and everybody plays it. It is the real good indicator of what level you're at, right? And if we go 1-all in the series, and then Ankara is who's going to take the advantage,
It's a real barometer. It's a real barometer map. It's if you can beat me on Ankara, I can beat you on Ankara. Probably I'm the better team.
Yeah.
On a 50-50 map as well. Sure, every map has some tendency to lean one way or the other. YH has got a lot of space. They have not seen him. VNC on that pixel angle just missed him. He went deep enough and it's exploded for Evolution Power. Kills all over the map. Silva will not have a bar of it over towards B. He's out of this fight.
That's that, isn't it? Silva for him. A consolation kill was at most the best he can get in this position. C4's down, 1 versus 4. And XQQ holding, he gets a lot of damage. How is XQQ still alive as well? He's trying to fall away. Zay will come in to support him too. And down he goes in the end. XQQ delivers. That will be EP. Looking very good. For those of you watching from home, I wish you could see what we get to see here. The flags waving, a full crowd, and the chants of EP. It's quite the spectacle here at CrossFire.
I reckon.
What did I miss?
Not a lot from Vasco, I'll say that.
I want to say this crowd is actually more vocal than last year. Do you think so?
Even though
more vocal.
More vocal than last year.
Last year was bigger, right? It was because
last year the arena was bigger, but I don't know if the crowd was necessarily.
The crowd was bigger. I think that they're more consistent here.
Yeah. Well, the issue with last year was it was a Baisha versus AG final, so they didn't have one team to cheer for. They had two. They had to split their allegiances. In this case, they're all just cheering for Evolution Power. There's no question. And that was a fast hit from Evolution Power towards B, but they've decided to slow it down and send Minnow out solo. I don't like that. C4 now needs to be collected. Bit of a wonky one from Evolution Power. XQQ knows Feifei is lurking behind that box, but can't wait too long. Locked in on that angle, otherwise he might get flanked. YZK might have to be the one to go and grab that C4 while XQQ goes on a bit of a flanking mission. VNC could be the one getting unstuck here.
This is a timing play. VNC, he's gonna let him cross.
He saw him.
As long as YCK doesn't peek, they should be fine here. He's probably relaying that, saying, don't move, let me work here, let me cook and see what I can chef up. Feifei's not looking towards window either. XQQ doesn't see anything. This is very awkward, but like you mentioned, time not quite of the essence just yet. VNC's already tucked himself, though, in towards back metal box, so that window might have gone already, unfortunately.
Yeah, XQQ, again, creeping further and further out, and Feifei's down. It's just spam from YZK, and XQQ, he can afford to wait another 20 seconds or so here to see if he can catch VNC. Actually chooses to activate instead. He misses the shot, but the cold comes out. Now C4 collected, and we can get the plant down, and once again, we'll turn to MG. We've said he's a good closer. We've talked about the MG special. We need one, and we need it to be converted right here for Vasco.
MG special. If ever there was a time, if ever there was a place, now it would be in a lackluster game by him. Pick your moment and pick it well, my king. Moving forward. Spots on the head, missed shot though. Running out of time as well. He probably understands about how strong this CrossFire actually is, but it does not make a difference. EP take the round as Vasco call a timeout.
Not a bad time. This map is certainly beginning to run away from them at this point, and I don't know what you begin to say on the side of Vasco, but so far their global risk side has not been the most impressive, so gonna have to go back to the drawing board here, whereas for Evolution Power, things looking pretty good. XQQ, he's that, that ace player that we expected to see, him and YZK. YZK having a fantastic first map. You can see that Feifei under pressure. I don't see that much tilt. I don't really see them arguing or anything like that. I still feel like they're in this series. But again, I do worry for them if they do lose this Black Widow still. So a very crucial timeout here.
Yeah, it's starting to go the way of the last map, isn't it? It felt really close in map 1 in the first half, bit back and forth. Same kind of vibe here. But second half, Evolution Power seems to be doing their best work. And if Vasco can't find a way to stop that, then yeah, 2-0 lead. And I'm not sure you come back from that in a grand final. We don't often see reverse sweeps. We see attempts at it every now and then. But a full bona fide reverse sweep from 0-2 down in a situation like this with a hostile crowd, I don't see it happening for Vasco. I think they need to get it done here to keep themselves in the conversation.
I think you're right. You don't want to leave it to a coin flip. You don't want to leave it to a 50-50 the way Ankara does feel for them. So that does worry me quite a bit. That pause concluded. We go back underway. 7-5. EP, 2 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away from going 2-0 up in this game. If they were to do that, it could start to spell the beginning of the end. My prediction was a 3-1 originally, but I have to be honest, I mean, the fact that that port's already been dropped, I might be swinging closer to that 3-0. Fefe. Secondary, sniping, or I guess third, because they got 3 of them.
Yeah.
Not often you see it, but Black Widow is a map in which you actually can bring out that triple orm, so I don't hate it. It's pretty common, you know, one out towards A side holding long or short, and then you have get a kind of a B sort of anchor player. Sometimes they get a little aggro, but I think that's quite risky. And then what Fefe is doing, holding mid. So I don't hate it. He spotted the cross there. He knows the information. Fefe needs to be a little careful. I think he was trying to be a util there, but
yeah.
Then he gets caught by XQQ.
Also, sometimes the mid sniper's role is to just spot them going catwalk.
Yes.
And then just, you know, move over. You can snipe from underneath catwalk as well. So certainly can be utilized here. And I think this is one of the teams that absolutely can do it. Vasco, as we talked about coming into this map, actually. We'll see if VNC or Action begin to pick up a sniper at any point in this bout, as YH, is just gonna get his head taken off, but trade it back. This is looking 1-for-1 at this point in time, 2-for-2. MG up against XQQ, who's gonna win it? XQQ gonna take it down. Right as MG peeks, he says, I am better than you.
Seems that way, and it seems that that is gonna continue throughout this series. XQQ, 14-7. Action trying to bring it back into play for Vasco. But he can't dislodge XQQ, even if he might be able to see him. Mino's going to get that information as well and just watch for that stairs push. XQQ also trying to have a little bit of a look in. Will actually lose his teammate in Mino. Now it's on to XQQ to hit his shots, and that he will. Action in the 1v1, but time ticking away, and XQQ making no mistake until it's too late. Action just gets it over the line in time, and he will get that defuse. And Vasco go to 6.
Close, but no cigar. Those sort of rounds can be heartbreaking if that didn't go the way of Vasco, but well played by VNC. Again, I mean, where we've had mistakes and missing a couple of players from the big names, like your MGs and your Actions. Map 1, for example, MG a little bit more in towards Map 2 as well. VNC has still continued to step up to the plate. Doesn't always play the most influential of roles, but when called upon, he can have his moments. So, 1 round in it. On the other side, if you lose that for Vasco, that might have been, honestly, the beginning of the end in this map. They're going quick, though. YH gonna lead the charge. It's actually already his teammate falling of Zay, but an answer back from Mina. This is carnage as Action delivers one of his own, and they're getting stuck in that container room. That makes life hard, but a 2 versus 2 gives them a chance. Fefe on the flank as well, tagged up by the Cold. It is very doable here for both sides, but that C4 gets planted in the perfect spot for YZK to just tuck his head.
Yeah, it's a good setup here for EP. They are one of the teams, apparently, that can make it work from the storage room, even though that looked excellent for Vasco. The rotation came over so quickly as well, but just a couple of heads tapped on here by the EP members. Going to give them the advantage at this point in time. 2 members got to push on in. Fefe trying to isolate XQQ. He's not looking. YZK will trade it back. Oh, he spotted MG. MG on the turn. He's going to pick it down. He does shoot him, and now he will be able to get this diffused pretty easily. That'll be a pause to come in, as it's 7-7.
2 back-to-back clutches from Vasco. It's the same as what we saw on the last map from Evolution Power that ended up getting them over the line. Remember, they hit 2 back-to-back and we were like, well, that's the map done. Here, for Vasco, it's 2 back-to-back. Well, you're still in the conversation. They were behind. They needed those clutches. Now it's time for a timeout from Evolution Power to see if they can make a change-up that is going to seal the deal on this map. Again, a very, very close scoreline, though. Vasco really in this fight at the moment.
Gotta say, if this was, for example, the English broadcast going out to the arena, and I guess obviously as it is the Chinese broadcast, and they obviously want the Chinese team to win. There's you know, obviously.
There's no hiding it. It's fine.
Yeah, there's no hiding it. They obviously have their biases. That is absolutely fair enough. If I'm them, the big thing I'm going to try and do is fire up the crowd. I feel like with EP, they're getting so close. You just don't want them to get too hung up on it, really, and say, all right, we still believe. At 7-all. Have given a couple of opportunities to Vasco. It's one of those things at the same time, if they had won those rounds, they would be on map point. It would be a 9-5. So it just shows you how two little 1v1s can make such a vast difference in a game like CrossFire. And even then as well, both times they tagged right down to the wire. There we go.
Yeah, that's the Chinese cast. Getting them riled up. You know, not overdoing it, just three chants, and you move on. But yeah, you talked about those close clutch rounds. It's kind of how EP were able to get over the line on port. You know, we saw a lot of the 2v3s or just holding down the sights barely in 1v1, stuff like that. A lot of those just went into the hands of EP, whereas the last couple went to Vasco. And those are the big difference makers outside of just your, you know, straight up, we pushed in and won. Speaking of which, here comes EP again, into B. Again, just running into them. Not a lot of utility. VNC, though, behind the box.
VNC needs support here. That's the only issue. So they've actually got to commit to a bit of a fight here if you're Vasco, because if he goes down, it makes it very awkward. Oh my God, he takes his sweet time with that labored spray, but he gets there in the end. Flashing an 8 to bound on over in towards boxes, and that will net a kill. There might be more behind it as YZK trying to play around these windows. It is getting awkward. There's once again a flank, but on the vice versa. And speaking of, who needs a flank? Zay gets both. That's the B site taken. And now, surely a plan to come through.
Yeah, I don't know how Zay manages to get in there through mid when you've got two players rotating across from A. He's just absolutely threaded the needle. Can't get more than that. He can't lock it in, but he's definitely given his team a chance. And that is a nice shot from XQQ that might well seal a deal. It is MG 1v2. And I just don't think he's in the form to close this one out today.
Thought he hit that one.
Same.
That was the chance, though. If he hits that shot, maybe he's on for it. In this case, definitely not. 8-7. Evolution Power will maintain the lead.
Coach absolutely loving that one. That was a serious fist bump off the back of that round one. And there was a strong moment where it looked like it wasn't going to be round one, right? VNC stuck in towards metal box, and he gets his kill. The support coming through from that rotate of mid with Fefe. It actually felt like there was a chance there. And, well, Zay has bailed them out. And they get the lead once again, and I mean, there's nothing more satisfying being a coach, calling a tag timeout when you're losing a bit of control, and then winning the immediate round after.
Yeah, there was a stat also that showed wins after timeouts, and EP had like 6 or 7. Vasco had like 1. So certainly it does feel like they know how to use their timeouts. I do think that their coach is doing a great job, especially because Minnow doesn't seem to talk all that much during those timeouts. It's a lot of the coach's work, so trying to push in here once again. Silva does come up big for that first frag, but that doesn't mean that this is over, but a great spray comes down from Silva, and now it might just be over, as even XQQ only going to get the leg down. He's into 4, the swing, and the, wow, very nice here from the side of XQQ, but it's not enough. Only picks up the 2, had way too much to do, and now we're at 8-8.
Don't know if I'm super keen on seeing Evolution Power keep trying to just batter down the door here on B. Seems like a losing battle. I mean, they only won the previous round because of a nice flank from Zay, but that timing is not going to happen every single round. So I'm actually like to see them change something up here a little bit. Maybe try and look for some long control. You're definitely doing a lot better in the sniping department, so maybe you can take long control, set XQQ up for success, see if you can find an entry into A. That's a big grenade onto Zay. This map's not over.
No, it's still definitely legs behind this. I mean, we know both of these two teams love a bit of overtime. Whether it's their choice or not, they end up there quite a lot, and most definitely have ended up there sort of more often in these playoffs, right? When we've got from the knockout stage onwards, I mean, EP, they barely even know what a one-sided game is. It's always down to the wire. Used to the full 18. nearly even had that. It actually felt like a pretty good map for them, for Port to open things up. And even that was still 17 rounds of play.
Well, you didn't want to see them run into B anymore. Still a very default setup here from the side of Vasco, so they have a couple of guys that can respond to this in due time. MG going to be the first responder, looking over at Long. It's a very big stack here on Long. 4 players, 5th. Slowly but surely, XQQ trying to be the one guy from short as they do look to commit to this push. It's one grenade into XQQ.
Oh.
Here comes VNC. He wants to peek, and he will pick one off. Also gets the information that they're all over there.
Yeah, look at the flash coverage though right now onto MG. What could he possibly do? He goes flash, flash, nade, smoke. You just can't see anything. Feifei, luckily, able to help him out, and MG's able to set up on a different line. That works out nicely until he gets traded back down by XQQ. 3-on-2. But fast rotation in, Feifei up onto the bridge. XQQ gonna have to be cognizant of that. Will miss his shot. Maybe a chance in here for Vasco to take the lead. Go up 9-8, it's on to XQQ solo, and this feels like an impossible task. Look at the crossfire that he has to break somehow.
Oh.
Action, why have you done it? He's given him a chance, XQQ, oh, he could well get that done. If he hits that shot, he could have got that one over the line for Evolution Power, but instead, it will be Vasco with a chance to close the map.
Oh my God, he had a chance. He had a chance there. He just misses the all-important one. 9-8, Vasco take map point away from EP, and it's felt like an okay showing at times for EP. At least started well in towards his half, but it's petered out. Only winning 1 out of the last 5 rounds for them. So Vasco so close to the finish line now.
Well, let's see if EP can make this interesting, because they've been, you talked about overtimes, they have been the better team in overtime, but they have to get there first. And it has felt like oftentimes they've been the ones at 9, you know, Vasco catching up, kind of trailing. But as you mentioned, the momentum currently is heavily in favor of Vasco. So really up to EP to try to clutch this one out and try to get something done in overtime. But right now, my mind is certainly favoring Vasco's chances here, either in this round or in that overtime. So let's see. I mean, EP have not really had a consistent play from the Blacklist side. This is why I said I wanted to see what it looked like, because they were forcing a lot, didn't look very confident. Some entry clutches were really only reason why they were able to get a couple rounds here and there.
Yeah, we'll really see here, but the one thing I'm worried about, it feels that the calling has gone a little flat. I mean, Donnie already sort of brought up this relentless push towards B, but it really feels like they're running out of ideas. They're scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes towards the strat book, and that worries me. We've seen this setup once before. This time it's a contact play rather than an angle play, but that is lightning fast. 2 for 2 on the trade isn't bad for both sides. And MG has support here as well, as long as he can get a kill, and he will get a kill. It's YTK all alone, and MG closes it. 10-8, Vasco steal Black Widow away. Well, Vasco have already overcome one mental block that they couldn't in the semi-final by getting a map under their belt, and now it's a question of, can they convert a map into a series? It's a good start. Black Widow under their belt is not a bad one to take. Of all the maps of EP's map pool, that was pretty important.
Yeah, tough one to get over the line, definitely against a team like Evolution Power, but you do just wonder, has that maybe blown up in the face of Evolution Power a little bit? It's been the map that they've gone to in every single one of these playoff series. They played it against AG, they played it already against Vasco, then they played it against Wolf Empire, and in the Wolf Empire and Vasco matches, it was taken to overtime. In the game against All Gamers, it was a very close scoreline there as well. So maybe Evolution Power have thrown everything they possibly had on that map, on the BL side, at various different teams, and Vasco have had a lot of data to go back and have a look at. They're prepared for it. Yeah, there was a couple of instances maybe where they did get caught off guard. Their big flank in through middle from Zay, for example. But by and large, it really felt like Evolution Power didn't have anything that Vasco wasn't prepared for on that GR side. So we'll see, obviously, how things play out for the rest of this series, but that's a very big scalp to grab for Vasco. And this is tying into what I was saying going into this match, where it didn't really feel like this probably should have been a 3-0 in their initial meeting in the playoffs. And Vasco's too good of a team to miss out on getting a map again, and here we are, 10-8. Yes, this is a close scoreline, but it's a map for Vasco nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly that. Couple of standouts as well. XQQ, a little better for him. You know, he didn't really do a hell of a lot on Tillsport. It wasn't bad, but he wasn't kind of the main guy stepping up to the plate. You know, traditionally he's been YZK for this side, so good to see those numbers out for him, but it wasn't enough in the end. Didn't see enough out of the individual like Mino as well, who's actually been pretty stellar on this map. On the flip side, Action, fair play to him, right? Of course, we've been calling his name all day long, saying we need him to step up, and in the grand final, once again, as he's done before, he has.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was saying going into map 2. CrossFire can turn very quickly. You know, even though Port did look fantastic for the side of Evolution Power Gaming, Action was able to step up his game. MG, not entirely, but at least the rest of the team was able to step up and show a good performance there on Black Widow. I don't think Vasco are a bad team on this map. I think they have a lot of ways where they were able to utilize their power, especially from the GR side, which I think historically has been their stronger side, even here at CFS 2024 Grand Finals. And I think we got to see a little bit of why they are pushing Evolution Power to overtimes in the past and why they can be pretty good on this map. We're going to take a look at some of the stats here. XQQ did well against pretty much everybody, but he was just kind of the one guy. Everybody else was struggling a little bit.
Yeah, one thing I always find quite interesting as well when you look through is if you start to kind of decipher a lot of them, most of the advantage in terms of head-to-head actually feel like it's over towards EP, right? You got XQQ obviously doing quite well, but you know, YZK 5-1 against Fefe is not too bad. Even got 4-4 of MG, showcasing his prowess 3-0 against VNC. So it looks, by those stats alone, where it's a lot of favorable fights over towards the likes of EP. But another stat that we kind of brought up a bit yesterday was that Vasco have the most rounds won from a man disadvantaged situation, if I'm right in saying off the top of my head. So that, you know, we kind of brought that in the antisocial debate, and again, it kind of feels like it's coming to the truth here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, though, I'm kind of looking at that, again, the head-to-head record, and I'm thinking, I haven't really still seen MG kind of come online. So now that Vasco have actually got the win under their belt, it gives him more time to kind of work into this series, right? If you're down 0-2, it's like maybe MG doesn't get to play this series, unfortunately. But if we're now at a point where we're at least going another 2 maps, I mean, is he the kind of player that you're going to keep out of this game for a full 5 maps, for 4 maps? I don't think so. I think at some point we are going to see MG come online, and again, in this one, he did kind of get exploited a little bit. XQQ, the head-to-head between the 2 snipers, 5-1 for XQQ. I don't know that necessarily will maintain, obviously going into Ankara sub-base and compound. So I do have to say that that is a little bit worrying for Evolution Power, that they're losing maps and MG still missing.
Very true, very true. Either way, before we head on towards map number 3, we're going to take a little break. So see you in a moment.
CFS 2024 Grand Finals.
又是大米的三杀，恭喜一片！
This is not working out for Wolfen. Vasco, it's all down to the ends of one player. Not gonna happen.
17年的时候 ，CFS 留下挺大遗憾的。7年。今年是我参加 CFS 的第1届，这么多年终于熬没，感觉到特别不容易啊。就没想过能全胜嘛。我其实比较现实。 就因为今年奖金有点多，渴望金钱。CFS 给我一次证明自己的机会吧。
能不能想到后边有这个点位？
我很享受有观众的感觉。
Eu acho que pelo fato de 2021 ser a primeira CFS que eu joguei, todo momento foi inesquecível. Eu aproveitava cada segundo da viagem. Foi uma viagem muito boa e foi ali que eu realmente vi que eu quero ser campeão mundial.
And there's where Goku needed to come alive and more of the same.
Sim, acredito que o CF muda a vida de um jogador. O CFS sim mudou a minha vida. Dia, porque vai ler a classificação, né? E acho que foi o mapa da Ankara ali que decidiu a vaga pra gente e depois os outros dois mapas não valiam mais nada.
都了，也被秒了 ，SQ 也被收下 ，SQ 恭喜 SV 挺进决赛。
Estão na reta final do campeonato. Desejo boa sorte para vocês e que vençam o melhor e o mais preparado. 所有人都觉得你特别厉害，但是我觉得你肯定打不过我。然后身后还有兄弟们，干就完了。Na história da CFS, as equipes chinesas são as maiores vencedoras e eu quero muito ganhar como equipe brasileira, sendo o terceiro time a conquistar o título. 我们一定把冠军留在中国。
It's been a lot of GIOs here in the Canal Sports Arena, but we're about to get things live for map number 3 sooner rather than later as we use our weapons of mass destruction, i.e. our light ones here, which has actually been pretty insane, especially as the rounds have been going on. It's been pretty wild in here. But
I'm impressed.
We are heading to Ankara. Now, we've actually already had a bit of a discussion about this in terms of how interesting this whole process now looks. That we go to Ankara, it's 1-all. Ankara is the litmus test. It's the basic map stuff everybody knows and loves, and because both of these teams like to play it, for me, this really spices up the series. This could actually be an early indicator as to actually who actually wins the whole thing.
Yeah, it's my favorite map in the pool.
Yeah.
You know, there's no funny business involved. You can get it done on BL, you can get it done on GR. If you're a really good team on this map, you can still get upset on it. It feels like everyone knows what's going on Ankara. It's been around for a very, very long time. Classic standard 3-lane map. It's exactly what you want in a circumstance like this, where we're really trying to break a bit of a stalemate between these two teams. We're really trying to find out which of these two teams really is better. Is it maybe just that Port is a better map for Evolution Power, Black Widow is a better map for Vasco? That doesn't matter anymore. Ankara time. this is a 50-50 map, and the winner of this might actually go on to be the winner of the series.
Yeah, I have a strong feeling that this is actually the early indicator, right? Because even though they're going to have to get another map behind it, those last two are considerably more up in the air in terms of the amount they play it, the success they have on them, and actually just the overall feeling of confidence heading in towards those. And I feel like Ankara is the perfect map to gain confidence. If they take an Ankara here, whoever it is, right, I feel like you snowball into that other map off the back of it. So it's important. But speaking of, there's a few things that we need to cover live. I feel like both Ornn players, both snipers, I need to see a little bit more out of. XQ's not looked too bad in that previous map. MG most definitely has. He's definitely been a little bit under the weather for him, and I need another, not even like 10%, I need like another like 40 to 50%.
Yeah, he's been a bit missing. You know, I think he had some decent moments there on Black Widow, but he's better than that.
Yes,
so
yeah.
We need to see him really step up. I think on the side of EP, I actually want to see more out of the riflers. You know, we see some clutch moments there on Black Widow where like Zay's doing good stuff. YH's had some good flanks. But I feel like they have more in the tank as well. But you guys are exactly right. This is why Ankara Map 3 is so fun, because it really just... it lets you grab hold of the series. Doesn't mean you're definitely going to win it, especially with, you know, a compound and a sub-base. Map 4, Map 5. Compound Map 5 is always very fun because you never really know what you're going to get. It really does define series that go all the way. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I think this is good for the overall health of the series and the fun of it, because Vasco showed that they can actually mess with EP. They've finally taken a map off of them, so mentally they get into a much healthier state, whereas EP will have to go back to the drawing board. Feels like for them, you know, their coach is doing a good job. Minno's doing a good job of everybody, keeping everybody pretty calm, so I wouldn't be surprised if they come back strong here on Ankara.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that does worry me a little bit as well is that for EP, they just haven't looked as clinical as they have throughout this playoff process so far today. I feel like there's a couple more errors creeping in. Maybe. And the main indicator of that is that I think Vasco haven't looked that good. I don't think Vasco looked anything near what we saw against Wolf Empire, or even before that against Antisocial, where they looked incredibly crisp. I think Vasco has still been a little bit sloppy, not quite to the level of groups, but most definitely not to the level that we've seen before here. And that's where it is, I think, the biggest indicator for me that maybe EP aren't quite on full form themselves.
Maybe. What you got to remember, though, about these playoffs is that it is a marathon, not a sprint. These are very, very long matches. It's a very long playoffs. It's double elim. It's best of 5. So you really can't ask for much more. So can we grant to Evolution Power, yeah, maybe you're not going to have two 110% maps in all of those maps that you're having to play, as long as you do come online at the right time. I think you can say the same thing for Vasco. I agree with what you're saying. They're maybe not looking as good as they have at some points during these playoffs, but we've still got at least another 2 maps here to deliver for these grand finals. So let's not count our chickens before they hatch. Evolution Power have another level they can hit. Vasco have another level they can hit. And so we hope that at least one, or ideally both, are going to hit that level, and we're going to get some absolute bangers out of this one. For mine, I think Evolution Power are still looking slightly better than Vasco, even if the scoreline is 1-1. There was a couple of clutches that went the way of Vasco in that last map. It would be a different story had they not. But here we are, 1-1, going into map number 3.
Welcome, one and all, map number 3 here on the cards. We've got Ankara up to decide who is going to take the advantage in the series, but at least we've avoided the 3-0, which I think is what we needed for this final, to really cement this as being one of the best grand finals that we had in a long, long while. Let this one go the distance. Why not have the marathon?
Yeah, well, I think we're going to get it, right? We had a 10-7 first map. We have a 10-8 second map. Where's our overtime? You know, this has been the playoffs of the overtime. Maybe it's here on Ankara. As we've said, it's one of those maps that can really separate the wheat from the chaff. So this might be where it really does get broken open. But I hope it's going to be a close one. Action, maybe. He hopes otherwise. Starts off nicely with a good headshot. Clean kill. And using his util in an attempt to get out to safety, but XQQ says, no, thank you very much. It'll be a 4-on-4 from here on out.
Yeah, nice try. I feel like he could have just tried to hold on to his position as well. Reminder from yesterday, we did have Vasco taking down Wolf extremely fast on this map. It was 10-2 that they did take this one down. Probably feeling very confident, very comfortable on this one. They got extremely aggressive, even from the GR side. So I'm excited to see what they've got in the tank this time. They didn't have to show a whole lot on Ankara as well. But for EP's side, they're just kind of sitting back, not waiting or not getting into a push just yet. Although from the presence outside of A, I would not be surprised if we do head over to A in just a little bit.
I'm not sure if Silver actually spotted him, but it was close. SUQ was maybe lagging a little bit behind there. C4's building up for that A finish. Silver starting to progress, and Silver starting to realize that it most definitely is going there. So they rotate over, and we've got 2 players here, a third who is making his way, but he might be a little bit late, actually, so might be forced into the retake. The first fight's good. Can't get away, though, VNC, so his life is sort of for nothing, but if Fefe can get both, which he does, the third is lingering and delivering. Leading by example, Fefe goes nuclear there.
Yeah, I think Vasco are honestly starting to believe a little bit. I don't know if maybe after Port, some of the wind had gone out of the sails, but having taken that last map, and what a great start to this map as well, you can see just by their demeanor in that booth, it looks a little bit different to me. This could be a scary Vasco. I think it might be a Vasco that is starting to come online, and yes, it took the beast a while to get rolling in the event itself. Maybe that's a metaphor for the grand final as well. It's taken Vasco, let's be real, you know, they haven't really looked amazing over those first 2 maps, but if they are now slowly but surely starting to come online, well then.
I think that Vasco at their best, they are really good at spiking very high. It just feels like every player has an overdrive valve where they can just kind of like, I'm going to go crazy. I can go 110%. Not every team has that. I feel like even EP doesn't really have that. I mean,
they more have like a consistent high level, right?
Yeah.
Rather than, whereas Vasco, it's like, it is the highs and the lows the lows. It's the mountains and the troughs, so to say.
Yeah, but they've only been rolling high, so I don't know what happened. We talked about peaking at the right time. I was worried after Port, but yeah, everybody begins to believe. I think the audience as well is slowly like, oh, you know, these guys are pretty good. I don't know. Like this is supposed to be our win. It's still relatively early. Let's see what this push looks like. As an nade stack comes in, doesn't do much. That's 4 nades over the top. I don't even know if it hit Fefe at all. But now a minute left. All you've done is really kind of just sit outside of A, hoping that someone peeks into you. I think it also gives you a lot of confidence from GR side if you can kind of just play default and win rounds and not have to like overstack or overpush or anything. You can just kind of chill and say, all right, Fefe, do your job.
But that's also what this kind of is for Evolution Power as well. It's just a straight up standard A hit. They want to see if they can hit A and win these rounds. And if they can't, then they're going to have to dig a little bit deeper. And it seems like that may well be the case. Good hold so far. Fefe for a couple. VNC in there now as well. And it seems as though Evolution Power are going to have a more difficult time on this map than they would like, because that A site is on lock at the moment. YCK gets one, and he's on his way back out. There's a flank coming through, but yeah, he has to now commit back to A, and Action ensures that he has not exited A.
No way they fell for it. What? There's no way they actually thought he was going B. He's now actually got 2 1v1s as well. YCK can make this work. He could make this work, because MG's going to swing out the wrong way. How have Vasco fallen for this? I can't believe it. He would have had to sprint the whole way, but he's sprinting potentially in towards his demise. A swing and a miss. And it's a mistake that cost CP that round. Vasco go 2 for 0. It's the boys.
Yeah.
There they are. Good to see them coming out to support as well. Love to see it. Sporting for the West, even though unfortunately we're not present here.
Well, that was a very interesting round. It's just the way it played out. This is the Fefe clutch, I guess you can call it. The Fefe hold down from round 1. That gets it started here for Vasco. We're not going to see the replay of round 2 just yet. But basically, you know, as we talked about, they actually thought YZK was going to rotate. He didn't. He gets the plant, and then he kind of goes almost way too aggressive out there when he's half health into outside of A. I think he could have just kind of hunkered down and waited. He had an M4. And the second you get out into the open air against Action, who's got an AK 100% of the time, you're not going to win. So he got close, but I don't know, maybe a bit over aggressive as they're looking to hit A again. This looks a little bit like Black Widow.
Yeah, here we go. VNC, he's dodging the two angles. He avoids the first flash. The second, who cares if you're full blind? Because we're getting 3 kills. Colt pulled out, but it's not even required. A couple of kills come back, but the numbers advantage still there for Vasco. VNC has done such a good job. So good, in fact, it's even called a pause, and you can bet your bottom dollar that that is called by EP.
Vasco have really gotten rolling to start off this map, haven't they? Evolution Power a little bit rattled. Early tack timeout. Signs of wear and tear are showing for Evolution Power. Not an unwinnable round, though. Should be able to get the C4 down here, though. Waiting that timer has given Action a bit of an opportunity to push forward. Alongside the rest of his teammates, they will have a fast rotate to A. I mean, I wonder if Evolution Power are even thinking about going B here. HQ's not seeing anything. But I feel like Evolution Power missed a trick by not planting the bomb quickly here.
I agree. It gives them time just to surround in a way. I mean, of course, there's still one in the direction of B, but MG can very quickly make his way over. I think the main thing is just make sure those two Vents players don't go too early. They've got to trade YZK. They cannot allow him to get both. If he does, MG's still actually lagging behind a bit. They actually are going a little bit ahead of time here, but thankfully they win out the fight. MG on the flank. If they wait for him, he's guaranteeing a kill. They might not even require him, but XQQ solo, 4 points of HP, 2 kills required. Colt pulled out.
Where's he going?
How is he still alive? He might have time here. Look at the time of the C4. They've got to stick this. They've got to stick it. He might get them off. It was close, but no cigar. Right down to the wire. And a timeout for EP. Honestly, I don't blame them.
That was kind of close. Vasco almost lost that one. A couple of close rounds, but either way, doesn't really matter. I feel like Evolution Power, they've kind of just gone into this weird mode where they've got the blinders on. They keep trying to hit the same sites. They're like, no, we messed something up. We can do this better. Do it again. And I think that is potentially slightly true, but I think that's just very predictable. I don't think you need to do this, and there are so many other ways to play Ankara outside of just running into A over and over. We've seen Chinese teams do it against teams that they're much better than in the past, but not against Vasco. Not after you just lost on Black Widow, your map pick. So I think the coach has a lot to get into and dig into on this one. This is a very early timeout call by them.
You can't not love it, you know what I mean? It is just pretty sick when they get going, but they need to get going. This is an EP side who are still yet to show up.
Yeah, you really wouldn't want to go perfect, flawless, basically, through the playoffs. Depends whether or not you count that AG game as part of the playoffs. That was technically in the knockout stage, but it was in the top 8. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, flawless in the playoffs, 3-0 against Vasco, 3-0 against Wolf Empire, and then go on to lose the grand final.
Yeah.
That would be a bit of a disaster for Evolution Power on home soil when you've got 4,000 fans that want it to go in the other direction. Vasco, though, hoping to play spoiler. They would be the 3rd Brazilian team in history to claim a CFS title. All 3 of them, of course, having done it in China to silence the crowd. I can't think of a better feeling, really, than that might be for them.
Wow, VNC, he's done very well from this angle. And the issue is that, well, EP have not done very well from this side.
Yeah. Running in like lemmings into VNC spray when he's flashed. I wouldn't exactly call that doing very well, so we're all on the same page. There are better ways to hit A as well, which might have led to them getting frustrated and saying, no, like that wasn't our A hit. Like, come on, guys, we're better. Let's do it again. But you can play around mid. You can look for picks. You can play into hotel. There's so many different things you can do. You can fake into A and rotate into mid. You can go underneath to B at the same time. They're going A again, guys.
Yeah, it's so interesting because, like, you know, when we talk about second mid control into hotel, it is a nice way about approaching the map in the early port. Just get a bit of map control so you can rotate. But we're not seeing any, not even second mid, just general mid aggression. We're not seeing any sort of an idea here. It's the same thing over and over again. And I mean, if it continues to be the same result, that's going to make matters even worse. In comes the util. Flash going to be bounded out as well as VNC got the step up. And of course he does, as VNC gets both. They test him and they continue to fall flat on your face. Vamos indeed for Vasco and EP. All three of us are standing here baffled by the decision making.
A is banned. You cannot go A anymore. Like, that's just egregious. Every single time they try to beat VNC to the punch, he's there for 2 or 3. That's not even the last round. That was the previous round.
They all look the same.
Literally might as well run it back. You know, he's a broken record. He's like, you're gonna come A? No, you're not. This is my side.
Believe it. This looks like what Vasco looked like against Wolf Empire. Honestly, it is. A's closed. Can we just chalk it up a little bit? Or if you're going to go A, at least have some options. But
doing it again.
It's the same thing. We've set up with a default A spawn. And
not like this.
Man, it just hurts to watch. I mean, you have to question Mina, right? There's no debate about it. It is him leading the troops here. They're just following orders, right? And this is the issue.
I mean, that's right off the back of the tac pause, though, as well. So, like,
so what was said by the coach?
That's literally the brains trust coming together and saying, we'll go A again. And if we lose it, we'll go A.
Everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going A. We're throwing it in again.
Like,
it's not even like Vasco are sending an extra guy in. They're doing the same default,
it's
you know?
It's a 2-player A setup.
And they're getting better at it. They're
Even
getting better
more
at
so.
it. You're training the AI.
Yeah. Even more so as well. They've kind of bolstered B a little bit more because they haven't even pushed too far.
All right.
They're going again.
Oh, I can't believe they're going to go back here again.
Well,
VNC.
they would never expect it a 5th time, right, guys?
Right,
Maybe.
guys? I mean, VNC, every single time so far, he's got 2 kills or more. And if this continues, I am going to be perplexed. This is a insane call from Mino. And if this falls flat, he goes from being one of the best IGLs of this tournament to one of the worst. Zay this time is creeping in, and VNC, another opening kill for him. As like 2 or more every time. Let's see whether he can get the second. He's actually under a bit more pressure here. This time he falls flat at 1, and this time, how does it work?
I mean, okay.
It doesn't, though. It's 3v3.
It's
like,
true.
it's not all that amazing.
Yeah.
This is still a retakeable site for Vasco, but at least they've got in. They've got that flank coming around the back from Action. They have to wait. So it will take a fair bit of time here for Vasco to really set themselves up for the retake, but they don't mind the late round retakes.
He walked into it.
That will help. Double Nade goes back in that direction, really softens the target onto MG and Silver, but it's still a 3-on-2.
This is still very doable. That flank's starting to activate now as well. In comes Action. In comes the swing of Silver, but down he goes. The trade is not behind there as well. We've got to get going. Time ticking. He gets it behind. He's going to get it. He might just have got it. It's so close. It's right down to the wire. He might have missed his window. No! He misses the window. The finest of margin.
What you might have had to. I really do think if you go back and look at that, if you look back at that replay, he's literally standing on the bomb. It should have been instant, and it wasn't quite instant. And if it was, it would have been around again for Vasco. But Evolution Power have snuck their way in for 1.
They don't deserve it. They do not deserve that round.
They should have lost that round.
With the call and everything around it, they should not have walked away with that round.
Yeah, I mean, you tried 5 times in a row, and finally it worked, only because finally VNC and Fefe weren't totally serviceable this time. I mean, if you try to run this back every 5 rounds, you keep doing it, you're only going to get 1 per 5. That's not, you're going to lose 10-2. It's going to be, or I guess not 10-2, but
VNC only got 1 kill, so therefore we lost the round. And that is a crazy thought process.
Yeah.
Do you remember earlier what we were saying as well? This call from EP back all the way back towards Port, where it was like, the way we win this round is if they miss shots. That's kind of what these calls are like. It's like the same way they were trying to hit A on Port, and they said, we've got to hope that MG misses his shots, which even in a bad map, of course he's never going to miss sitters with no flashes. It's kind of the same vibe here, where we're like, we're just hoping VNC only gets 1 kill.
Well, this time it looks like they've decided they're not going A. So we get something different. It's taken half of the half.
And after they do it after Vasco have finally moved a member over to A. So I mean, credit to them. They have forced a response. This is not an A hit.
We'll see how the over-rotation looks from Vasco here, because it's very evident that there was a couple of players with presence over on A. Oh, 1 for 1. It hasn't pulled an extra rotator though for Vasco. They're not scared enough on A just yet. In fact, they're going to go back to B. They have called the bluff.
Oh, they might have seen YH rotating off of that. I don't know.
It's because he's pulling back from long. I think that's why they actually rotate back towards B.
Yeah.
He got that kill in the trade, falling away. And there's where MG on the swing. He's actually trying to hope for the flick, which is a interesting call rather than taking contact. And this might cost them the round. And Orman and AK to crack open the B site and a 2 versus 4. Now make that 1. No chance of Vasco. EP are going to get a second. This one a little better, but I really feel like it's down to missed shots.
Yeah, I reckon you just keep hitting this side. If MG's going to play B, he's having a slow day. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, test him.
Just keep seeing if it works out. That's the cleanest looking round by far so far for Evolution Power.
Yeah, definitely a weird map so far. But
that's one way I put it.
If Evolution Power at least get 4, you're not going to be happy about it, but if they at least get 4, even 3, it is winnable. It's not the way the map should go, but at least you give yourself a shot. They're going to pick up their second round here, and not a timeout. I thought maybe because we zoomed out here. Just showing off the cool effects. As here was action, you can see, yeah, there's like a...
Yep. It took him a little second to get on the defuse.
He's probably fist bumping his buddy.
If that's the case, then that's egregious. That is terrible.
Yeah, we don't know, but he still made a mistake and delayed, you know, it was almost like 100, 200 milliseconds.
Yeah.
Like, that's easily enough.
It's like he thought
that was
he
the difference as well.
It's like he thought he was on it.
Yeah.
And then had to re-press the defuse button. And obviously that was enough to pretty much give the round over to EP. So how big of a deal could that end up being if Evolution Power now go on to a big streak?
Quite
funny. They win 10-8 here.
I know, my God. Quite funnily, I was having a little listen, right? Oh, hang on, there is a big flank here. Let me come back to this point. That is null and void of what is happening here and now. Action on the flank with Silver, and yeah, I was gonna say, EP could smell a rat, and they found it. Now Action under a bit of pressure himself. He's trying to be a bit of a problem to keep presence there, but I actually think they've kind of got to fall away, if I'm being honest. I say that though, MG then gets active himself. He's got the right idea. He's very much got the right idea, but he walks into the wrong person. And XQQ deletes him. This is a weird one. We're fighting kind of a war on multiple fronts, and Fefe's probably going to be in the thick of it, caught on the cross. A 2 versus 3 now. A site open again, and look where we're back, fellas.
Back to A. Ye old faithful with Action making a rotate around through long. How many times have we seen this kind of a setup?
Oh my God.
Taking its time, and Action has actually crossed to vent. If VNC does enough to cause a distraction, maybe Action can slide in and get maybe more than one. Or Zay. This is free for Action. He doesn't deny the play. Oh! It took him a second shot. Can't quite get Zay. It's all gone wrong. Action's waited too long.
No. VNC could still do it though. They're both very low. He's got an opportunity here. Not the best gun for it. Might switch to the cold after a 1-tap. Let's see. Hops up, spots him, gets the 1, looks for the cold shot, knows he's low, but it's Zay who picks up the kill anyway. And he's gonna get Evolution Power back in this one, 3-4.
Good on him. He's getting pretty fired up too. This is one of the Ankaras of all time. You have to question Action there, don't you? Just confirm the kill. The other guy, he tries to play trigger discipline, but he does it wrong. He trigger disciplines while the guy's planting. He's not a threat to you. He literally cannot get off the plant and trade. So you've got to kill the guy with a gun first and then the bomb planter. Who cares if they plant? You're then in a 3 versus 1 on the retake, and your support is in by the fence, so it would have been fine anyway. It was just a poor decision making. He definitely got flustered in the panic of that situation there.
You could tell.
It was too many options. It was quite literally, you know, a deer in headlights. I didn't know where to look. He just froze.
True.
And they got ran over.
Great analogy.
Oh, no.
Brutalized.
Please, tell me more. Wait.
It was a giant truck.
I will say, so my point I was coming to earlier before that round went into chaos, some bloke right near us tried to start a Vasco shot, and everyone turned around and I'm assuming told him to shut up. Had the headphones off. He went for a Vasco, and everyone just glared at him. So that's a no chance here. Missed shot, but at least his life's still alive.
I feel like also Bella earlier was doing the chants during the break, and she started with the Vasco one.
And they said go home, was it?
Yeah, they weren't saying Jayo, I'll tell you that. I don't know what they were saying, because I also am not proficient, but
You don't speak Chinese?
yeah, no.
After 2 weeks here?
Surprisingly, yeah.
You haven't learned?
I have learned a little bit.
What have you
Nothing
learned?
that'll help in this scenario. But yeah, it was pretty interesting. We got a little trade here action. Nice. Just pop out. Just going to say, okay, hello. Takes him down. Not every day you see them kind of just AFKing in the office, in the hotel. Uh-oh. Action, another chance. It's another big pickoff for him. Takes down XQQ on the lurk. And now they know this push is coming B.
Secondary Orm for Silver was pretty potent on this map yesterday, but both of the Orms missing a shot allows Evolution Power to push their way forward. Waiting for them, of course, is action, and no harm, no foul. Vasco.
Oh, look who it is.
Will get themselves another win.
Goken. You can say maybe supporting your fellow countrymen, but maybe preying on their downfall to a degree as well. Because
in this booth instead of them.
They would much rather be here. And of course, it was Vasco yesterday in the opening game who eliminated them from contention. Despite Goken's best efforts, I must say, he was
10 first kills.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Might be sitting there looking at that going, man, if I'm in MG's shoes, I'm not 3 and 4.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, Goken, I think probably I would say without a doubt has been the best sniper at this event.
Goken's got 20 by now.
Yeah, he's probably been the best sniper at this event, and I would actually, there's actually a pretty good argument to say he's been the best player at this event. It's just the team hasn't been good. But he has been just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, to Elfish's point, I think that Goken at this point in their map, they played Ankara, Antisocial versus Vasco. I think he had around 6 or 7 first kills already.
Yeah, it was like 6 in the first 8, wasn't it? It was something insane like that.
It was just stupid. It just shouldn't happen. And guess what? Silva, he's like, all right, all this talk about aiming.
Goken, I've seen you.
Yeah.
Just let the spirit of Goken take over.
It's just floating into the booth. We're like, oh God, is he okay? I'm sure that Silva would not mind if it means that he picks up the 500K.
Very, very true.
And the title.
Sell your soul. They say sell your soul to the devil. How about to the Goken, the Orm King?
I'd do it.
Yeah. I'm with you. Oh,
all right,
fellas.
Wait, we're going A?
Who would have thought?
What?
Going A? EP like going A? Final round of the half as well. On the BL side, no less, and it's been lackluster.
And they're down a man.
This is another bold call. Mino calling from the grave as well, and he said, let's just do it once again. VNC, no surprises here as he gets both, and he wants more. He's hungry for the 3-piece in the 3-peat as they continue to test him 6-3.
Well,
guys, we've got to question the calling.
I heard a lot of groans from the audience. They're not happy.
They deserve that. They deserve every bit of that 6-3 deficit that they've got at that first half. Let's see how this second half goes for Evolution Power. Maybe be back on that GR side. They don't have to make the decisions anymore, so it's probably a good thing.
Well, that's...
That's one-sided.
Yeah, very one-sided. You know, we've got 3 players fragging out here on the side of Vasco. The other 2 guys just haven't really seen as much action because they were holding B. So they're doing okay. They're doing fine. 3-5, 3-4 is totally fine. Can't really say the same on the side of EP. Yeah, they're trying to get the chance going now. The crowd was trying to do it, but the response wasn't that good. It was only when we had Bella join in and lead the chant did we get a couple of good ones. Morale is low.
Well, low, but, maybe Bella's aura is just that good.
I don't think it's Bella, by the way. I think it's Rain.
Not?
I think it's Rain.
Oh.
Oh, no. Oh, casting, yeah. It is Rain, yeah. But she did try one earlier, and that one was pretty substantial. So, speaking of trying something, oh my God, XQQ misses an absolute sitter, but thankfully recovers well. And a shutdown, and one they absolutely needed.
It looks like where we were out last night.
Yeah.
We were walking through Hangzhou, and there was a bunch of cosplayers running around.
4 floors of it, in fact.
I literally thought there must be a cosplay convention on, but I was chatting to a couple of locals, and they were saying, no, it's just normal.
Yeah. I mean,
just hanging out Saturday night.
We genuinely thought it was as well. And but the one thing that was kind of the giveaway that it was, a bit more of a regular occurrence was they weren't like pop-up booths. They were actual shops, right?
Yeah.
The whole place was just one 4-story shopping mall with a food court on the top, food court on the bottom, and then sandwiched between anime stores, basically.
Anime stores, yeah, nerd stores, basically. Any kind of nerd you could possibly
Look
want.
at this. Zay's got the weird angle, and it's going to be perfect. He goes huge. And now it's Vasco who are not having luck pushing A. It's 4-1, 4 for 2, but it does get traded down. Nicely done, Evolution Power. Looking good.
A is closed.
On both sides, apparently.
Yep.
Oh my, well done from Zay. 4 out of 5 there. He's unfortunate not to get the ace. He was reloading, trying to cross back over towards main. But safe to say, job done.
It's a good start, though, for Evolution Power to the half. Right, 6-3 doesn't feel so dangerous anymore. Maybe still a world where Evolution Power pushes this one to themselves with the 2-1 scoreline. It was looking like a grim prospect for a little bit there, but GR's side has been pretty phenomenal so far.
It just feels like these teams they're not doing anything innovative from Blacklist. You know, like the teams they're playing defaults on the site, and they're just, they're shooting well.
And it's a BL-sided map as well, right?
Yeah.
It really is worrying. Oh, hello. YH, she's got the right idea. We actually didn't see too much vent aggression from Vasco. They were playing sides, but now they're going to test this.
He's been good from this position throughout the playoffs, but he won't be good this time.
VNC, man, what a player.
I honestly think that's just a straight read from Vasco. That's probably just a pre-fire. He's played that exact spot
a lot of times.
So many times.
I mean, he did it against them, right?
Yeah. Won't get away with it this time.
He had a lot of success against them in that first outing.
Guys, they're not going A.
Oh my God, I love it. Is that second mid hotel control? I don't know, this is possible. Someone just cracked a good joke in it. Everybody started laughing.
Yeah. Common occurrence. Mino, gonna get his head taken off. And now the push comes in. We do have a first kill going the way. 2XQQ is gonna line up 2, looking for a bit more as the aggression comes in from the side of Fefe. Wants to get that spray down. It's not gonna happen. The cool comes out from XQQ. He's holding down the site by himself at this point.
What are they all looking at? They're all looking at Connector. You can't all be looking in the same place. Zay's coming in on the flank. He should get 2. 1's enough. MG, maybe.
No.
Maybe 1's not quite enough. Can it be the MG special we've all been hoping for? 30 seconds left on the clock. He's got the C4. He's got an M4. And he can get a plant now as well. Zay's let him out.
He could go A if he really wanted to, in all honesty.
He's going to.
But so Zay.
Zay's called it.
Oh my God. He's going A.
Get on your bike.
It's a foot race, and it's one in which MG will win, but then will he realize?
Zay's got a nade as well, by the way, so he can soften this up if MG's just tucked behind the box somewhere. Zay, fast rotate.
Oh, he's going to play in towards Spawn. No, he's not.
I would have said
he's going to hold stairs. This is a first
Oh!
fight, and it all goes the way of Zay again.
Get the megaphone out.
Wow, wow.
Coach didn't have much to say, just screams Jio into the mic and leaves it at that.
Who needs strats when we can have vibes?
Exactly.
Speaking of vibes, here's a few of them from Zay. Here's 4K in that previous round. Yeah, I think he's getting a couple of Jios out as well. Oh, 2 right, fella, 2 right. You deserve them.
3 in a row on the GR side.
Oh my God. Why is this the battle of who can have the worst BL side right now on a BL side of
Hang
map?
on a minute. Mino pushing. He'll be punished for that one. Now XQQ is going to have to do the janitorial duty in the same way he did last round. Remember, it was XQQ that really got Evolution Power back into the last round.
XQQ has been pretty good on this map. I don't even really feel like I've noticed a lot of times where, you know, he's clutching or doing anything crazy, but 14 kills, had a double kill a couple of times. Just playing well in general, not super flashy. And they're going A. We got 5 guys. Nope, just kidding. They're going, still got a lot of time. I think, you know, they're going to think about the B side at this point. Big rotation coming in from EP already.
This is such a bold call, and it's going to work. They've gamble stacked B, And it's going to work. The crowd are getting fired up because it's going to be an absolute bloodbath towards B. I can't believe the gamble stack has worked. But here we go. Flashbang first and XQQ. He's been electric. This time he is so soft as he gets deleted. And everybody gets deleted on towards the site.
Okay.
The gamble stack gets dismembered. And yeah, it's a grimace there. I don't blame her, love. You know, that was a rough hold.
Yeah, well, I mean, the issue there obviously is you're down 4-on-5. And if you're going to hold that site, you really need that first kill to go your way. Not only did they not get the first kill, XQQ goes down, but the player tucked in the corner also got spotted. So it kind of gives the game away for Vasco that they know there's probably a bit of a stat going on here, and it was an easy cleanup from there. So worked out perfectly for Vasco. Evolution Power going to have to work a little bit harder for the lead once again.
Certainly helps when Action's able to pick up a 4K. I think he got 4 headshots as well. Just Action things. Feels like he had a very slow port. Since then, he's been getting better and better. 16-6 now here on this map. So where we have been critical, definitely like to point out the players who have also stepped it up. YH, this time he's going to play a little bit more passive of an angle. Just
I wonder how much of that is his sort of confidence as well, saying, you know, lost last time, they're obviously expecting me here, so adapting is one way of putting it, but also maybe being a little bit nervy to back himself. MG, ooh, he sort of knows he's over there, so YH going to fall back.
Couple of flashes right on the Action in the middle of the map. They're definitely expecting him to lurk in here. He's done this a lot, where he just goes straight into spawn and gets in behind them, but he's going to hold his ground as the swing comes in advance, and we just see YH just going to take both their heads off. And from there, there's Action. This is what I meant. He just comes in, takes down one, and now he's got position behind. He's really throwing a wrench into the gears, although they are beginning to deal with him. He does escape for now.
Hello? What's going on? Ring around the rosy. XQQ's in behind. He doesn't know that he's got a player behind him, so he'll drop as well. It's a 1-for-1, which is fine for Vasco.
It's winnable, though, for YZK.
Oh, he's
Look how low they are, though.
Look at how low he is.
Yeah, but got the M4.
No!
And they got oh my God, Action, what are we doing? What are we
Just
doing?
go kill.
Of course, I forgot about that
It's
MO.
all about vibes, remember?
Yeah.
Look at this.
Actually, Action spotted 3 players on that peak that he got the kill onto XQQ.
4
so
headshots.
His POV
helps.
there is ridiculous.
8-6 though. This is Vasco moments away from putting themselves up 2-1 in this series, I should say. At that point, I'm sure you'll hear a pin drop in this stadium.
Oh no, not the library. We'll see if it happens. I'm sure they're going to cheer into the last moments, but you are right. Vasco seems like they've kind of unlocked some of their riflers, maybe gaining more and more confidence after that very one-sided GR side for them. Thinking about a little bit of pressure through the B tunnels. Fefe looking to poke his head in there. And this is what you like to see. Trying to attack more than one site. Looking at more than one angle. There's a big A stack here from EP. So if they find a different angle, this could look good for them.
It's true. Well, bated breath in this arena, that's for sure. People know how sort of on edge EP are right now and how important Ankara is. As we said, this ultimately could be the dictator of this series. In they come. MG going to pound his way around that corner, but he overlooks that close corner. YTK holding down, and he's good for 2. That third might just still offer himself up, but as Colt finds it. Absolutely sumptuous from YZK, but the fourth eludes him. As Action still wants to fight, and he has really picked up his level. 21-6. And a 2 versus 3, not impossible for Vasco.
This is a guy that went completely missing on map 1, and that's why things were, let's be real, so egregious for Vasco.
Yeah.
Now 21-6, this is a Vasco that can win this event. And it feels like as long as Action is alive, there's a massive threat hanging over Evolution Power. This 2v3 could still go their way. No one's helping Minnow. Zay's trying to come in, or rather YH is trying to come in, but He's low on HP as well. Now we're back to a 2-on-2. More damage from Action, and they're going to go A. They're actually going to go A. They have completely bamboozled Evolution Power. Zay will have the fast rotate, but YH is on the wrong side of the map as this plant goes down. It's going to take a long time for Evolution Power to get set up for this retake, unless Zay goes early, in which case he's putting himself in a 1v2, and Action, I mean, Action might just go early here. He wants to take these fights. YH goes down, and Zay is spotted. It's 9 for Vasco.
I've got to say, I was watching the cams the whole way throughout that as well. Action SA is the one calling that, and he's actually called that round perfectly. Fefe went silent. He let him play. You could even actually see the way in which Fefe Action, when he dies, he throws it to Action and says, do your thing, right? And he's done so well there. That is an excellent mid-round all the way throughout. They made sure to fight together on towards Mino. Once he spotted towards window, Action doesn't peek, waits for the support to drag attention, then re-peeks to get the kill. It's just genius. It's small things like that, you know, to have a player of Action's experience, like we said, he's been here at the finals before, 2021, a few years ago, and he's back. And obviously that experience paying off in dividends right there. What a 2v2 to win. And honestly, that might just be the straw that breaks the camel's back in this map, and potentially could be the series too.
Even the cosplayers couldn't smile. The one of them was trying to get an EP Jayoko, and the other one was just very sad. Yeah, it's rough. We talked about how important this Ankara was, and EP have just, for some reason, something has gone very wrong in the comms. Minnows 3-12. Like, yeah, it's just not a good map for them so far, and I don't know how they're going to dig themselves out of this hole, but right now this is all Vasco all the way, all Action all the way. And, okay, Action on the lurk versus YH. And I think there's another guy over there, Zay.
If they swing out here, I mean, if Action just goes, he gets both. He doesn't realize it. Look left, and he gets both. Oh my God, he's starting to clear these angles. He's starting to move. He doesn't spot them out, though.
They're in there, though. He's
on the site. It's VNC's going to get the first. Action's in behind.
It's still big. Action is going to be able to wrap all the way in behind. But
oh my God.
No, they've called the rotate back over A.
Oh my God.
He's probably saying nobody's here.
Oh my God.
He's probably like, okay, nobody's here. They've stacked B.
He's wrong.
But he can get rotations. He's going to get a rotation. He surely should get one. He will. And now they're thinking, what has gone on? The C4 runs in on its own because they think the site is open. What is happening here? It is absolute chaos.
VNC Colt entry?
Zay?
Question mark?
Oh my God.
Still up on that side. He could still win this round right now
25.
if they push towards A. Action is going to take him down. Of course he's going to take him down. 25-6. You couldn't write a better script right now for Vasco. 3-on-1 in that post plant. And YZK has to save the day for Evolution Power. It seems an impossibility, and it is 10-6.
Wow.
Vasco will take another one. It's 2-1.
Absolute pandemonium there on Ankara, and arguably in some of the worst ways. We had one of the more interesting starts with the quintuple A hits coming through from Mino, called by EP. It was absolutely bonkers. And then the way in which that game was close to the tail end. Action stepped up to the plate in a massive way, but that's got to be gut-wrenching for this EP side, because losing that's really going to hurt.
Yeah, it definitely hurts a lot. You could see that the crowd has totally lost their energy after that one, a 10-6 on Ankara. It was the choice of Vasco, yes, but both of these teams are very well versed. We talked about this being the litmus test. Yep. And right now, Vasco looks much better as a team strategically. Their players are playing better. I do think that also EP gave them a lot of like underhand softball throws where it's like, here, take a couple rounds. Why not get Fefe and VNC hyped and excited? And then Action was like, okay, in the beginning. And then he goes to Blacklist side, and he totally takes over the map. Like, he was doing all right, but then he really became the main character later on. And 3.5 KD and a 10-6, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, just shy of 140 ADR as well, Jordan. What a showing from Action. Yep. But it's not only just the raw mechanics. His actual kind of secondary calling was excellent, because a lot of times Fefe was dying early, and he would then take over.
Yeah, it's that, but it's also, I mean, this is Action at his best, right? We're talking about a player that, yes, he's putting the numbers up. Yes, he's doing some secondary calling and whatnot, but he's getting really, really impactful rounds, not even just in terms of the kills themselves. It's about the positioning and the space that he's able to take. Think about the very last round of that map. Yeah, he is able to walk into A, and he's kind of missed the players in Vent, but honestly, I feel like there's a world where he's probably said, look, I haven't cleared Vent. I'm going to keep going into GR spawn. And we've seen him do that kind of thing a few times. Remember the rounds on Port where he's just walking out onto B? He seems to have this like really intuitive sense of timing or game sense or what have you, where he can just walk into a site, walk into a position on the map, take that space away from his opponent, where otherwise another player might walk into an Orm scope, for example. So
look at this.
Crazy stuff from Action.
5-0, 6-2, 4-1, 6-1, 4-3. Nobody beat out Action in the head-to-head. And, you know, there really wasn't even actually that much when you look across the stats, in which are that positive. Maybe I'm looking at kind of the XQ 5-1 over Silver or the 4-3 over VNC, but doesn't make that kind of a difference. The flashlights are going in here. They're trying to rile up the crowd here. And EP, I think, they more than ever need that sixth man now.
They definitely do. I mean, I don't really know what you say. They're not going to have like the 4-minute break extra that we have at the end of 2 and 4 maps. So you got to go right into sub base, which you prefer over compounds. I think that's totally fair. A lot of teams would have picked sub base here. And you just got to turn it around, because Minnow is not doing a good job for some reason. The coach as well. We talked about it. They took a timeout when it was 0-3. And everybody came together, and they got their heads together. They're like, okay, the biggest minds on the side of EP, what are we going to do? Yeah. Let's go A again. And they lost it. Time. And they went A again the 5th time, and they won a round, but it was like pulling teeth, and Action messed up the defuse, right? That was that round. So it was like, okay, you won a round, but what did it cost? So it's just not good feels.
It's very true. And when you look at the stats across the screen there, and for me, it kind of doesn't make that big of a difference. I think the way we're looking at it now is, there's no matter A, Vasco play a lot, not only domestically, but they played at this tournament quite a few times, as you can see, the same amount of times as EP. They played at the Summer Championships to pretty decent success there too, hence why they got that into playoff sort of run. And on top of that, I really think these stats mean a whole lot of nothing when the vibes over towards that of EP are so up in the air. Yeah.
One thing I will take from those stats, though, is that for this particular matchup for these two teams, this might actually be a GR-sided map. Typically, we say it leans a little bit towards BL, but if you look on those stats, 4 out of 4 for Evolution Power were GR-sided, 3 out of 4 for Vasco were GR-sided in each separate event. So I'm looking at maybe a 5-4 GR side out of this first half. If we get anything different, that is going to lean us in one direction or the other in terms of this was a good GR half or this was a good BL half. Again, you know, these are going to be the guys that we're going to be looking towards. I think for me personally, I mean, I'm just looking to see if Action can continue this. If he can continue this, it's game over as far as I'm concerned.
Because he was the one guy from Blacklist that really made a big difference. Like you mentioned, I do definitely agree. I think the teams are better from the GR side, but he was like, no, I'm just going to lurk in. I'm just going to like snake my way into your backline, and what are you going to do about it? I think sub base, we talked about timings a lot when they were actually pushing into Wolf. A lot of times coming through vents at the perfect time with Silva, pushing into second mid. They got so many round wins that way, and I feel like Action could get that done, or maybe another player on their team could get that done. So I feel like they've just kind of gotten their number from the Blacklist side as well, due Vasco. So I'm worried for EP, to say the least.
Yeah, and I think it's more than safe to say that the crowd are as well. It's been a little bit muted these last few, well, I guess map, but mainly the rounds as well, because not only the fashion in which they've been losing them, but the feeling in the arena as well. It's been, you're kind of at quite a rapid pace, seeing this Vasco side scale up in towards this game as they've scaled up in towards this tournament, right? And for EP, the big thing that was going to be the advantage for them is starting strong. And they kind of haven't now with kind of, you know, the trading maps at the start. Now you're losing Ankara. They've got to do something they haven't been required to do at all in this tournament, which is fight from behind.
I do have to say, though, that fan vote is going to come back in confidence if/when they do start to win, right? If there is an inevitable point where Evolution Power really start to get rolling and are going to push this one through to a map 5, that's what everyone wants to see. Not only because they want to see Evolution Power get the win, but they also just want to see another map of CrossFire. So it'll be something that I think, you know, they may have quietened down a little bit over the last couple of maps, but as we heard, when they were clutching up, when they were having good rounds, it's not as if the guys in the crowd have really disappeared. They're still here. They're just waiting for their moment. Yeah,
well, let's see if they'll get their moment as well, because like I mentioned, Vasco don't mind this map basically at all. So definitely worrying times to a degree when we think about EP, and I have been quite concerned about the calling department. I mean, we've been touched a little bit with the A here, but I think actually in general, there's been quite a few, you know, look back towards Port, there's the moments there where I really did worry about some of the calls that were being made here, and, you know, that's the issue, because Mino so far this tournament has been one of the best IGLs, and actually statistically putting up some of the best numbers we've seen from him in a long time. And unfortunately, that's all gone out the window now.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about, you know, maybe he just really overperformed in that match against Wolf, and Wolf kind of began to fall away. And then if you lose someone who is playing so well to get you wins, and he's gone now, you're losing a lot of power.
That's true. Well, let's get the show on the road. Sub-base is where we go for map number 4. And with the chance of taking that trophy, let's see if Vasco can.
Once more, we go back onto yet another map.
Yeah.
And it's sub-base. This could be the final map of this series. Let's just not forget that.
Yeah, I gotta say, sub-base for me, this tournament has delivered for the wrong reason. It's been such a weird map of CrossFire.
It always is.
It's normally so fun and super scrappy, right? But we have seen some really questionable CrossFire this tournament, and I actually feel like we're gonna get even more so here.
I just hope that EP show up and give us a fight, because I feel like the fans will be most disappointed if we get that Ankara where they kind of just fell apart into a sub-base where they kind of just fall apart, right? Because we know what EP is capable of. They're still the favorites when it comes to the predictions. But Vasco, as a team, they're having really high highs. They have so much momentum from yesterday and now in the series. I mean, Action just laid down like a 26 bomb on Ankara in 14 rounds. So the man is having a day out. Push in through second mid here. Zay's not really seeing much. Bit of a nade comes in, but they take over computer pretty painlessly. YZK, he's got help here though on the bottom of A. No push coming in just yet from Vasco.
This is a big play. YZK now gets a bit of support coming through, but it'll be at the cost of Mino as he goes down. So now the numbers once again go in favor there. A flash and YH could be in trouble, or maybe he is the trouble. 1-for-1's not bad. YZK still allowed to stay alive for way too long, and he couldn't even find Fefe. He never should get away with that. He should be caught on the cross, but attention drawn elsewhere in a 2 versus 2. Now arises XQQ, YZK trying to stop this C4 going down, and MG needs to cross as well. Nade lands directly on Silver to make matters worse. This C4's got to cross, but it's still peppering them with utility, and a flashbang, a second behind as well, is keeping them on their toes.
I mean, it's all good for the moment. As long as that C4 goes down, MG's actually in a pretty good position to try and help out. YZK will be lurking his way down the stairs. Obviously, MG worried about Wood as he needs to be. Toes are tickled. Silver will lose his life, and it's on to MG, and he's also done. Evolution Power. There's something for the crowd to cheer about.
Trying to get them riled up as well as the coach.
He's loving it.
Pretty good round still from Vasco. I feel like their positioning and strategy-wise, you know, they snuck their way kind of into computers, but that second guy down on the bottom of A and YZK's performance and the fact that he didn't get traded out was really the crux of why they were able to win that round and eventually, you know, get down and finish it off. But yeah, Vasco, nice try. Evolution Power, though, they're here to play to start. I do feel like, you know, some of the ways that Vasco are getting into second mid and into computer feel very free against Wolf and, you know, even in that first round. So definitely going to be something I'm looking at for these following rounds.
Both these teams like to take machine room control on their GR side. So I actually do wonder, you know, kind of touching on your point about if there's maybe been a bit of a learning curve there for both of them, especially when they played previously and they've also had their problems in this tournament trying to get that control, and is it sort of worth it? I think that's kind of the ultimate question for us of, do we actually want to be super proactive in trying to take machine rooms control and trying to stop them getting here, or do we actually do kind of what we're doing now, which is just try and lock off locker rooms and just say, you know, if you make a bit of a move, maybe we can get a pop shot of XQQ, but more often than not, just get a bit of youth down. Keep them locked in towards that place, because lockers is a very difficult area to get into itself.
We've seen this before from Vasco, just pouring into the vents and getting control. There's been a lot of interesting vents play in this entire tournament, and Vasco have delivered as well. They're going to drop one out. Fefe gets in. They've got a smoke in this door, and it's actually YH who is watching it from the bottom of A. And his presence here has been key. Let's see if he can win this one against Action.
Waiting patiently. It's Action and MG. YH gives away his position, and Action, he says no thank you very much. He's going to keep that hype train rolling from the last map, and YZK playing a dangerous game will end up actually dropping to Silva, who was up in the window, who now has to try and survive himself. Mino will knock him over, cops a headshot for his trouble, but does get the job done, and Evolution Power have the numbers advantage once again. And it's going to be a plant on the A site requiring a retake from EP. This time Action, he is going to look to activate.
This is a bold call, isn't it, though, right? Trying to fight up over towards the stairs like that. We're going on top of the missile. Action backs himself, and I can kind of see why. There's the first. Second, though, not a luxury that he can obtain. That was a wild decision. He should have gone down when he jumped up on top of site.
I was really scared for a second there that Action might get away with something illegal. Not this time, though. Evolution Power lock it in. Get themselves a second. GR side, though, remember that. These two teams have both looked a little bit better on the GR side of Subbase as far as the historic data is concerned for this year. So we're looking for at least 5 for Evolution Power.
It is pretty curious, though, how they're still kind of able to take that part of the map almost for free. Now, YH did hit the shot in events that kind of gave the first kill and the big advantage to them as that was coming in. Also, a lot of information, seeing the extra players up there in the computer room and able to hold on. But that is a very key part of this map. Will Vasco continue to try to hit the A site with kind of their, you know, the curveball entries that they have going? Or are we going to see them explore the B site? Especially, you know, you haven't really tested it out. You don't know exactly what the default looks like. You have been taking over second mid pretty nicely, which can lead into B. Have a lot of presence here in machine room for now.
All goes eerily quiet at the 1 minute 20 mark. Couple of A's get dropped in, but VNC avoids the bulk of them. Only taking 18 points of damage. He will cross, though, and then gives it up. I feel like at least leaving him back over towards the boxes in itself can be huge. YH, he's getting active, and he's doing very well. Fefe's in trouble. He's getting pincered here. He gets strangled in towards wood, and that'll cost him. Now XQ has to go huge. 3 versus 4 and 50 seconds starting to make a move, but more starting to fall. 2 versus 4, and an Action special feels like it's needed. It was required, and we're not going to get it. And MG, who's had a poor series all day long, is in an impossible 1 versus 4. Pours on, and my assumption is that's Vasco's.
Yep. It's been a very back and forth series in some instances. Last map, it was Vasco's turn to have a great run. Now apparently it is Evolution Power's turn, but
gets a kill.
MG
on the board finally.
If he could get one more towards B, he could get a plant.
10 seconds.
2v1, but
got to go.
I don't think he's really given himself the chance here. Like I think he just needed to go B there.
Yeah, I agree. 5 seconds.
He's going to try and
Do you
plant.
know what? He will get it down.
Plant, yeah. Funnily enough.
Whoa, 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 SQQ.
Relax, rein it in, buddy. Let's not do something silly here.
It's
Let's
on.
not do something silly. MG special, again, the second you say the curse words, he dies.
I don't know what you have against MG now, but he does get cursed immediately.
You say the words, the round insta-fails.
But yeah, this is good timing for a timeout from Vasco because so far they have been rolled over. Love that little Horus push from YH. I mean, YH also does it from time to time. But if they're not going to challenge you on the A stairs and in woods, you might as well just take that part of the map and just go on up, get some flanks, put on some pressure from GR. Those two players love to do it.
You can't not love
Which
that.
caster is that, Jordan?
I don't know. I tell you what, though, if I was sitting in front of that bloke with the flag, I'd be worried. He's waving it like an absolute madman.
Yeah, that is going to take someone's eye out.
It's going to take someone's head off.
In the right hands, that is being wielded like a weapon.
Did you say Vasco's name one time? Oosh. Gone.
I wonder where these flags are coming from, and can I get one? Do you reckon I can
Probably not.
Do you reckon I can put that in my
No.
in my carry-on luggage?
I don't
get
think
it.
so.
24 hours delivery. China's pretty good about that.
24 hours back to London.
No, not back to London.
Takes me longer my travel days.
Back to the hotel, mate.
Oh, I was going to say, it's going to take me more than 24 hours to get home to London. I think I've got a strong 30-hour travel day. What have you got, a couple hours maybe?
Yeah,
Oh,
2
I
hours.
don't even want to talk to you.
Yeah, what, 2 hours or something?
Just, you
Man.
know, walk across the pond over to Korea. It's no
Well,
big deal.
how long actually is your
I
flight?
think it's 2 hours.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
so long.
2.5.
It actually makes me so
Maybe.
irrationally mad.
Oh my God. It's going to take me about
Feels
2
great.
hours once I land to get home
Might play
after
a little,
that too.
you know, might play some Switch or something. Maybe take a little nap and I'll be home.
Tell you
Yeah.
what, these Vasco guys, they might actually have a longer travel day than you know, because it
I
is
think they
difficult to get
definitely
to
do.
Brazil.
I think they do.
However, they might be doing it in first class because they've just won $500,000. So
Yeah, upgrades,
don't
baby.
think they'll be too mad about it. And that's a great response. 3-0 for Evolution Power to start the map. Instant tack timeout. Vasco then, they look dominant in this round.
And good to see them changing a bit of fate. You know, you touched on that statistic that Vasco have one of the worst percentages of calling a tag time out and then winning the round after. Well, if ever there was a time to break that curse a little bit, now would be the perfect time. Get a first on the board and maybe kickstart this BL side sooner rather than later. It's you know, it's so far from over that you're not under that much pressure now, right? You made it a 3-1 scoreline. You could very easily get up to 4 or 5 rounds of this BL side if you can build up a little bit of stability. So I think it's actually a good time to call for that timeout. Well, Vasco's side, missed shot as well from YZK. He gets there in the end. It won't make a difference. Time's done anyway. They're giving it a look. It's a lovely shot. All for now, but I respect the mechanics nonetheless. Finally, though, good to see Vasco get on the board straight off the back of their push.
This is exactly what I wanted to see. You know, you're getting so much control in second mid.
Yeah.
You don't have to force it into A if they're putting 2 guys on the bottom of A. Just get a couple of flashes in, take over jail. You have pressure. You've gotten into lockers many times as well for free, you know. Use it. Just get into B. That might have been the discussion that was going on there during the timeout because they instantly hit it. It was very clean. Fefe just kind of waltzed on in as well. No utility. If they're giving you spots on the map, you got to use it, and you got to use it correctly. So I'm really glad that they are able to do that and finally pick up a blacklist side round because, as you have mentioned, Jordan, these teams have struggled from blacklist and have succeeded more often on global risk.
Would 3 be enough, you reckon? Or do you reckon you got to be getting that kind of bare minimum 4?
I want to say 4. 3's pretty tight.
I just think back to Port, right? And where it was like 6-3 and instantly flipped, where you can see how quickly these teams, the second they change half, it can very immediately just go back to...
I mean, it's not impossible, definitely. It's definitely not you're out of the game, but...
You want to feel comfortable with 4?
Yeah, I think so. Vasco still have a bit of a ways to go to get there.
Well, we got the stack in the vents again. Nobody's watching it. 2 guys on the bottom of A. Nothing has changed here on the default. Now YZK does have an ALM, and he is watching this more aggressive angle. So they're expecting it. They're trying to handle it this way. Nate's not going to get into the computer room. Actually messes up the trajectory on that one. YZK and YH, though, watching like a hawk into the computer room. And now Vasco trying to get down the stairs. They have Fefe pressure from behind as well. They're just going to choke onto the A site. And you see EP just had no chance.
Yeah,
wow.
Not even close to a chance. They didn't get to play the game this round. XQQ, he's got one, but yeah. Not interesting me.
Okay.
Maybe it is starting to.
That was cool.
He's going to have to be pretty quick, though. 3 players still yet to find. Timer ticking away. He's probably got about 20 seconds left here. He knows BNC is on the site. We'll take him out. And now all of a sudden this starts to feel doable. Gets that reload off. Fefe swinging. MG also maybe spotted. Bomb is out in no man's land, though. He's just going to sit the defuse. And you don't really have many other options there. So
nice
easy
try.
one for Vasco.
It's a lose-lose spot, isn't it, really?
Yep.
You got to stick it, but you've also got to take 2 fights. It's never going to work. So, good stuff for Vasco. We shall see where we're at. Vasco back-to-back rounds is a pretty solid spot to put yourself in. XQQ, couple of pop shots through wood to no success, but at least keeping Vasco on edge. With EP back against the wall in this series, a strong start to this map felt really positive to maybe push it to that more elusive 5th of compound, but potentially that starts to get a little bit more up in the air now. Vasco scaling back into this map a little bit, putting up enough on their BL side.
This has been an interesting angle for me. I feel like Vasco have gotten into lockers pretty often, but they haven't really utilized it very well. Like, they haven't, not very well, more so they haven't gone to it very often. I feel like they can use it if they'd like to, but they haven't decided to. Now we have a couple of guys looking at this angle, maybe just hoping someone peeks in, but this has been a very much, you know, kind of passive default setup from EP. We've seen no machine room pushes, really no woods pushes outside of YH the one time. Now this is very aggressive from XQQ. He's going to get picked off. As now Minnow, he's going to get flashed. Oh, he does a lot of damage, but now the push comes in. It's going to be up to Zay to try to hold down the site. This spray is so good! He picks up the 3, and all of a sudden, just like that, Vasco are hopeless here unless MG does an MG special. Picks up 1.
You've said the word.
You've said it.
MG special, MG special, MG special, MG special.
Say it 3 times in the mirror in the dark.
And Gokun appears.
And Gokun will appear, yeah.
Hey, I'd like to see it.
The
the flank.
Gokun, come on.
I've cursed him.
You cursed him.
It's so doomed.
You cursed him. Don't say it. Don't say it or it will not happen.
Why have you done this?
What's going on here?
You know what? That's the biggest.
All right.
Do it.
Now kiss. Amazing.
Cameraman stitched them up. when me and bro get put on the kiss cam.
Mate, I'm all in.
Come on, you got to go for it. Like,
Oh yeah, 100%.
who cares?
100%. Got to do it for the one time. Action! This guy
is insane.
continues. I mean, he's not even been amazing so far, but it's just when he has his impact, how big of a difference. Like, that 1 kill alone completely changes the landscape of the round now. You already see the EP panic a little bit, and they're already starting to lose so much map control in a matter of moments. And all he did was get a kill and get out as well. He's not even like he committed to it, but they still keep attention drawn. That is a chunky grenade.
All right, YH this time. Finally, someone's watching vents. They're not coming vents, though. They are in the second mid. They're looking to hit B. Minnow, the most unfortunate timing. And now YH, he needs the timing. He gets 1.
Action again.
Oh, it's winnable. XQQ brings 1 back. Down to YZK.
Where is he, is what they're thinking.
Oh, VNC. Careful, careful.
I think he's...
Does MG see him?
Did he see something?
Someone's seen something, that's for sure, but YZK decides to make all of that a moot point. So he's going to go on a big old flank.
I mean, good, right? The C4's not down, so you may as well.
Yeah, it just surprises me how trepidatious Vasco are when it comes to planting that C4. And it should have cost him. It's a tough shot to hit, to be fair to YZK, but you've got to hit those if you want to win the 1v2. Now he's going to change his position up to lockers, go for a different approach.
They don't know. they're both looking the other way. I mean, MG still is now starting to come around to the idea here. VNC still thinks it's a play in through jail.
I mean, if he never pushes there, though, they might turn around at some point. Let's see how quick they can be with it. YCK!
Oh, no.
Oh, MG.
He loves those no-scopes, doesn't he? Shotgun aiming, and it always seems to work out for MG.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think, John, I think you're absolutely spot on, though. With Vasco, it feels like the best way to punish control is to instantaneously get that C4 down, because, you know, it puts directly a clock above their head. The time goes from being the enemy of the BL side to the friend, right? You know, you having a clock is how you're winning this round out now, by that C4 ticking down, and I feel like they take so long to do it. I mean, you can see how just nervy they are in those situations.
Yep. Well, 3-4. We're kind of getting the established expectation in this first half so far. We sort of said it should go 4-5 as far as BL to GR split is concerned. Right now it's 3-4 with 2 yet to play. Every possibility that we do indeed get that 4-5. At which point,
this is
pass score.
Yeah, this is a great map so far. It's been very back and forth. It's extremely close. You can feel the tension really begin to rise as both teams could easily win from here. It was looking very Evolution Power favored at the beginning. Vasco now having a couple of good rounds here from Blacklist. This is getting close.
Alrighty. 1:15. We're now moving back in towards vents. This has been the default for Vasco. And in previous maps and previous series, this had a lot of success for them. But you can tell already throughout this that EP know this is a common angle for them. In they come, though. They want to try and take a bit of Windows control, but actually scratch that. We're going to go towards jail. And they just completely overlook YH. So him and Zayn are swinging, and they just find easy fight. Is 4 in a row for EP. Here in terms of the kills, it might be all 5. Mino spots out the last, and it's seen off with ease. I mean, a pretty woeful one, it has to be said. In the end there, by Vasco, it completely falls apart.
You really got to be careful. If they have control of computer, they can easily just counter flash as you're pushing in. If they have the information, which, as we saw, EP easily did. So, as you were mentioning, Vasco just kind of disregarding that, and they got caught with their pants down and not really able to do much about it. So, those free pushes they were getting, seems like EP are finally responding to them and not letting it happen.
That is the expected 5 achieved for Evolution Power, but they have a chance to get one more here and just slip this over the line in their favor a little bit, heading into that second half. I actually think this last round and a half is maybe more important than it seems on paper. Evolution Power, of course, down a map, so really need to be doing everything they can to make this life easy. I know Vasco's not going to go down without a fight on a map like Subbase, especially when there's $500,000 on the line, so
you hope not.
Big round ahead here for Evolution Power if they can hold on to just one more. Looks like it might be an A setup here for Vasco. YZK, nice late smoke. Give Vasco a little bit of a moment of pause, but they've still got time. And they've decided A is the go signal. YZK, pretty big miss from him.
It's a sharp angle, isn't it, really, from YZK? He's not giving himself any room for error there, hence why there was the error. 2 versus 4 now, and I think this round's already chalked up to a loss. This should be Vasco finding that 4th at the tail end. YZK a bit of a miss, but then everything else falls apart around it, and I mean, saying XQQ have got a near impossible task. It's got to be said that XQQ has really found this form in towards this map, but now in a 1 versus 4, not to be. So, I think ultimately a bit of a handshake from both sides. I think Vasco are more than happy to have got 4 rounds out of that, especially considering they started 3-0 down. And on the other side, starting 3-0 up, EP are happy to say, we've got a lead.
And now, the one thing I'm worried about.
Go on.
It's been a while since we've seen Blacklist side here for Evolution Power. The last time we saw it was 5 A hits in a row on Ankara.
The Mino specials.
It was stubborn. It wasn't even that clean when they were getting the pushes on. It was very easy to predict. So we need to see something better out of Evolution Power on Blacklist side this time. Otherwise, you know, Minnow, once again, 2-8. We need something out of him and the team on blacklist. Otherwise, Vasco could easily, like, this is par score. Vasco could easily begin to just run away with the map from GR.
I think you're right. I'm actually a little bit concerned. These first couple of rounds coming through from EP are going to be very telling for me. If it goes right back to what we saw on Ankara, I might chalk it up even early, right? I mean, it was so abysmal, some of these BL side calls. At least, though, this map is considerably more intricate, so maybe a little bit of a world in which a few more gimmicks can come into play.
Yeah, it's not an overly positive start for Evolution Power. Really, really passive. Hoping maybe for a mistake more so from Vasco than anything else. Vasco are also playing quite reserved here. Oh, a nade, really a cursory nade. Honestly tossed into wood there, not really hoping for much from it. But 1 minute left on the clock. The onus is now on Evolution Power to start to make their move. Got a player set up at control room. C4 still floating around in middle. 1 or 2 pushing in through wood. This looks like a B hit to me. Mostly through second mid.
This mid-door control is actually really important, and because we've got a double stack in towards window and a third of action coming over from jail, this fight is uber important, and the first is very, very good. YH delivers a second behind it as well. Under pressure, MG got to do something a little bit special in this instance, and it's not working out. It does not work out. Silverosso falls as VNC left with it all to do. This is an impossible spot for him. He is tucked in a corner with just no chance in hell as the C4 goes down, and that'll be EP extending their lead to 2.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Pretty nice hit here from the side of EP. They get through second mid, they get a flash into computers, they win the spray fight, you know, the entry there through that angle, and they hit B very fast. And VNC is just going to take a little Fefe timeout and just say, well, not much we can do in this round. So I wanted to see better out of EP. That looked better.
It's true. Fefe's getting very, very vocal here. He was getting pretty, what's the word when you're moving your body a lot? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's gesticulating.
Animated. He's getting quite animated. Sorry?
Definitely.
Gesticulating. He's gesticulating. You've never heard that word before?
I heard a different word.
That, yeah, no, that I have heard
I had
that.
to double take that word there.
Oh, go for it. Now kiss.
Now smooch. Here we go. Machine room fight. We haven't seen it so far this game. Fefe's still alive. Fefe on the swing. He's going to get one more. That's a C4 to make matters worse, and a smoke down as well means XQQ can't do anything about this.
What's YH going to get up to right here? He's pushed in through second mid, straight into B. He might get behind somebody, or maybe not. MG's caught him. XQQ has to do it solo. As has been the case at times for Evolution Power. Ankara notably being one of those, and it didn't work out very well for them.
I like that XQQ just says, well, you know, bomb doesn't matter at this point. I just need to go kill them, and if I go quick, they're not going to expect it. But they were watching that angle, so unfortunately, he does go down. And yeah, we didn't see that at all out of Evolution Power, pushing into machine room. So I like that Vasco are like, remember this? We can just, you know, pressure you here, and here they go again.
This is kind of the Brazilian style of play, right? They do like to do this. I mean, Imperial and Antisocial both do exactly the same thing, because I think they've realized how important it is. If you get machine room control, you can dictate a lot of that mid control in towards B. The spam drive-by Fefe does so well. He is very fortunate to get away with both, but my God, has this changed the landscape of the early part of this round, but they're just barreling towards A.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get in. It still should be advantage to Vasco here.
Hang on.
XQQ spotted. A couple of shots raining down on his position. Flash comes down. XQQ's been having a really good map so far, and it might be tasked to him. Minnow, I like that he's the one holding this angle, you know, just kind of the off angle. Can maybe get a couple of free kills. There it is. Grenade comes over the top as well. Very nice. He does get traded out, but for Minnow, that's not bad. He's 4 and 10, right? So does his job. Here's Zay. Oh, he's going to get traded down immediately. And XQQ, not much he can do against 3 of them charging in. And Vasco, they do have the advantage, and they do take it down. 6-6 here now.
Pause on as well, called right at the end of that round. So just in time for EP. and a very, very important conversation they need to have because they're sort of getting to the point of being on the brink. It's 6-all, but Vasco, as we've seen time and time again in this series, they're ramping up.
I honestly think this is a pretty good time for Vasco to just have a little bit of a simmer down as well, because when we talk about this from their perspective contextually, 4 rounds away from becoming the 3rd Brazilian team to take a CFS title, not a single one of these players has ever lifted that trophy before. So I wonder how the vibes are in that boot, in that camp right now. Like, they are, at least on the player cams, looking pretty relaxed, but you've got to imagine it's just inner turmoil, really. The nerves are coming, the pressure's there for sure, but anticipation as well. What if today is the day? What if today's the day that you manage to achieve what you have dreamed of for many years? Action back in 2021, first time he set foot on a stage like this one. Talked about that in his interview. Well, here we are 3 years later. And I tell you what, 3 years is not that long to wait in comparison to some. Mino, the last time he won was 9 years ago.
Yeah, it's true. That's
Certified grandpa of the scene.
Yeah, that's for sure. Has to be said as well with Action. He's really taken this sort of series by storm, right? And I think he realizes the importance here of him getting super, super active. And once again, we see it here and towards Machine Room. There is a real feeling in the air of, I guess, positivity for Vasco, but a bit of worry, I think, definitely for EP.
So they take over Machine Room, but Action's going to back away. It was actually just him that goes in there. It's almost like they expected EP not to challenge, but EP will go for the retake. This is very, you know, compound-esque, where it's like, okay, you can rush in, you can, you know, make some noise, and then we're going to come in as 4. And unless you're all there, which is going to be very dangerous on this kind of map, we're going to retake it. So they take that part of the map.
Action saw them re-aggressing in towards Machine Room, so he falls all the way back. And I think they also must have seen him as well, because they also pull back and go back towards Wood. Looks like an A here. VNC. VNC A on Ankara was fantastic. Let's see how he fares here. Flashbang going to come down. Banks down as well, but he can't even get one. The spam does so much damage towards YH, but it's still not a kill. The numbers favor that of EP looking for that 7th round, but they're going to go quick here. They want to get them before the plant, and it might even just work for them. They are barreling in, and they are finding these fights so successfully. YTK for 2 gives them a chance, but Action answers back. 1v2. YH is barely alive as well, and Action stuck between both, a rock and a hard place. He is pincered in, but he somehow found a gap. He somehow started to make a move, and this could work out for him. YH is holding. Does Action clear? No, he doesn't! So it falls flat. YH, that is a bold position, it has to be said, to play from.
Oh, are we going to get it?
You can't go for the heart and not go for the kiss. There you go.
There we go.
Okay.
It's true.
All right,
7-6. 7-6. It's still anybody's game right now. That round was very close, though. Action, you know, if he looks left instead of right, what happens? Maybe a different round. He's going to hit that shot for sure.
He also, you know, the bomb was down on the A site. Like, it was just on the ground, not planted. There was a world where, you know, tries to just wait and see. But obviously, if they get the plant down and use 1v2, that's not going to feel great. So he wanted to isolate a 1v1, but there's just so many corners on this map. It's kind of difficult. There were still 40 seconds left. Either way, hindsight is 2020. You know, there's definitely a world where, you know, YH is in transition. He picks him off, and it looks much better for him. So now, you know, just taking a look at the defense here. Very standard, very default. You know, you've got a guy in computers for the counter flash. You've got Fefe, who I don't think he's playing with the but he might be. There's still a chance, but he has been playing M4 in that position a lot.
All right. Under a minute 30. And again, this is a very slow bit of control for EP. In the previous round, they tried taking a bit in towards Machine Room, cancelled, went back towards doors, and then committed. This time, they've not really done anything. It's all late round. Still got time, of course. A minute left to work with, but yeah, definitely a bit of a bolder call here to leave this down to the wire.
Just waiting and seeing, I suppose. Although it does look like they do want to hit the B site with this angle.
Yep. Util's getting tossed up over the top. It's a contact play, though, really, from Evolution Power, and the contact is made favorably. A double kill from Zay. XQQ in for one, and he's still holding on to Lock as he's somehow gotten that reload off MG. He can't find him. Vasco are going to lose this round. There's no doubt about it. Bomb plant's going down. VNC would need a miracle. And this will be Evolution Power, more than likely going up 8-6 and hoping to push this through to a 5th.
He eats a nade and meets a smoke as well, so VNC, I think, calling for a Fefe timeout here as well. He'll tuck himself over towards stairs. And once again, Fefe gets on the mic here. Or maybe he doesn't, he takes his headphones off. So scratch that. Scratch that indeed. Not a lot. But he said it looks like Silver's saying a little bit, but that's basically about it. He's watching as well over towards VNC, just in case he has a little fight at the end. But it won't make a difference. EP, 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away from pushing this all the way towards a 5th. Compound is that 5th and final map. And then it comes down to basically a best of 1 to decide who is going to be lifting that trophy. Vasco, don't let it go there. Don't take the risk. You were doing so well. This is what we want to see from Vasco. The aggression, the confidence, back yourself in these fights. Deep smoke. They're holding for the pushes, so you can really see that EP are expecting this, and they're just allowing them that control, which I don't actually even hate. What's the point in risking the fight when you can go there later on, as they've been doing these last few rounds?
Yeah. It's just a bit safer to do that. I do like that Vasco is being proactive, even from the GR side. When they're just sitting back, they're just getting rolled over. They haven't really found a good way to stop the aggression from EP. So returning to the machine room, and will they stay there is really the question, because there's always, you know, the chance that EP could just try to go 5 men down the A stairs. Silva, the crowd is begging Silva to peak this. I don't think Silva peaks that 99 out of 100 times.
No real reason to get any more aggressive if you're Vasco here. Only thing will be if they're feeling like maybe A is going to be hit, do they make that push on B? And they may well be worried about that. Let's see where Evolution Power decide to go, though. Do they choose to go A? Action is taking the fight to them. Now they've lost MG. Well, that will certainly be the A site cracked open, but again, does Evolution Power know it? Well, they haven't recognized that just yet. They're flashing their way down the stairs. It might not matter. 2 on 2, 2 on 3 even. VNC and Silva are looking to close this one out. VNC needs a big kill here, and he can't get it. Evolution Power are looking poised now to take this one to a 5th.
Oh, it's not done here, though.
C4 is all the way in BL spawn. 30 seconds left. I mean, what if Silva just gets one more kill?
Yeah.
A little cheeky one.
I mean, from here, you expect this plant to come down, and then Silva maybe goes for the retake with the AWM anyway. Yeah, he's coming down, seeing if this... Yeah, he's going to know immediately.
Got to book it.
And he is going to stay with the AWM. There's a lot of long angles going into YZK and XQQ, a couple of players that might have snipers themselves. Oh, not going to hit that first shot. Switches back over as he gets closer, and there it is, the one cold headshot. Or just the one tap there as he was at 60 health. Down he goes, EP on 9 rounds. They have certainly figured out the blacklist side of this map. Wow. And they have figured out Vasco.
He's loving it, that fella. He's really loving it.
He
I don't know, yeah, what was going on there, but he was...
put SV and then he started punching it.
I love it. Even better.
Yeah.
And that's sort of what it's felt like. A bit of a... Yeah, Vasco kind of felt like a punching bag, unfortunately, on this GR side. Offered up not enough. Far from enough. And it's looking like a map number 5 looms here as well. What a game we have got. In no better way for a best-of-5 to go or 5 in a grand final. They want it to be an even affair. It felt like it would have been underwhelming if this was a 3-0 like it was in the semi-finals. This deserved the full breadth of it. We said we wanted the marathon. We've most likely got it. Unless Vasco can do something drastic to get this to overtime. But the way they've been playing on this GR side, it feels highly unlikely. So, 9-6, just one round away here for EP. Once again, slow, steady. That's what's been winning them the race, that's for sure.
No real reason to change what's working. Just going to wait for probably 40 seconds left. Look to hit this B site. It has been pretty weak for the side of Vasco. Action nearby. He's the one tasked with watching the hallway. Fefe as well from jail. He's got a pretty good angle. They have a crossfire on this exactly. They just got to hit the shots as Fefe gets the first and Action stays alive. They have the perfect crossfire, though. That peek in XQQ, not very advisable. XQQ still here as well. The bomb on the ground, 30 seconds. YZK has to push in eventually. XQQ getting aggressive himself. He's not able to hit the flick, but YZK is able to get the kill and support his way in onto the site. YZK going huge. He's going to push him out, and that gets the round and the map to the side of EP.
Well, Evolution Power lived to see another day as we go to a 5th and final map here in this best-of-5. It's Compound coming up next. And survival from EP is one thing, but a bit of a dismemberment as well. Vasco fell apart. The BL side wasn't flourishing. The GR side, arguably, even worse.
Yeah, I mean, they got 2 rounds from their GR side, and it wasn't even that dominant. I just feel like EP, they had some really nice entries. Vasco kind of just didn't know what to do with them.
Yeah.
And, you know, they would try to push in a machine room. They got some luck early on their GR side by pushing in a machine room, winning a fight there. And EP were like, no, we're just not even going to interact with you on that level. We're going to control the pace. We're the Blacklist team. And from there, it just felt like Vasco had no idea what to do. And now we move on to Compound for map 5. That's going to be an interesting one, always is.
It's very true. Once again, Subbase as well being a thorn in the side for a Brazilian side, right? It's a reoccurring story throughout this grand finals, and credit to EP, they picked into it, and I can absolutely see why now. And the hope is that for them, they now use this as a bit of a, you know, catalyst to more success into Compound.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing though, isn't it? It's like, okay, well, we've got the more easy of the two out of the way, at least as far as they're concerned. If they would have thought Compound was going to be an easier, better map for them, they would have picked it right here. So in theory, it actually gets a little bit harder now for Evolution Power, but this is exactly what you'd want. You'd want to be going to a map 5. This is the only game we've got for the day. It's the biggest game in the whole tournament. Let's go the entire distance and give the people a show. XQQ certainly able to do that in that map. He'll be undoubtedly taking away that MVP, but good little supporting act from the rifling core of YH, YCK, and Zay. Mino went a little bit missing, but that's okay. That's okay. They still got the victory. And we'll see how things go here into map number 5. But yeah, if XQQ can keep that one up, he's going to be a real handful on this next map.
It's true, and especially considering we still haven't seen the lights out performance that we're expecting out of MG. We still haven't quite got it. Action's kept up his consistency, sure, but you know, in terms of the sniping department, it is kind of only one side to the story, right? So Compound, it is a map in which we can see a lot of success out for snipers, but I feel like at this point that story's out the window. For the likes of Vasco, I feel like we're now committing to relying on the riflers, which is fine, and we've got to see whether that's the case. There's a few, in particular 6-1 XQQ right there against Action. I mean, it is an incredible story, and against MG 4-0 as well, which is not too shabby at all. So we're seeing once again where these players are finding their moments and their success. And yeah, I don't know, we head towards Compound. It's definitely not, I wouldn't say the greatest of maps for EP, but again, a lot of this feels like momentum is such a strong kind of indicative point in what has been the success of a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for MG on this one as well. He just hasn't had a good day, and now you go on a Compound, which, you know, if you are a sniper type like Gokin or even XQQ, I would favor over MG on this one. So, again, the Chinese cast is going crazy, really trying to get them riled up. But yeah, again, I think that matchup is going to be a pain point, and now that the riflers are really getting online here for the side of EP, maybe they just barely get across the line and win in map 5. That's kind of my expectation from here.
Yeah, especially, you know, I feel like we need to see even still maybe another 10-20% of Amino in terms of his numbers, but at the very least the calling was actually quite excellent towards that. He had a very good reading towards sort of what Vasco were trying to do. I feel like Fefe really did struggle at times, and from what I can see on the cams, Action was trying to sort of bail him out a little bit and try and use a bit of his experience in some of those calling situations, but it was very chaotic. It was very scrappy. I think map control was okay on the GL side, but didn't do anything with it. You would take machine rooms control, but normally the players take control and then push it towards mid, start getting information elsewhere, or if you do so, re-aggressive towards stairs or wood or something of the sort. But it was very sort of simple for in the end for EP to break down.
Yeah, indeed. I think we should do some context building here though, because this is now going to be the last map of this series. At the end of this one, it is going to be a big result for one of these two teams. Obviously, that's a conversation we'll have in just a minute though. We've got to take a quick break here, but then we'll tell you all about how map 5 is going to play out.
Who are ready to challenge at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals.
又是大米的三杀，恭喜一片！
This is not working out for Wolfen. Vasco, it's all down to the ends of one player. Not gonna happen.
17年的时候 ，CFS 留下挺大遗憾的。7年。今年是我参加 CFS 的第1季。 这么多年终于感觉到特别不容易啊！就没想过能全胜嘛。我其实比较现实，就因为今年奖金有点多，渴望金钱。CFS 给我一次证明自己的机会吧。我很享受有观众的感觉。
Eu acho que pelo fato de 2021 ser a primeira CFS que eu joguei, todo momento foi inesquecível. Eu aproveitava cada segundo da viagem. Foi uma viagem muito boa e foi ali que eu realmente vi que eu quero ser campeão mundial.
Sim, acredito que o CF está muda a vida de um jogador. O CFS sim mudou a minha vida. Tanto no dia, porque vai ler a classificação, né? E acho que foi o mapa da Ankara ali que decidiu a vaga pra gente e depois os outros 2 mapas não valia mais nada.
都了，也被秒了 ，SQ 也被收下 ，SQ 恭喜 SV 挺进决赛。
Estão na reta final do campeonato. Desejo boa sorte para vocês e que vençam o melhor e o mais preparado. 所有人都觉得你特别厉害，但是我觉得你肯定打不过我。然后身后还有兄弟们，干就完了。Na história da CFS, as equipes chinesas são as maiores vencedoras e eu quero muito ganhar como equipe brasileira, sendo o 3º time a conquistar o título. 我们一定把冠军留在中国。
Welcome back. Map number 5 on the cards here. We promised you a show, and my God, have you got it. Compound is where we head to decide who is going to be lifting this trophy. Now, Jordan, you were doing a bit of context building. Feel free to carry on.
Yeah, I think this is where this really gets important because, again, we're about to crown a new champion, and that is actually going to be the case. It will be a new champion for 9 out of 10 of these players. Not a single one has ever lifted the trophy before. In fact, if we go back to when the Brazilians were actually on top for a couple of years, none of these Vasco players were even in the tournament at that time. We're talking about a changing of the guard. We're talking about bringing a new generation of Brazilian talent to the top of CrossFire history. Obviously, the same kind of conversation for a lot of these players on Evolution Power as well. The only player that has a title is Mino, and that was way back in 2015. So there's a lot to look forward to. Mino maybe getting his second in the last 10 years.
Crazy.
Or a bunch of new players getting this for the first time, which is also exciting. So lots to think about going into this final game. See,
kids, that's why you be kind to your unks. You learn a bit of history here and there. But I'm looking forward to this one, absolutely. Compound is where we head. Now, the conversation with Compound is, obviously we see some stats there. It's a very common map. So far, it's been very good for Vasco, right? Because we saw them get a very dominant win on it. However, generally speaking, I wouldn't say for either of these two teams this is the most comfortable map. It always is a map that, as you see here, is floated, right? So it means they're not always confident to pick it in, even as a punish pick, right? So that's where, for me, I look at this and say there's a bit of a chance. Last time we saw success out for the side of EP, Mino put up a very, very good performance, right? First kills are fantastic, but ADR overall, on the flip side, Silver 130 ADR there is yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, right? So this could really come down to the wire. It wasn't good enough for Vasco in sub-base, but we know that they're problems. Compound has looked good when they played it.
Yeah, Compound for me, very fun as a decider map just because there's a lot of clutches that happen. There's a lot of fast pushes that happen. You know, you spend a bit of time, you know, clearing out if you're playing Blacklist side, but then generally you're going to make a decision, okay, we're going curve or we're pushing into A. We're going to try to take advantage of MG if he's over there, right? I think there are a lot of ways that EP can take advantage of MG. And I'm very curious about his positioning from the GR side as well, like how he's going to handle it. Who's starting on Blacklist? Do you guys...
I don't remember.
Question.
Great question. But what I wanted to actually throw back in your direction was...
I think it's Vasco.
Was this not the map that Action went absolutely nuclear on?
It was.
Antisocial?
18-2.
Yeah, 18-2 right. So...
if they get that again, I mean, look, we were, I think it was us three working on it, right?
Yes.
When that happened, and it was... of course, one of the most dominant performances we've seen, but it was actually the relentless aggression on both sides. But it was just how, you know, obviously he only died twice. It was how unkillable he was. He just could not lose, and they couldn't buy around. But both of these teams would hope to buy a map because 500,000 USD is on the line. Compound is where we head for map number 5. For the last time, welcome one and all to the final map in the grand final of CrossFire 2024 season here in Hangzhou, China. Compound is, of course, where we are going to decide things, and it all comes down to this. It is essentially a best of one to see who will be taking home 500,000 USD. Fefe opens things up. Zayn for the quick trade, and it's not something that Action wants to stick around to find out more about.
I mean, that's kind of crazy, that kind of push. Speaking of which, Zay has something to say about that. He says, you know what, I can do one better. You're not going to push here. This is very calm and Compound. You're going to push in, then you're going to clear pillars, and he's in so quickly. Action, not going to see him, even though he did turn around there for a second. I thought maybe caught a glimpse. Instead, Zay wants to go huge, already has 2 kills. Shut down Fefe in the A room. Now he's getting the big wraparounds here. And he has teammates on the other side in B main that can really crush this push if Vasco decide to go through.
He's going again. Well, he's going again. Zay once more. He might actually get a chance here. They're not holding him. They're not holding him. Zay gets another one. Nearly even a third behind it. Twice he gets away with that. I can't believe it. Mino, up close action. Will he clear this? You don't always see him on the sniper, and he's not exactly the best tournament on the Orm either. So at least he spotted out where Mino is. does require a bit of damage to be taken to gain that information, but it's better than falling. Mino knows as well, the issue with Mino is actually can't fall off this. The window angle gets hold very, very commonly. It'll bank round, that'll do a little bit more damage, and that will give him the luxury of getting out. So now Mino can reposition. I think Vasco are in trouble here. They look a little bit lost. Action.
This is a good read from EP. They're sending 2 guys to A. They know that oftentimes Action will play alone, and he's probably just going to try to push through B alone. And that is exactly what we're seeing at this point in time. Action does get taken down by Mino. And now it's anybody's guess as to where Silva is, but you're winning a 3v1 almost every day of the week. 15 seconds as Silva looks to push in. He's clearing all the angles, but eventually YH just taps on the head and picks the round up.
It's a good start if you're Evolution Power. Can't be mad about that one at all. Good, confident round. Not coming down to any kind of clutch situation, nothing like that. Pressure suddenly onto Vasco. You've lost the last map. You've lost the first round of the final map of the series. You've been leading this for a while now, but all of a sudden, you are back playing catch-up.
Front side, a smoke, thrown over. Curve control always a priority for most BL sides. It's just the pace at which you want to take it. They're going quick here. That smoke will allow them that cross, and if they wrap in towards curve here, this is a pretty interesting fight. YH and Mino up close. He'll have to tuck. And XQQ got to go huge. The first found by Mino as YH finds a little bit of his own as well. AKT Action. He's trying to jump in towards that Action, but he's struggling to find that kill. XQQ gets one. Silva's left all alone. 1 versus 3. Surely done. He's basically 1 foot of the grave, and he will be 6 feet under. 2-0. Start here for EP is perfect.
It's looking really, really good for them, isn't it? Confident play in that first round, Zay, with this push around the backside. It's really throwing a spanner in the works for Vasco. It's kind of disrupting their plans. They're not getting to play the game on BL the way that they would want to.
That is very true. You could tell that Vasco are really trying to control the pace and go a bit faster, but it doesn't feel like it's going their way. EP have definitely had the read since sub-base, and I feel like it's trickling into compound as well, just in terms of understanding the pace at which Vasco are going to go for these plays. So yeah, they try to push in, but it's a bit slow. They don't get a lot of those entry kills. XQQ stays alive for way too long, and then, you know, they're just able to hop around the surface with Colts, like, you know, like you oftentimes do. As this time, they're going to leave Action in the A room, so they know a flank is not coming, and now they're going to clear out the pillars slowly but surely. But you can tell that the pace of this one for Vasco has been severely diminished as they very slowly look to group up in mid.
Well, at the moment, tentative by Vasco, find themselves 2 rounds down. Don't want to let it be 3. Of course, EP started 3-0 up and ultimately ended up picking up a big win there. So don't want to risk it once again like that.
Yeah, but what's the go-to right now for Vasco? Is it just going to be a mid-A split? They haven't really got the space to do that just yet, and it's a double setup from Zay and YH. It doesn't quite work out. That's a great trade from MG, but YZK just, he knows he has to take that space back, and all of a sudden, Evolution Power are right back in the driver's seat. Mino, timing, push, spots out Feifei, sees the C4. XQQ will cover him off. All he has to do now is worry about Silva, but Silva is past one, Feifei the other. 1v1 now for YZK.
The CrossFire setup was very good. YZK has been going pretty huge in this round. He's looking for Fefe. Did he spot him on the left? Absolutely did not, but the code still rings true! YZK wins a 3rd round in a row as that guy loses his light stick.
Get that flag out, sir. You might be waving it for a while. It's 3-0 right now. Evolution Power are storming towards that championship title.
I'm loving this. Getting to turn around as well. The tail end of these rounds on EP are picking them up, and just the limbs, the sheer limbs in the crowd here. is incredible. The appetite for CrossFire is very large here in China, as you can tell, and especially when we're on the brink of having a Chinese team lift that trophy.
Yeah, like I said, I feel like last year and this year have been probably the best two crowds that I've seen for a CrossFire event in history, which is crazy considering this game has been around for over a decade now. Last year was the 10-year anniversary, so we're at the 11-year CFS anniversary, I should say, not just the game, but of the esport. And yet it seems to still be going from strength to strength, and Evolution Power will want to be one of the many Chinese teams that have taken a title. I believe it's 8 if Evolution Power, no, it will be 9 if Evolution Power get this, 2 for Brazil.
There we go. Nade, flash, over. But a good timing on that smoke there by YH. It just slows them down, a little bit again. Mino, he's had a couple of moments. I'll give him that. He's definitely finding a little bit more form here. Bit of a chunky nade, one in which will keep VNC on his toes. But still to be where we're at now. YCK, Mino, good find as well. Can't make it 2. And that's where YH has to step up, and he will. Good trade, good find. Giving themselves a little bit of a lifeline in this round here. 3 versus 3. YH on the swing. Not on the find, though, but the site's not exactly barren. Zay's still here, getting spammed and peppered. MG trying to buy time. C4 dropped, and Zay has given them a chance. How in God's name is this down to a 1 versus 1? As XQQ moves up on high, the Colt up close, but the C4 will still not be picked up. Down to the wire, 35 seconds. XQQ just trying to buy some time. Off angle played. This is just not an angle you clear, not in this sort of moment. Fefe's moving back round. XQQ, he's now been spotted out though. His shoulder betrays him as he just gets one shot and he opts for the orb. Surely not the gun in this round, but he makes it work. How in God's name have Evolution Power got away with that round?
Oh my God, timeout coming through for Vasco early on in the piece. You're now down 4-0. The pressure is on, the crowd is loud. Everybody is against Brazil right now. Those 5 men in that booth, plus the coach, so let's say 6.
Yeah.
It is 6 against an army.
It's 6 against 4,006, if we're being honest. My God. Maybe 7. There was one bloke somewhere up here.
All the staff, you know.
There was one bloke somewhere up here who gave it a good go, but he got shut down quite quickly. He might have quite abruptly changed allegiances, if I'm being completely honest.
Might have just done it for fun at that point. But yeah, 4 rounds in a row here for Evolution Power. That one was not a super clean one for sure. I think Zay got away with way too much there. Like Vasco probably should have just been able to clear him out, plant, and probably win the round from there. Still got interesting after somehow, but it's still a round win to Evolution Power. It's funnily enough, Compound is the most GR-sided map we have at this tournament.
True.
Just because Port, a lot of teams are winning on Blacklist side. This tournament specifically, there's something like 60-70% of the time that we are getting. Okay, this is just like love cam. Like CFS 2024 Grand Finals love cam.
Man, that's just what Evolution Power being up 4-0 does to you.
Yeah. Fair enough. You can feel the emotion in the booth as well.
Yeah, he's normally quite stoic, so to get even that sort of reaction out from him, you love to see it.
Heart rate's got to be rising right now if you're there for EP. 6 rounds away, that's all they're thinking. They've worked hard to get it back to this point. Had to win sub-base from a 2-1 deficit. Maybe they can still go on to win this entire series 3-2.
Yeah. I mean, GR-sided, and both of these teams do like the GR side, but just the way these rounds have gone, it has been quite decisive outside of that last one for EP. So still really liking their chances here. We were, predictions coming in, expecting EP to win 3-1, probably.
That's obviously, 3-1.
It's come to a 3-2. We didn't think it was going to be a 3-0, unless something went very awry, which we did have it go right, but actually against EP on their Black Widow. But either way, now we're in this position. Map 5, decider. EP feeling very comfortable right now. And it's really, the onus is on Vasco to figure this out.
Absolutely. Oh, what a start. Wow. I don't even think he spotted him. That was just through the smoke. Blind firing, but you'll take any bit of fortune that comes your way, and it seems like every bit of fortune is going the way of EP. Mino not only stepping up now in terms of course, the calls, but the frags as well. YZK, pop shot on VNC's cross. He might even looking for seconds. He, on the ledge, spots out action. He might re-aggress too. He's looking in towards window. Another missed shot, but thankfully bailed out by his teammate. Colt pulled out, but not good enough. 2 versus 2. Damaged out towards MG and a chance as VNC are sticking towards window, but they've got to get that C4 down, and there's no room for dilly-dallying.
XQQ on the swing. MG will miss his shot. How critical could that be? It's not a grenade. It's all good. MG will survive, and it's on to Mino, the veteran of this Evolution Power roster. And he might look to put one more over the line. Clean headshot onto MG. Has info on where VNC is, but can't land his shots. And it's the first round on the board for Vasco as they try and begin their uphill battle.
It's more of a, honestly, looking at their cams, it's a sigh of relief, not even a celebration for Vasco. They know the task up ahead of them. And then it is a mammoth task as well. Something quite drastic's got to change. It's going down to a 1 versus 2 like that, it's not good enough.
Yeah, it's not every day that Minnow has to put up 4, I think it was, at least 3, to try to barely get them across the line. Shout out to him for having a big round and giving them a chance. But yeah, nobody else is really able to do much. YZK really struggling, I feel like. You know, he missed a couple of shots, and then he tried to, I mean, he got one, but then he tried to like run into the other 2 with his Colt, just desperately trying to trade out. I feel like it could have been a little bit more calm. We do have a 3-man stack here in B main from Evolution Power. Not every day you see this kind of play. So essentially giving free entry through mid into B if they'd like. Also A can be a little bit weak. But no movements just yet from Vasco, and I think EP know that. They're not going to go for any crazy fast pushes, so they can just stack it for now and then reset to a default.
I'm worried if they go for curve here. If curve control's taken, they're going to have to then quickly double back from that advanced B angle. At least one has pulled back, but that of YH, but he's still left quite isolated. XQ's got to support him. YH is probably relaying this information over, so if the Orm can get active, there might be a chance here. Fefe kept alive a little too long, but they all fall apart. MG will get one, but surely no more behind this. A pop shot is not good enough. The Colt can't close it. What a response from EP, and what a shutdown towards B.
Yeah, you can't really be doing that, Vasco. They just don't have any information. They're trying to push into B. It's a massive setup, huge crossfire, and you talk about that advanced position over towards B. Well, in addition to that, you've got the player close, then you've got to deal with a second player running into the site and a third player watching from just outside of B. Long-range angles, you're all filtering through the same line. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Evolution Power, make it look easy. 5-1, and this is starting to look like somewhat of a foregone conclusion. Vasco may have broken here on the stage.
I think you're right, man. I think you're right. Come down to the wire, and Vasco just haven't been able to make this one stick. And, you know, for a guy who was at one point had a map of 18 and 2, he finds himself 2 and 6.
Yeah.
So definitely not that sort of lights out performance from him. Action, they need him. They really need him.
Yeah, I do feel like Compounds can be a map where Action doesn't exactly shine. I mean, there's not every day where you're just going to like slowly push down A long and try to, you know, get a flank down. There's generally going to be somebody watching every angle. You can't just sneak in like on Ankara. But still, I mean, he has to find another way to make it happen. XQQ, what is happening here?
Oh,
jeez. That was very dangerous. Could have gone completely wrong. Instead, it's like the perfect timing. He doesn't really see much, but at least is going to now see this push coming in. Minnow does get taken down. XQQ having to back off, gets shot out of the air, but YH on the site is holding it down, picks up 2. YZK, he knows that the site is taken, but is feeling the pressure from mid.
C4's been left behind. That needs to be collected, and if YZK were to set up on that line, he might still be able to grab one before Vasco can go and pick it back up, but smoked off. So Zay and YZK now need to get this one done as a duo, and if they could, that would be, I think, the nail in the coffin for Vasco. 3v2 post plan. This should be entirely winnable for Vasco. Good setup. Got all the angles covered. And time starting to tick away. Evolution Power needing to make their move. Flash goes across, but an easy kill in there from Silver. Action to help him out, and YZK cannot find an inroad. So it's going to be a second round on the board for Vasco. Not a single cheer in the stadium for that one.
That's true. Jolina, they're the sixth man, or sixth woman, may I say, I guess, over towards SGJ. And from what I'm saying, I think from what the information I had, the wife of Tino?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. Apparently an absolute gamer herself.
Absolutely.
So, EP 5-2. 5 is not bad. If they get 6 or more, I feel like this one might already be done. And I think Vasco have got that feeling as well. So they can get a couple to see off this half. There might still be a chance. And in the penultimate round of the half, it will be a big telling point, I guess. As we take a bit of early pillars control, then we dip back towards mid and go for a pretty similar setup that we've had so far. Nade stack over and a smoke behind it as well.
Well, ZYK seemed like he had a pretty good angle there, but of course there's smoke and walls that are blocking that off. We do have one guy here in mid, actually. We haven't seen many players from EP play this position. So I like this, you know, only a couple of rounds left in the half. He's going to be in a spot that Vasco haven't had to deal with before. They've had relatively free entry into mid, and EP has just been playing off of that, as it is, of course, YH. And now the smoke dissipates, and there you go, XQQ. Going to take down one that's already, and they've got another guy in B main, just shuts it down. Minnow puts up a couple, and now XQQ, oh, very nice shot from MG. Somehow able to get the free angle. Zay not willing to peek that one, but the bomb is still on the ground. They need to push into Minnow. It's not looking good for him. He's not looking the right way. Action just going to pick it up, and now it's just into a plain 2v2.
Minnow was bobbing his head, and he walked past him as he bobbed down. That timing is so unfortunate.
Seen that a couple of times in this event. Not necessarily just for Minnow. Once again, another retake attempt required for Evolution Power on this side, but 2v2 definitely more doable than 2v3, particularly when it is Action that's tagged down low. MG's going to have to hit this first shot. Who's going first, Rifler or Orm? YZK left again in the 1v2, so the Orm to try to make the retake. It's swapped out for the AK, but it's tough. Headshot missed, and MG will finish it off. Vasco get another round. They're starting to bring it back.
Yeah, giving themselves a chance here. That's for sure.
Starting to believe.
Yeah, it feels like it as well. And I mean, it still is sort of sighs of relief rather than celebrations, but he's getting a little bit more animated and putting the pressure on the shoulders of EP. If they make it a 5-4 half, this is still absolutely anybody's game. So final round, offset half, and well, EP, they'll be praying for a 6th to extend their lead. Oh my.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is still really anybody's map. It wasn't when EP were just, 4-0. Timeout was called. It was looking very dire, but Vasco actually have mounted a comeback. So from here, really anything could happen, even if it's 3-6.
Yeah.
I still have faith. Vasco didn't look great on sub-base, but Compound's a very different experience. And they could have, a much better read on it. It might just come down to what it looks like once EP cross over to the other side. But let's see if Vasco can get this last round. We don't have anyone in mid this time around, as YH is still going to be kind of the 5th guy who's rotating a lot and looking to cover multiple angles.
Oh, patience really getting tested in this round. Evolution Power not getting too overeager though. They are more than happy to wait and receive. A nade out from the A site will just give Action a little bit of a pause, but he has managed to clear out long. With 1 minute left on the clock, that does open the options up for Vasco. But a 4 stack towards A.
Yeah, it's a bold call here. This feels like, for Minnow, idea of maybe what Vasco like to default towards when times are tough. Let's see if he gets his call right. They have still got 3 over here. One does just dip back towards B, and it might end up being the right call. Curve control's taken, but it does feel like Wyatt's going to be tested, and let's see how well he fares. First, second, third is on the cards. He can't quite get that, but maybe jumped on. The spam does so much towards Zay, but it's all on confirmed damage. That's a confirmed kill by Feifei. He just doesn't realize, may I say, about Zay. He spammed him. It wasn't enough. What a way to close the half there for EP. 6-3.
That's pretty huge. I mean, that spam, as you mentioned, that is really where the round turns on its head. Mina's like, I've got enough time for one gulp of water. Gets it in. But yeah, they thought, okay, there's nobody there. I'm going to push into the window. We're going to get it down. Zay was not accounted for, and he was able to pop out at exactly the right time and take the round down. So now, Evolution Power, really it's in their control right now. How good is their Blacklist side going to look? What kind of strategies will we see?
Yeah, it's looking pretty good at the moment. I mean, everyone having some kind of contribution in this series for Evolution Power. And Mino, once again, on Compound, he was that player that got a lot of the work done early in the playoffs on this map, and he's stepping up once again. Silva, has he spotted out YH there? He's going to back up for a step anyway. It's a touchy approach to begin the half.
Well, still very, very quiet. Not a huge amount being offered up at the moment. It's a little tentative, as you can tell.
Well, Evolution Power, they know this is a pretty important round. Like, if they can go up 7-3, Vasco is going to be in real trouble there.
It's true. This does feel ever so slightly make or break territory. XQQ.
He wants that back.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's right on the crosshair. He stops as he counter strafes. Action also doesn't take the shot. They just kind of look at each other and go their separate ways. Well, they know Action's on A. If maybe they're saying, okay, well, if we want to avoid this guy, we could go B. But that's all they know about at the moment.
And they come. It's a contact play as well. There's one smoke down, but for the most part, they're going to bank on the fights. We got to go, fellas. 25. Let's start to rev those engines.
Oh, the timing of that flash.
Beauty as well, as it just forced him to pump the brakes even longer. And then MG, we said how good he is when he's on the anchors in the late round, but he gets traded actually quite quickly. The crossfire on the site itself is super strong, and it's a foot race to try and get away. Whoa. How is Fefe alive? How is Fefe getting the kills? 5 seconds, no time. The round is won, the round is done. XQQ gets a kill. It's nothing short of a consolation. Oh, that's a bad one to lose. Losing the round to timing hurts more than anything.
That honestly might just be that one flash. Like, that flash delays Evolution Power the extra 2-3 seconds that they may have wanted. And inevitably, it is enough to get Vasco the first round of the half. So let's not count our chickens before they hatch. I think we got to that point where we thought, it's kind of looking like it's going to be Evolution Power, but Vasco's a resilient team. We've seen that in this event.
Now look at this setup.
They are really expecting mid-aggression.
Yeah, to be honest, Vasco did show a lot of that into Antisocial, I think it was. Or maybe it was Wolf. Maybe Antisocial, where they did actually pick Compound as map 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, eventually, you know, they would win a round and then just kind of run into mid. So a more passive approach could be the way. EP has showed this many times throughout this entire tournament as legs are spotted. And they're attached to a body that is going mid. So Silva gets an inkling of information.
All right, Silva. On the angle. 1 minute 20. And again, not a huge amount on sort of offer here. I worry, though, with EP, the way in which they lost that previous round due to timing. Leaving this one late again is not something I'm massive fan of.
Yeah, especially if the bomb's going to be going long. Action, you know, maybe gets two or three. Obviously, if he gets three, that'd be huge. But even if you get the entry in through mid to A, if you drop the bomb on long, it's going to be tough to recover that with not a lot of time remaining. Rather see the C4 going in middle.
Fans are getting restless.
Yeah, like, get going!
So am I, actually, really. It's just, what are we doing?
Well, I wonder if this is just the fact that we're now 5 maps deep into a best of 5, and Evolution Power are not super confident about their BL side on Compound.
Where are we going?
You know, they don't have the fundamentals to fall back on and say, yep, we see this, therefore we do that.
This can be good. If they clear this out well, they can get into B very quickly. But instead, VNC does get the first, and now Silva, the secondary armor, is only able to trade one, so they do get into B. And it's 3v3. This is very good for EP.
Fast retake, though, from Vasco. They want to try and get ahead of it. They know that there might be an extra player elsewhere. This could be the round for Vasco. Mino needs to drop. Somehow he survived, and Fei gets it done for one. He needs one more, but he has no idea where XQQ is.
Yeah.
He's got no idea. He's going to sit the defuse. Bomb's not planted. XQQ gets there in the end. Bomb was not planted for him. If the defuse came through a little bit earlier, that could have been trouble, but Evolution Power will just scrape by.
Oh my God. Down to the wire, not only with the clock quite glaringly ticking above them, but then down to the defuse as well. EP are playing with not only the crowd's patience, but my heartstrings in some of these rounds, because my God, are they leaving it close.
It's a very nice play, though. The fact that they're able to only lose one and a second, you know, trade 1 for 1 on their way in, they know that generally you're not going to have 3, 4 people on B. So if you just send it 5 into B and, you know, nobody's really able to do much about it, and they don't really have the information that you're going B, and they can't rotate on time, you can just smoke up the door at spawn, and you get into B 3v3, and that's always going to be advantage as long as you control main to the side of Blacklist. So it was a nice play. It's definitely not something you should do every time, but it's going to net them around in a very critical spot. They know that they're 3 rounds away from 500 grand and a title. That's a lot of pressure.
Another mid set up for Evolution Power, but another nicely timed smoke. It actually might just be a little late from Vasco. Evolution Power got through it before it properly bloomed, so they actually hold mid now. MG is watching the A smoke. He's been pretty reliable on this hold so far. And it looks like Evolution Power are going to test him once again. Wow. That's a belter of a shot from YH, and they are straight into A off the back of it. He's up into the window. They haven't yet cleared out long, but Evolution Power will be well aware of that one, and they still need to. Action will swing. YZK not there for the trade quickly enough. It's a bit messy right here. XQQ locking down the mid angle. Can they find a plant, though? I mean, Vasco have got members swarming all over this site. I don't think this is an easy round for Evolution Power. In fact, it might not even be a round for Evolution Power.
XQQ with it all to do. You know, 1 versus 3 now as well. Has to bail this side out of what had been an abysmal attempt, and he just gets spammed down. Oh, that it was a poor one. Off the back of getting a little bit fortunate in the previous, they get unfortunate there as the fights just don't go in their favor. But for me, more primarily than anything, it got to take a little bit more control in towards long. It's celebrations that don't get flipped on their head. It's only a 2-round game. Mino's having a great performance, of course, individually. We called upon him because this has been a good map for him throughout this tournament and this year as a whole. Thank God we're seeing it. But now, I don't know, I'm still questioning some of these calls. They're leaving things very late. Long control should have been taken significantly earlier as they're trying to barrel in towards the A site, and it ended up ultimately costing them.
It is looking a little bit spotty for Evolution Power right now, isn't it? You know, to say we're definitely going to get another 3 on this Blacklist side, I don't think you can guarantee that.
It's true.
I think we're going OT.
Ooh. Why not?
It wouldn't have been a hot take before this series, but now a little bit of a hot take because it has been relatively decisive wins to one side or the other, but still a very close series, and it feels like EP's level on Blacklist is very similar to Vasco's, which is, to be honest, not the best. They're much better.
What a way to see on a final,
side.
right?
Yeah.
Overtime map 5. That's entertainment guaranteed right there.
That's what we need.
I don't know that we've ever had a golden point best of 5 finish in a CFS Grand Final. I'm pretty sure we haven't.
That would be crazy.
Hey, what about today? Today might be that day.
That would go down as probably one of the most historic matches maybe ever.
Oh,
if it came
easily.
down to that.
Easily.
Absolutely. Because some of them end up being ultimately kind
3-0,
of quite quick. Yeah,
3-1.
exactly.
A lot of 3-0s back in the day. I mean, yeah, some of them were a bit like, oh, all right, that's it.
Yeah. All right, well, we got a little push brewing now at exactly about 47 seconds, which is a little bit faster than what we've seen, I guess. MG, a bit off the point. I feel like he wants to know more, but there's a lot of smoke in his face. There's 3 people over towards the A site. Of course, we do have 1 playing in the spawn. They're going to curve straight through spawn, straight into Fefe. The timing on this is going to be critical. He is not going to get the kill, and Zay takes him down. The A site is left open. They're looking for a bit more. Zay gets a second, and MG is all alone. A grenade on his face. He's going to go down. And EP have found a good way onto the site. They get the plant here, 3v2, make it 3v1.
Look what happens when we go quick, hey guys? Oh, wow. That was actually an electric shot.
I love it that you say quick, and then when you actually look at the
it was 47 seconds.
when the bomb got planted, there was 10 seconds left in the round.
It's true. It is very true.
You know what?
Quicker by their standards.
I'm actually kind of waiting to see that change up from Evolution Power. We'll watch as this round gets clutched out. It's all good.
Oh my, if they weren't playing together, I was very worried.
I'm waiting though to see the change up here for Evolution Power, right? They have really conditioned Vasco into expecting extremely slow rounds.
Yeah.
Do you throw something fast in right now, or do you wait one more round?
Viana would.
I personally wouldn't.
Yes, I'm with you.
This is working. It's slowly but surely working.
It's painstaking, but it's working.
Because, you know, what happens to the mental is like, okay, we're going to go fast. You go fast, you get, like, rolled.
Yeah.
If that happens, it's just...
boom.
Yeah.
You might just lose the map from there.
And of all people as well,
round.
Mino knows about that. You know, he's been trying to claw this side, and obviously for being playing this game for many a year, a risk like that at a moment like this, I wouldn't like it. Maybe if it was 9-5, I could understand it. I think 8-5 still feels a little bit fallible, so I'm with you. Not yet. But, yeah, you hit 9, the Viana special, call a quick one. Let's see if we can just get into the fight. And then obviously ultimately lose it and go back to what was working.
Yeah, we're just checking all the boxes, clearing all the angles. But there is a big stack in the middle of the map that EP do not know about. It's just a pretty standard one if you are going to go for a mid-stack. One guy facing the wall, that's VNC. Action covering this angle. You've got a guy from A, who is Fefe. Nade stack, not in the right place.
All right.
Well, I guess we got our answer that it is going to be very slow again from Evolution Power. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Change up is really more so on the side of Vasco. Forward hold at curve, and Evolution Power have looked to work that area of the map pretty much every round.
A hopeful spam by Mino into the smoke, which of course gains absolutely nothing. What is the play? What is the finish? Once again, as the seconds start to tick down, the crowd start to get a little angsty, and I don't really blame them. You've had a couple of these that have been pretty awkward. Flashbang out, and a great fight in towards mid for Vasco. Action does so well for the first 2. And with the support behind it, it's Mino left with XQQ to bail them out of a bad spot here. MG, if he falls down though, there's maybe a chance. XQQ, he backs himself. The Colt pulled out, but not good enough, and 1 man left, not to be. Vasco still in this fight.
This has easily been MG's best map of the series so far. He's
Finally.
getting a lot of work done on the GR side. Is it going to be enough? Vasco are bringing it mighty close.
Just, you know, maybe Jordan, your suggestion could have been the correct one to go a little bit faster, because if you're just sitting here all day long and you're always going mid, outside of the one time they went B, just stack mid, you're going to have success.
Yeah,
like, especially if Action and these guys are able to hit the one-taps, which they did.
It's the Ankara problem, again, for Evolution Power. They've got a set strategy, they've got an idea or a methodology of how they want to play the map, and it seems like it's very rigid.
Yeah. And unfortunately, not having that ability to adapt on the fly can ultimately end up killing you. I mean, this is the problem that EP have got right now, and you know, we always talk about this buzzword of conditioning, and I think it's spot on. They have obviously conditioned Vasco to a slow round, but the beautiful thing about conditioning, or what is meant to be the beautiful thing, is that you're meant to be able to throw a change up there, but we're not. So it's not even really as much conditioning, it's just the way they like to play, and it can be painstaking. This
you know
could
who
be
has changed it up is Vasco.
Yeah, this could be very interesting. A double stack here as well. This could be massive. Round that corner. 1 for 2 trades in EP's favor is humongous.
MG has changed up his position, but they're not going to test him. He was so good on A. If they would have gone into pillars there, I reckon MG gets at least one, maybe even
they might still.
backs out and survives. Well, he's watching the wrong angle for the moment, but turning his attention back to the direction that Evolution Power are coming from. MG will set himself up on the line. It's not a one and done. It's a two and done, and that is enough to bring Vasco back into this round.
I mean, that's...
It's impressive. That is very impressive.
If he doesn't show up there, he goes down. It's 4v2.
Yep, that's
round is over, basically, and you're looking at 9 rounds for EP. Now it's much more doable, so heroics from MG, even though it was extremely risky timing.
Speaking of risky, Fefe's playing up close here. Fefe's playing up close, and he gets the first. He gets both. Oh, Fefe. That is good, and he is fired up. Vasco have looked a little muted throughout this map, but they have picked a moment to start to peak. We wondered about whether they'd plateaued in this tournament, and maybe even this series, but they still continue ramping up. And only 1 round the difference. EP with this, as you've rightfully put it, Jordan, this rigid style of play. Still no change up, but it isn't working. So it makes you question why no change up.
17 and 11. Standout performance from him again on compound, but he can't get it done alone.
Yeah, and that's just the numbers we have up until this point, you know, and those are like individual numbers.
Yeah.
If you get towards the end of a map and your 1 or 2 strategies aren't working anymore, maybe nobody shows up, you know? So there's a lot of nerves here. Even I'm starting to get a little nervous because this is just so close.
This really could come down to OT. I mean,
I think you were spot on with the call, honestly.
We're not far off of it here. Evolution Power, can they just like dribble another couple of rounds over the line here, or is it just the one? Is it 1 for 2 trade as far as rounds are concerned? We go 9-9.
How depressing would that be?
10-8 loss.
3 in a row for Vasco to just cap it off.
That would 5 in a row in total, right? In this end little streak.
Yeah.
That would be karma though for Vasco having lost 10-8 in their opening playoffs game in map 3. So who gets the last laugh?
Yeah, it's true. It is true.
As they say, he who laughs last laughs loudest. And in this case, that would be Vasco.
Yeah, well, let's see. Silva tucked it towards the box. Pretty often cleared. This time it's not. It's not cleared well enough. He only gets 1 though, but it's information gained and a quick pop shot from XQQ. VNC still here, and VNC holds down Mouse 1. Who needs WASD? The Mouse alone is enough. That's a banger of a grenade though, as a pause gets called. It's a 2 versus 2, and this round still got some legs behind it. Mino trying to move his way forward, has the support of the Orm as well, but stuck on the side. Fefe, shoulder spotted. And it works for him. 1 versus 1. Fefe's in and around the servers, not giving away the ruse, but I don't know if XQQ has the time to rotate, and he has to pick up the C4. So Fefe holds, he's dipping his head. This has got to be an incredible shot from XQQ. It's another little pop shot. Fefe, keep buying time. That's all you need to do. He peeks, he finds, he fights, and we're tied 8 apiece. What a game.
And it's an EP timeout as well. I mean, these have been generally good for them, but this feels like, I don't really like this timing right after you lose a round like that. You just get to sit here and wallow a little bit extra in the bad feels, the bad vibes after that one. Fefe has showed up huge a couple of rounds in a row too, right? He had that hold in B main by himself.
He did, yeah.
With the great spray transfer. And then he goes over here, last guy alive. I mean, we've talked a lot about, you know, unks and people who have been around for a while. Fefe isn't that old, but it still feels like someone who has been around for a decent while.
Sure.
And he's been relatively successful in a lot of his seasons, even if he doesn't have a title under his belt. So definitely someone who has experience with pressure, and he's getting the job done when they need him most.
There is 5 very nervous players sitting on either side of that stage. Who's going to crack under the pressure? Once again, the Chinese fans are going to try and get behind their team. But is it enough?
That's
is it enough? They have been yelling and screaming all map long, and yet Vasco are playing spoiler to the dream.
That is the question. I mean, you can't question the support. It has been absolutely incredible from this crowd. And they have backed their boys all the way throughout. However, it might all be for naught. 3 rounds in a row for Vasco.
Well, let's just think about it 1 round at a time here. Evolution Power, Vasco, they secure 1 here. They at least secure the OT. So some of that pressure will then lift.
It feels like where we're going, doesn't it? EP, more so, they might just stumble over into a round, but Vasco might get one. They go dry here.
Oh, what?
What a shot! Oh, what a call! EP, finally go quick, and it works. That is conditioning, ladies and gentlemen, right there and then. Vasco get caught with their pants round their ankles, but it's far from over here. 2 versus 4. There might still be a little bit of a chance as well. VNC, does he clear close right is the question. He eats a grenade and some 50 cal bullets behind it just to close this one off. Silver left with it all to do in a 1 versus 4. This is not happening. EP map series grand final point about to be on the cards, and it is 9 for Evolution Power.
1 round away. Finally, we get that change up from Evolution Power. As you say, conditioning at its best. The fast pace, it completely catches Vasco off guard. And now a big call to be made from Minnow. What is the option? Fast again?
Do it, do it, do it.
I would do it, actually, if I were him. But he probably knows better than us, and he's going to say, let's slow it right back down. The nerves immediately go onto Vasco, and now you're going to just take a little time. Let them feel those feelings.
Will this be the only time we hear this music?
True. Very, very true.
It's different to every other series, if you'll notice. It's special for the grand final.
Special.
We might only get it once.
YCK stack. He's going to run into it. Down he goes. Fefe going to take him down. Silva in main picks this off. We got VNC tapping on the heads and making this one go straight towards what should be overtime.
Oh, boy.
My God. Overtime in a map number 5. Are you not entertained? That is ridiculous.
Oh, you got the bomb.
It might not be the last time we get to hear the music.
I think it probably won't be.
XQQ, what have you got for us, sir? Will you be the hero of all heroes for Evolution Power? This would probably be the best clutch in CrossFire Stars history if he would be able to pull it off.
He would be a national hero if he pulled this off.
Give him a national holiday at that point, I reckon.
Oh my, he's starting to get flanked though, it's unfortunate. VNC's making a bit of a move.
If he waits long enough and if he watches VNC's position, that is going to be the opener in the 1v4, and he's still got time.
Yeah, we're talking about 45 seconds on the clock here. Don't write this off too soon, but I mean, he's got a lot of angles to clear, and he's actually making a real meal out of this now. We've got a long way to go.
What if he goes B? If he just walks in through pillars, goes B, kills Feifei, he actually gets into that side before the rotation comes across.
He's going curve.
He's going curve instead, you're right.
Question is though, is he go curve to B, or is he actually going to try and pop in towards the A site? 25 seconds, you know he's going A. Oh, well, it might work out for a missed shot though, that's unfortunate.
20 seconds. He's got to go now. He's got to move. XQQ straight into B. Seems like the call. Action has spotted him, I think, on the backside there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Feifei doesn't know. Either way, bomb in hand. He's done. And we go overtime.
Nice try.
Oh, what a game. What a game. Overtime required. Off the back of a brilliant call, it just falls apart, and now more rounds to be played here. Of course,
this
a map
ridiculous.
5 OT. It could not have got better than this. I mean, is this already the best final we've ever had?
In CrossFire Stars? Probably. Probably. I mean, we don't even get many that go all the way to 5.
Yeah.
I was going to say the AG Wolf Empire final from Summer Champs was pretty damn good.
Yeah,
but
that was a 3-1, right?
I think it was a 3-2, wasn't it?
Oh,
Might have been a 3-1.
I was on a flight, so.
That was a quick look.
Neo is out.
It was a 3-1, yeah. 10-8 on the final map, though. This is closer, so this is better.
Yeah, I did the upper bracket final match and then had to go straight to the airport.
Yeah. Well, here we are, extra rounds.
2023 final was 3-1 as well.
Yeah.
Baisha over AG.
And crazy, 12 months later, Baisha aren't even in the top 3
Nor
of the region. Yeah, well, yeah. Well, I mean, at least the top 3, but...
AG's not top 3.
What? Of their region?
Of the event, I mean. They were the 2 grand finalists. Like, they were the 2 finalists, and neither of them even make it. Well, first of all, Baisha don't make it to the event.
That's what I mean, yeah.
AG don't make it to playoffs. That's crazy.
That is crazy. But the fact that, like, Baisha have gone from being the absolute best to, you know,
not even making it. Yeah.
4th or in their region is pretty wild. Maybe even lower.
It's a big drop.
Okay, that's a good way to start things off as Mino will deliver the first. Right idea, but XQQ playing up close. It's an angle which is starting to get lots more popular, and he is ripping heads. Oh, it's just a classic. You need a round to see off the map. You choke here, and then you get that round in the first of overtime. Better late than never, but they still need to see this off.
EP Jayo. That's what it says.
You've been practicing.
Been practicing.
I mean, I kind of liked that push from Vasco, but really the issue is that Minnow has been so good on that angle. Yeah. Just watching from B into mid, he takes one of the guys' heads off, and that really just stymies any kind of push that comes in. And of course, XQQ goes huge. They're not able to push fast enough through B main, and the push just loses all power. I like the idea, but yeah, it just wasn't really enough. Now they're going quick. Look at YZK on the boost. He's up there, but that's going to be an easy kill, actually. YH not going to get one either. And Minnow, he's got to go huge, and instead he goes down to 10 HP. He's got XQQ next to him, who does have an M4, but there's just way too much to do. Mino does go down, and XQQ will follow. Vasco respond with a quick round victory and a quick push onto A.
Give me the golden round.
That is a setup that just has not worked at all. I think golden round's definitely on the way we're going.
Give me the golden round.
I want it.
I want it.
I want gold.
You want just gold in general, or
golden rounds?
Okay. Well, give me the golden round. I want the back and forth. This has been an incredible, not only map, but series as a whole.
Can you imagine a $500,000 round?
I mean,
there you go. That's a YouTube video title for Sneaky.
The other team
gets $500,000 round, and he can talk about this
map. The other team gets like
map.
$200K though, so
it's true. One round, the difference between 300,000 USD, something like that. We'll workshop it.
I reckon the $500,000
round, yeah.
Mate, come on.
That hits like a truck.
Who let the truth get in the way of a good story?
True.
Exactly. That is, yeah, that hits like a truck. That one's getting the algorithm, I'll tell you that.
Nade's going to go through into middle there for Vasco, but nobody pushed forward for Evolution Power. Again, just looking to hold their sights more than anything. I mean, a little bit of presence forward on B, but aside from that, Evolution Power, they're not looking to gain any information at all. They're just backing themselves to hold off the onslaught from Vasco.
Neither team has gone for a container push at all from GR.
True.
On this round. These teams just, it's not their style, I guess. I mean, Vasco was willing to do it against other teams, but not against one this passive. Vasco coming in, big nade. Oh, little nade. Did a bit of damage. Now XQQ actually on this angle. And he has Mino with him. So much coverage, and he misses the shot, but he hits it with a Colt. And that might be good enough to stop the push. 50 seconds. Flash over the top, but there's just no follow-up here.
No, there's not. YH, Mino in this deadly cross-firing curve, and there's one looking for a second behind it, and they get it. The Orm comes alive, and a 2 versus 5 is now what's left to decide how this round will go. Hang on a second, 30 seconds, 2 versus 3. MG, he's picked his moments to come alive, but now he needs an ace clutch.
Mate, this would be an insane round to come alive, but with 25 seconds left to go, I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it. He's got to grab the C4 here, grab that Colt, charge his way in towards A. The flash will slow him down. He gets stuck on the wall. YZK is the only player that he has to find, but he's got to find him quickly, and he's tucked in the sight. Brilliant from YZK, but he has been spotted.
Plan.
He'll get the plants.
I doable. Boys, this is doable. 2 versus 5. Needs the ace clutch. He might just get a missed shot for the first. Can't hit the second. And EP survive a scare. My God. Coming down to the wire. And, oh, man, that was nearly the round of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? It was a weird kind of setup from Vasco, though. That is the one thing I will say. They only had 3 people pushing in. The first guy got cut off by XQQ, and then they just kind of stayed there with 2 in the smoke. The other 2 guys were covering the flanks, like at A long and B long, so they weren't even part of the push.
Advantage EP as we head into the second half of the overtime. And if they can win this first round, they'll get essentially 3 bites at the cherry.
The fancy music again.
2 of them uncontested, obviously, by Vasco. And indeed, that fancy music once again. Can you stave off 3 map points? 4 it would be total for Vasco if they would lose this round and then go on to win.
The big thing.
4 in a situation like this.
I can't even imagine how you sleep at night if you're EP knowing you've had multiple map points and being unable to see it over the line. That would be heartbreaking. Well, no surprises here. EP are playing it slow.
Let's say cautious. I mean, because they did kind of send XQQ to cover and check every single angle while the rest of the team just kind of sat back and did nothing and waited. And as we can see, Vasco, they haven't pulled the trigger with any kind of aggressive play from GR just yet. Not in extra rounds. Nice nade into Fefe. Bit of damage. Smoke over the top. Fefe's just gonna... He's gonna stay on this angle. Takes like 2 more damage.
It's quite risky, this. He doesn't have support on the other side.
Yeah.
If he had a curve player, it's actually a really good angle. And a lot of teams like to play this. I mean, this is what 3BL do all the time. The issue is, if you're alone here, I mean, VNC's still holding for the flank behind. One flash, he could be in a lot of trouble, but he is going to be given the chance to dip away just about. But same can't be said for his teammate as down goes VNC. Down also goes Feifei. And 1 by 1, they're falling apart. EP are going to give themselves map point. It's 1 versus 5, and Silver surely no shot in hell at this one.
That's the loudest cheer we've heard all night. And it is now that situation, that very situation that I was talking about a minute ago. Vasco have to stave off another 3 map points to make a total of 4 to win this series. They need to win 2 more rounds to push us through to Golden Point and then win Golden Point as well.
What an ask. They did get 3 rounds in a row earlier, though, on that DR side. It's definitely not something that it's impossible, but with the pressure on their shoulders, I don't know if they've got that in the locker. An incredibly influential Fefe timeout, to say it right. Oh my God.
Here we are.
Oh my God.
The sticks go red.
Tension is palpable here.
You know,
in Hangzhou.
The 2 overtimes they had, it was 13-10, 13-10. We might get it again. 13-10 on the cards.
Is this the final round of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals? We will find out in the next 2 minutes. And Evolution Power, once again, bring it back to a slow default style. Very slow is what we saw from them on the Blacklist side. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's going to be the mentality for Evolution Power for now.
Oh, wow.
They're really making Vasco sweat, aren't they? I mean, this is... They've been doing it all map, yes, all day, sure. But especially when you're on match point for 500 grand, this is the perfect time to make your opponent sweat. You know you're in the driver's seat. And they have 3 rounds to do it. This should be Evolution Powers. It would be almost inexcusable if from here you lost the finals.
It doesn't have to be settled now. They would just love to settle it now, basically.
Yeah.
So, well, we shall see. Mino Playing up close. A minute again. We know we like to leave things to the last breath, the last moment, but this is feeling like, once again, this curve control into potentially an ace split that has been so successful for Evolution Power, and there's no pressure from the B site, so they actually get all this for free.
Where are they going? Have they made that decision? There's util A, there's util B, C4's leaning over towards A. Around the world might be the call. YH leading the charge. It's not much of a charge.
FFA spotted them.
It's a slow creep. It was a contact play, but you're right. The information is there for Evolution Power, pushing their way in. It's 3. VNC and Silver have to come up huge, but it's almost assured now for Evolution Power as they put that C4 on the floor. 1 round remaining and 2 players yet to find. But Evolution Power have put themselves in pole position. They will go down. YZK, XQQ in for the trade, and it's down to just the one. Silver, can he be the hero here for Vasco Esports? He's got time to play with. Pushing forward, Mino drops, but that is it. Evolution Power are the champions of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. For Zay, YH, YZK, and XQQ. That is their first, and for Mino, after 9 years, finally, he claims another title.
Congratulations to Evolution Power Gaming, the new world champions EP!
英雄不畏栉风沐雨，今日戴冠，荣耀满身。让我们再次恭喜 EP 战队获得2024 CFS 总决赛冠军！
Congratulations again to EP, but there's more! As well as the World Championship trophy, tonight we have a special surprise for them.
这份特别的礼物就是 CFS 印章。
Yes, that is absolutely beautiful. What a lovely surprise. EP, come with us. So first, Zai, I want to ask Zai.
首先，想要先问一问我身边的仔仔。
Zai, about 24 hours ago, we stood here showing you and Vasco how this would work, how the stage would work if you were the champions. And Zai was next to me, and when I said you could be the world champion, he looked so happy and excited that it could happen. Zai, it's real! You are the world champions! How does that feel?
昨天就是24小时之前，我们昨天晚上进行了彩排，对 EP 和 SV， 如果他们夺冠的时候会是什么样的一个情况？当时仔仔是站在 Matt 身边的，然后呢，仔仔在捧杯的时候表现得非常的开心。Matt 问他说：“感觉你好像真实夺冠了一样。”但是此时此刻，你真正拿到了这个冠军，心里是什么样的感受呢？
我觉得我
I think I'm overwhelmed with joy, especially we played 5 maps, and also for all of our teammates, we focus on our performance, and I'm very excited.
特别的开心。
And Zai, we have to talk. I mean, so many moments we could talk about during that match, but you went from an incredible start with EP dominating to nearly losing and not getting to stand here. Can you give us any idea how your emotions were during that incredible game?
今天在开始的时候，我们发挥得非常出色，但是后来大比分其实一直被追上，打得非常焦灼，战至5图，差一点点就要输掉今天的比赛。整个过程当中心情的起伏是什么样子的呢？是如何变化成这样的？
Honestly speaking, our opponent is very good, so we are playing back and forth, but we didn't give up, so finally we conquered them.
OK， 谢谢。那我们接下来来采访一下小七七。
And next, we will have interview with XQQ.
啊，听到大家都在喊七皇啊，要问问七七了。其实有1年的时间没有正式打比赛，再次回来跟我们的老队友们站在一起并肩作战，并且还拿下了这个冠军。此时此刻什么样的感受？
How does it feel?
很开心，很激动。
I'm very excited.
开始心态。
And in the initial stage, we didn't play with very cool mentality, but now we are very good. And also, we want to ask another question: Why are you always so calm during the clutch situation? We're 100% confident and we're 100% chill. So how was your feeling? For me, I wasn't planning to be so excited, but in my mind, I was aiming to secure the victory. So I just tried to calm myself down, because once you are so excited, sometimes you will be very anxious. So I always told myself, try to calm down and we play steadily.
过于激动也许会手抖，
So that means overexcited will lead to anxiety. And next question goes to YH.
哎，问一下英汉，首次站上我们 CFS 世界赛的总决赛舞台，什么样的感受呢？有没有不一样的感受？
特别不可思议吧，跟
I think this is very good feeling for me, and also this is the first time to be in CFS with all my teammates, and also securing this championship and securing the championship in China is really exciting moment for us. So securing the championship in China is very good, and also for your performance today, do you think that your performance has proven to everyone that you are not weakening and your name, YH, truly represents the top guy image you embody? And also in the initial stage, my teammates were played very well, and also for the 4th map, and then I stand out. I said to everyone that we should calm down, and then we secure the victory. Yeah, we are here now. And finally, we got the victory, and we are so excited. And next question goes to Mino. And what are you laughing at? It's very hard to say. I think that we are lost during the middle of the game, but we didn't got very anxious, and then we are here now. And I have a lot of questions for Mino. After 7 years, you return to the CFS stage. And what have you experienced along the way? It's still very hard to say after I retired from the game, and also I have a dream to get another CFS championship, and now I realize the dream is just like it's a dream. It's just like a dream for me. And the audience shouts, you have to play another 5 years. And for Mino, your first CFS championship was in 2015, and back when you were in Clan, and 9 years later, leading a new team to win the championship again. What does it feel like? And when lifting the trophy, did you think of your old teammates?
就是真的特别开心吧，真的特别
really happy now.
就是今天的决赛吧，
And
我觉得
for
我自己压
the
力太大
grand finals,
了。可能
also a little bit anxious with a lot of pressure because I'm too eager to have the trophy, so that also affects my performance to some extent. But my teammates cheer me up, said that you should calm down, and then we just weather through the whole process. And also whether in the PL region or CFS stage, you are considered as an experienced player. How do you usually maintain your performance? I think my performance is just like 50-50, and because my teammates, they have extraordinary performance. And also, like for 2 maps, we didn't stand out, but for the last one, we have a very extraordinary performance, and it's a hard-won victory. And also, next question goes to YZK. A few years ago, you didn't make it through the CFS qualifier, but this year, you're back on the world stage for the first time, and what are your thoughts?
今年主要就是
For this year's, I think all of the teammates and also our old teammates, we just so eager to have a championship, and we need a championship to prove our strength. So we are aiming this trophy this year. And also for this year, your role in the team was adjusted, and now you took the responsibility of being the in-game leader. Do you think this affects your shooting skills? To some extent. But for today, I want to express my gratitude and apology to my teammates and coach. For the second map, I was like a little bit lost in my emotion. I lost my cool. So I hope like everyone can accept my apology because I need this championship so eagerly. I think that the emotion during the game is very normal because our ultimate pursuit is for the championship, and I think everyone will understand us. And also, for the first map, you got a pentakill. That is a good start. We got off to a good start, and also I think our teammates will be proud of us. And finally, I want to do an interview for our coach, Nice.
怎么到了 Nice 教练，大家的话这么多呀？
And since everyone is cheering up for Nice,
曾经也是拿到过2届 CFS 世界赛的冠军了。
have won the championship of CFS twice as a player. And after 12 years, you have changed your role as a coach, and now you help the team claim the victory. How does it feel? I think they have different feelings because as a player and as a coach, we have different mentalities. And as of now, within 1 year, I just take the responsibility of the cheerleader. I just want to cheer my teammates up. And for this one finals, I cheer them up from map 1 to map 5. And could you please briefly evaluate the performance of the teammates, all the teammates? I think for all the players, from the group stage to now, every one of them, they have their extraordinary moments. And I think every player have their ups and downs, but we united as a team. And YZK, he just took the responsibility of the in-game leader, and I think his leadership is extraordinary, it's very brilliant, and I can also learn from him in some prediction strategies. And also, let's give another round of applause to EP, to all the players.
Well, now we must find out who the MVP of the grand final is.
现在，请喊出你心中今天的 MVP 得主是。我们一起来通过大屏幕来公布今天的 FMVP。恭喜恭喜 XQQ 小七七拿到
Congratulations
今
to
天的
XQQ for securing the FMVP.
哎，很自觉啊，知道 FMVP 要上前一步站出来，是不是？
FMVP should stand out, and we have to do a short, brief interview. And how does it feel to win this FMVP? I think this MVP should be another player because our other player they have extraordinary performance.
那今天
And
拿到
for
了这个
today,
FMVP，有什么
after
想要感
securing
谢的人
this
吗？
FMVP, do you want to say something? I want to thank every teammates. They just weathered through all the pressure and then give us to my FMVP. And also, we like to thank all the fans and all the staff for their
感谢所
support.
有人，也再次
So
恭喜我们的
thank all
FMVP 小鸡
and
鸡。
congratulations to the FMVP XQQ.
好，最后再次恭喜 EP
And
战队
finally,
获得了
congratulations
本次
again
的
for
总
securing
冠
the
军，再次
Grand
捧
Final
起属于你们的
Championship
荣耀
in
奖杯
CFS
吧！
2024.
享受
Just
这一个荣
lift
耀的
your
时刻。
trophy again and enjoy this glory moment.
Congratulations to EP! And every moment in CFS history, we are so blessed to have had so many unforgettable games and shared such incredible memories. Thank you to you all for being with us. And again, please show your support, your new world champions of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. They are your EP!
恭喜 EP， 也感谢所有 Safer 们的陪伴。
For the support of all the savers, congratulations to EP.
We will see you soon from myself and Nini and everyone here in Hangzhou. Good night!
感谢大家。